Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. That you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology. So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage. The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, they're dead? With a crowbar, you say?
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the grand finale of the 200K subscriber marathon celebration on behalf of Mr. Andrew Wilson and the Crucible. Super excited to kick this final one off. The topic of the evening is Trump deportations do more harm than good. RTP Talks, if you'd like to kick us off, please.
It's good to be back. This back-to-back weekend spent over here with the Raging Tomato. Thanks for having us, Sarah. Andrew, nice to meet you. I will say that of all the people I've ever debated, you're the most universally hated. So that's generally the sign that you're a strong debater if one side hates you this much. So I'm looking forward to it tonight. I have the affirmative position that Trump deportations do more harm than good. I'm excited about this debate. Andrew, I know this is your third debate of the night. Usually with men, a third attempt in one night doesn't happen. So I have a sneaking suspicion it'll last a long time, and I hope you can finish. And congratulations on 200,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel. I heard that today, so congrats.
They say smoking causes impotence.
We'll see what happens. Let's start the economy. I believe that Trump's deportations do more harm than good, mostly economically. Undocumented immigrants are more harm than good. I got that right. Undocumented immigrants are a vital part of the United States workforce, especially in industries like agriculture, construction, food service, elder care. They fill jobs that are hard to staff. They pay billions in taxes, and they help keep prices down for American consumers. In 2023, undocumented immigrants paid just under $100 billion in federal, state, and local taxes and held about $300 billion in spending power. Removing them would shrink the labor force. It would reduce productivity and hurt businesses that rely on their work. It would also, multiple studies have shown that deportation would reduce U.S. GDP by up to 3%, which costs the economy hundreds of billions of dollars and leads to higher prices for everybody. Job losses for Americans would also increase. Deporting millions would not free up jobs for citizens. Instead, it causes labor shortages, forces businesses to close or relocate, and results in job losses for native-born workers as the economy contracts. 42% currently of our farm workers are undocumented immigrants. Without this labor force, crops go unharvested, fields aren't harvested, livestock may not be properly cared for or receive proper nutrition. Millions of tons of produce could be left unharvested due to a lack of workers. If we're successful in carrying out 3,000 deportations per day, which is now mandated by DHS, Food prices are projected to increase by 10%, potentially more, just as supply drops and production costs increase. Shortages of domestic produce may force increased reliance on imports, further raising prices and reducing food security. The only real solution to this seems to be more factory farms with a need for capital infusion, which will likely be facilitated through government subsidies or capital investment, putting family farms in the hands of corporations. In a MAGA-MAHA movement, this creates a stark deviation from the claimed goal of helping American farmers and getting off over processed foods and roided out meat. These shortages would lead to a devastated rural economy across the country, leaving us with either a need for welfare or a mass migration to bigger cities. Agricultural production could be decreased by 30 to 60 billion, according to THS, which is a program that connects consumers with farm workers. Many small and mid-sized farms may be forced out of business due to labor shortages and rising costs. Local economies that depend on agriculture suffer from lost jobs and reduced spending in local economies. Domestic workers who are not filling farm jobs aren't doing so despite aggressive recruitment efforts. The H-2A guest worker program is too costly and bureaucratic for many farms to use as a replacement for this. Automation, I don't think, is a viable solution for most crops in the near term due to technical and financial barriers. Processing plants, distributors, and retailers will face large supply shortages and higher costs, impacting the entire food system. I think the fiscal harm of these deportations is significant. It leads to higher costs, not savings. The average cost to deport one undocumented immigrant is somewhere between $10,000 and $24,000. I like to settle in the middle at $15,000. Mass deportation of 13 million people would cost, at the very least, $315 billion. I think a better estimate is somewhere around $800 billion. We lose the $100 billion in tax revenue, which includes $33.9 billion that goes into Social Security and $6.4 billion that goes into Medicare. And that's money that these illegal immigrants aren't able to collect. It props up both of these programs. States and local taxes, states like Texas, California, New York, they collect billions of dollars in additional tax revenue from these residents in forms of property tax, sales tax, local taxes. I also believe that family separation and social disruption can't be measured in terms of data. Adding division into cities, counties, states, and the country where there's no evidence of fiscal benefit is frankly baffling to me. It leads, I think, some people to think that possibly this is about cruelty, possibly this is about race, possibly this is about ethno-states. However, I wouldn't go that far. Mass deportations tear apart families. There's millions of U.S. citizens that are children here that have undocumented parents. Deportations force either a separation or a traumatic event in their life. That traumatized children also would increase in foster care and social service costs. When immigrants fear deportation, they're also less likely to report crimes or cooperate with police, making communities less safe. And in some communities, this lack of trust moves communities to move towards gang admission for their protection and economic mobility. I think it has impacts on school. Children in mixed status families suffer academically and emotionally when a parent's deported, and health outcomes generally worsen. I also think there is a moral and humanitarian harm. I think maybe Andrew and I disagree on how important that is. I think due process violations are leaving Americans with questions to whether or not their government takes due process seriously. I've seen recent Republican proposals calling for the ending of protection for legal immigrants, including DACA and TPS recipients. I also think this has hurt our reputation around the world and may cause problems in the future with us recruiting people to come here to work, even if it's not for admission, for residency, but just to work. I see no net benefit to deporting this many people. I think the evidence is pretty clear on that. The best economic studies show that undocumented immigration has little to no effect on U.S. wages. Immigrants are less likely to commit crime. And while there are localized costs that sometimes in neighborhoods with a higher immigrant population, there sometimes are higher localized costs, but that's generally just education, and I'm fine paying for that. In conclusion, I think Trump's mass deportation agenda would inflict enormous economic, fiscal, and human harm while failing to deliver the promised benefits. It would make America poorer, less safe, and less true to what many of us perceive its values to be. And then one last thing. I do know from watching YouTube videos about how to win a debate that sometimes you must intimidate your opponent. And so, Andrew, one spin. Look at that. One spin, I opened it.
Wait, is it an olive jar or a pickle jar?
No, I don't have olives. It was not a one-to-one comparison.
It would have been better if the jar was sealed too.
I wouldn't have been able to open it, and then I would have looked like an idiot, Andrew.
Yeah,
I had to look tougher. Right? Yeah.
Thank you, RTP, and Andrew, to you.
Okay, so I'm actually kind of surprised. These are kind of very basic leftist arguments. Most of them are pretty easy to refute. Kind of off the top immediately, because you have the positive position, I didn't feel the necessity to create an elongated opening statement because I'm here to create refutations for your claims, not vice versa. As you have the positive claim, we should allow undocumented workers to stay. There was a whole bunch that was missing from that, though, and I feel like we should go into this. So first, he brings up the economy. This is kind of the idea you'll hear the most from progressives is that there's a lot of kind of economic benefits which come into the United States from undocumented immigrants. They never tell you the other side of that, which is that they're effectively creating a slave class. How do we know that they're effectively creating a slave class? Well, because my opponent literally just said so. He said that there's states which collect millions upon millions of dollars in Social Security taxes from people who will never be the beneficiaries of said Social Security. Now, far be it from me, in a way for me to ask my opponent, how is it that the government is collecting Social Security taxes from people who don't have Social Security numbers? That's a very strange phenomenon, isn't it? Illegal, no Social Security number, yet able to collect Social Security taxes. Well, that's bizarre. And then at the same token, my opponent would probably be the first type to say, well, they're not over here doing identity theft in mass and stealing people's Social Security numbers and things like this. Why would he say that? Only somehow the state has devised some sort of evil plan in which they can exploit workers who have no Social Security numbers for millions of dollars in Social Security taxes. A bit bizarre from my end that there's no identity theft going on, yet somehow the state's able to do that. Super weird. I'm sure he can give us an accounting for that, though, except he won't. By the way, he says immigration would lead to a contraction of 3% of the GDP. I would even be willing to grant this just for the sake of argument. Who gives a shit? Even if it does, we make up for it in the act of social cohesion. This very idea that this is such a dividing force in the American public that we need to create some sort of window dressing for immigrants to come in a very unfettered way, including illegally, and somehow that's going to unite us when we just got done watching the riots happen in California, which I'm sure my opponents will say, those weren't riots, even though we literally watched them right here live every single night on, 10 plus cameras, literally watching as they were doing battle with ICE and the military, throwing firebombs at them and everything else. He'll say, well, those weren't illegals. Those must have just been, domestically born Mexicans waving the Mexican flag, and it had nothing to do with illegal immigrants, even though the entire thing was about illegal immigrants and ICE doing their job and collecting them and sending them outside of the nation, which is exactly what they're supposed to do. He says that there's going to, what about job losses for native born? The thing that's really interesting about this is if you were to get rid of all immigrant labor, this slave labor class, which is existing on these farms, which is paying apparently millions of dollars to our state, local, and even federal government through Social Security, how is it that that would actually create job decreases for the United States? I have no idea how my opponent will reconcile this position. Seems to me like you have a supply and demand issue. If it is the case, the supply of workers goes down, the demand for workers goes up, thus wages for naturalized Americans to do those jobs would necessarily have to increase. They have no answer for this as well. He also points out that millions come here is moral argument who have undocumented parents and their parents have the child here, and that Trump's policies are breaking up families. While I can grant that this is true, that's not really a moral argument. That's just a descriptor. He's just describing a phenomenon, not saying why it's actually immoral. He says, well, it's because it breaks up families. But it's like, okay, so does sending people to jail for crimes. That breaks up families. So does creating economic conditions in which one parent has to work abroad. That breaks up families. There's all sorts of ways that we can construe that you can break up a family, which is not immoral. When it comes to this, though, he just asserts Well, it's somehow immoral that if both of your parents are here illegally and they have a child here who then immediately gets birthright citizenship, that you're breaking up the family. That actually would be a better argument for why you should give no birthright citizenship at all to children who are born here domestically from parents who don't belong here. Why? Because then you wouldn't break the family up, right? Then the child would have to necessarily go with the parents, which is exactly what they should be doing anyway. Instead, they use these children as linchpins. Never intended for that, by the way. Even the Supreme Court ruling, which is pointing to this, there was never an intention ever for there to be people who did not have U.S. citizenship who could have a child on our continent, literally, in North America and in the United States, or any of the other places which are United States adjacent. Sometimes this is even argued right down to the province, that there are some places like Chile or things like this, which could be loosely associated with the United States, where a person could get citizenship that way. I've even seen leftists argue for that. Now, my opponent didn't, and so for the purposes of not strawmanning him, I'm just pointing out why in the world would you want to have a system in which you could have a child on our soil, right? And then they are declared an American citizen when their parents shouldn't even be here in the first place. That's insane. I would actually like him to tell me why it would be immoral to not grant them citizenship and rather send them back with their parents. That seems like the most moral thing that you can do. I would actually like to start there. He points out the moral and humanitarian harms. He says in protection for DACA immigrants and like I just said, birthright citizenship. When it came to DACA, so what? You implement a U.S. policy. We don't like how the policy turns out, so we change the policy. We do this all the time. Even if it's the case that Republicans want to end anything that has to do with DACA or making sure that people have a pathway to citizenship who aren't supposed to be here, I would also like to hear the moral argument for that. He just asserted that this is a moral argument. He just asserts, well, this is bad because it's bad because I think it's fucking bad. Well, that's great, but that's not justification for why it's actually bad. So we can go through all of these things in sequence, but I'd actually like to start with this idea of the morality here when it comes to birthright citizenship and what his actual problems are there. And then I'm happy to, from there, move into these like economic quandaries that he thinks he has. So whenever you guys are ready, I'm happy to dive right into it.
Thank you so kindly, Andrew. And as a kind reminder to the chat, of course, this is our grand finale, which means we will go into open panel post-debate. So what we're going to do is we're going to run through our discussion, read and respond to your kind super chats, and then we're going to open up the open panel dumpster fire. Gentlemen, the floor is open to you.
Do you want to maybe restate the question where you wanted to start at, Andrew?
Yeah, why is it actually immoral to not grant birthright citizenship to the children of people who are in the country illegally? Why is that actually immoral?
I never said that.
So then I'm sorry, so what's the immoral argument?
I didn't make any moral arguments.
You did. You said, in quotes, this is actually immoral. The moral argument, which I will be making, and then you went into DACA and how we're breaking families up and how that's immoral. So
no, what I said that there are Americans who view it as a moral or humanitarian harm, and then I brought up due process violations, ending protections for illegal immigrants, and our international reputation.
Okay, so let's make sure that we get this right. It's not actually immoral for us to end birthright citizenship.
No.
Okay, great. So then when Trump moves to end birthright citizenship, your only objection is that it's going to hurt you economically?
Yeah, I think it's just a dumb decision.
Because it's going to hurt you economically.
Probably not going to hurt me economically, but I think overall, yeah.
Well, it's going to hurt somebody economically.
I think overall for the country, it has an impact on the country, and I don't see a reason why we need to do that. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So it's not immoral to end birthright citizenship. The only reason that you don't want to end it is because you think that that's going to create more economic problems for more American citizens. Is that right?
I honestly don't care if we end birthright citizenship. I just don't want it done by executive order. I think it should be done through Congress.
Well, it's not being done through executive order.
Well, that's what he tried to do, right?
No, what he did was he used an executive order to get the ball rolling, so got in front of the Supreme Court, which is what he said from the very beginning.
Fine, but I still think we should do it through Congress, which we're going to have to do, right, if we want to change that law.
And where is it being done? And where's it being done?
Through Congress.
Okay, well, then I don't even understand that objection.
I don't have an objection to it. I said I don't care if we do it.
So then what's your issue here with the supposed humanitarian harms? Why did you bring up DACA, humanitarian harms,
well, why are you talking
moral
about
argument?
Why are you talking about birthright citizenship? That's not DACA.
I'm sorry. What is DACA?
DACA is what a deferred action. It wasn't necessarily birthright citizenship, right?
What is it?
Is people who were brought here as children.
And it's a pathway to citizenship. For them,
that's
right?
not the. I don't view that as the same as birthright citizenship.
Why should we give that to them? Why
because
is it
I think
immoral
it makes
not to?
Because I think it makes sense.
Yeah, but why is it immoral not to?
I don't care about morals. I have no position.
You don't care about morals.
No,
okay, you
I
have no position on morals. Great.
No.
Okay, so it's not immoral for us to end DACA, and it's not immoral for us to end birthright citizenship.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So
I just think it's dumb. My argument
you
is
just
that
think
it's dumb. By the way, I do want to point out real quick that you
Mm-hmm.
seem to maybe be having a different debate than me.
I don't think I am.
You said that
and I'm going to tie it together.
Well, just real quick, you said that my claim is that we should allow immigrants to stay. What I said is Trump deportations do more harm than good. That's my claim.
Is that immoral?
I don't care about morality. It's irrelevant to me.
But but I'm going to try to explain something to you so that you understand. It's very important that you understand this.
Okay.
If you make this claim that the reason we should do X is because if we don't, it's stupid and bad. It's bad to do X. It's not good. Are you saying that it would be bad, or you're just neutral on the fact that we could cost ourselves 3% of the GDP?
Yeah, I think I laid that out. Economically, it's a bad idea.
Okay, so then it's immoral.
No, I don't know. It's not based on morals.
Then what does fucking bad mean?
Math. I don't like the
bad means math?
I don't like the math on it. I don't like the math on it.
Can we back it up? Because harm can dive into
Well, what does bad mean here?
Concept.
It means the math is negative. That would be
okay,
bad.
and is okay, why is that bad though? What makes that bad?
Because I don't like losing money.
I'm sorry. When you say bad, I can grant that there could be two forms of bad.
Sure.
I'm having a bad day.
Sorry.
Right? That sucks, right? Because I'm having a bad day.
Yeah.
That's a Commons word, a use of the word bad, right? But if I say like murder is bad, I'm saying that that's an immoral thing, right? You would agree with me on that?
Sure, whatever. Whatever.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Right.
So when you say that contracting necessarily 3% of the GDP is bad, do you mean as in I'm having a bad day? Or as in, this is going to be immoral because the outcomes for people is not going to work out very well?
Neither. You just said it. You left out one part. Like if I make less money, that's bad. But that's not really moral. That's just I'm making less
bad
money.
is in a bad day?
Sure, it's bad for my finances. Sure.
Okay, so then all you mean by bad here is the same as you would mean
bad.
with...
You said bad. I said, okay.
I asked you...
I said, I think the math is bad.
So then I didn't say bad, you said bad, right?
I was responding to you saying it, but that's fine. Semantics.
Yeah, so when you say, well, hang on, semantics are super important for a debate, and that's why I'm trying to get these things clarified.
No,
I
think
so.
I would like to talk about the. I think what you're trying to do is drag this into a moral argument because I don't think you have numbers to back up anything that you're saying.
I'm just starting.
That's why my argument specifically didn't talk about morals, Andrew. I talked about actual data. I'm looking at the economic impact of these people, and you want to talk to me about morals. I'm not interested in that conversation.
Can I try to explain to you and give you an expression of why this is so silly to me? If the economic data that you want backed up, even if I were to grant that you're completely correct, but you say it's not a moral proposition, why the fuck should I even care?
You don't have to care.
Why should anybody care?
You don't have to care. I'm not asking. We showed up for a debate. I gave the prompt: Trump deportations do more harm than good. I didn't sign up to debate whether or not you should care.
Is harm bad?
In this case, I think it is. Yeah.
Okay, so harm is immoral.
I don't care about morals, dude. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want to do here.
Because I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by bad.
No, what you're trying to do is drag me into a moral argument because you
have I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by bad.
Your position is based on your morals. My position is based on math, which is why I don't have like this universal look. A lot of the things that you accuse me of, you're like, here's what people on the left do. You thought I was going to be against birthright citizenship. You think I'm against deportations. You think that I am pro illegal immigration. I'm not pro any of those things. It seems like you didn't listen to a word I said in my opening statement and just decided from the get-go that you were going to have a moral discussion here.
No, I went down each point that you made and gave a refutation in my own intro.
No, you missed most of them.
When you're discussing this, though, listen, it's not a gotcha. I'm not even looking for the moral discussion.
Okay.
All I'm looking for right now is to clear up semantics so that we understand we're not speaking past each other. If you're just coming in to say, oh, the numbers look good on our side, great, who cares? That's not what the argument is about.
Care.
The argument's about whether it does more harm than good. So when we say things like a harm principle or a good principle, right? If you're neutral on the fact that if there's economic output, which is problematic, I win the debate by default because you haven't demonstrated there's any harm, because harm's not bad. Or if you say good, when you say good, I assume that you mean that this is something which is positive, the opposite of harm, and so that's a more moral proposition. So either of those things, more harm, when you say harm and good, do you mean moral, immoral? If you mean something else by harm or good, then I want to get those semantics cleared up so we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I cleared that. This is like the 5th time I've cleared it up. Right? Economically, it's bad for our country. I think it does harm to our economy.
Bad meaning what?
Bad meaning the numbers are negative.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me anything. So anytime
what else
numbers
do you want me to tell you?
Is anytime numbers are negative, is that bad?
No, negative numbers can be good,
okay,
like in
right.
golf.
Sure. So then negative numbers don't just mean bad.
But
so
in this
when you
case,
say
it
bad,
is. In this case, it's
what makes that bad though?
Because there's less money circulating through our economy.
Yeah, but that's just giving me one step further in the descriptor, not telling me what bad actually means.
I'm not interested in a semantic debate about what bad means, Andrew. I'm here to debate
not
immigration.
a semantic debate. It's clarifying what you mean by the thing.
You're talking about the harm principle. You're setting parameters on this debate.
What's the debate called?
So that we can.
What's the debate topic?
Not what is the harm principle. There's lots of definitions to harm.
What
Why are you
is the
using
debate
harm
topic?
principle?
Just tell me what the debate topic is.
Deportations do more harm than good.
Is it appropriate for me to ask you what harm and good mean when the debate prompt is specifically alluding to both of those things?
Yeah, I think that it's not the harm principle, though. You can use the word harm in many different ways. You can
and
use
those
it
are
to
the ways
describe
I'm
a
trying to
physical
get
injury.
you to.
I'm saying that this is a way that it is deliberately inflicted on our economy. Deliberately inflicted.
Okay,
that is a definition of harm.
Yeah. So, do you realize like immediately the problem that you have here?
No.
So, well, I'll explain it to you.
Thank you.
So when you say this has nothing to do with some principle or anything like that, when you say more harm than good, you're saying that there's a negative there, and the negative outcome, I would guess, is the harm, right?
Yeah. Well, in this case, I think that we are deliberately inflicting damage to our economy, and the outcome of that is a less stable economy.
And that's bad.
Yeah, sure.
So that would be immoral.
Right, it's immoral. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's immoral.
Sure.
So when you say harm in this case, you're saying this thing is immoral.
I'm not
right?
saying any of that. You are. If we whatever we have to do to move on from this shit, that would be great.
I just need you to not equivocate.
I know it's frustrating because you want to have a moral debate. I would like you to outline anything I said, and we can discuss whether it's good or bad.
Okay, I'll explain this to you so that you understand. Pull up the equivocation fallacy for me.
No.
Read it. Okay, do you need me to pull
the
it up
definition of harm.
Yeah, I'll pull up the definition of harm. There's going to be a multitude of definitions.
Great. So why are you picking harm principle instead of one of the definitions I'm using of harm? It's my claim. It's me telling you what my claim means.
Yeah, I know what your claim is, but your claim has to have meaning to me. So the thing is I'm going to pull up. I'll pull up your definition or all definitions of harm. You can pick one. I'm fine with that.
I just did. I told you it was deliberately inflicted destruction of our economy.
So that you understand the equivocation fallacy, I'll read it for you verbatim. These aren't even gotchas. It's not even trickery. I'm just trying to get the semantics out of the way so we can get to the debate. Equivocation is the use of ambiguous language to conceal the truth or avoid committing to a specific stance. That's what equivocation is. It involves using words or phrases with multiple meanings in a way that can mislead the listener or the reader. So
I just told you what the meaning was. I just told you 3 times what my meaning was.
Can you just chill out?
I can, but this is silly.
It's not silly. It's just that you're not used to actually having to commit to your stance. So equivocation is the use of ambiguous language to conceal the truth or avoid committing to a specific stance. I'm saying that you're guilty right now of using an equivocation fallacy in your arguments because you won't make such a firm stance on what harm means.
I disagree.
Okay, then what does harm mean?
Deliberately inflicted destruction to our economy.
Okay. That's all harm means?
In this case, that's what it means. Harm can mean different things at different times, but right now I'm explaining how I'm using the word.
Okay. And if you're deliberately hurting the economy, should that be avoided?
In my opinion, yeah.
Okay. In your opinion, yes, it should be avoided. is that because it's going to have negative outcomes on people?
Yes.
Okay, yes, it will have negative outcomes. Yes, it will have negative outcomes. And are negative outcomes a thing which we should avoid?
I think when we can, sure.
Okay, negative outcomes should be avoided. So, negative outcomes avoided. So, to summarize your position on harm, deliberately hurting the economy should be avoided because it will have negative outcomes. Negative outcomes should be avoided. So
when we can.
When we
can.
Okay, sure. I'll even add that
Thank
just to be super charitable.
Thank you.
When we can. So does that mean that if we're not avoiding negative outcomes when we can, that's bad?
Sure.
Okay. So it's bad not to do that. It's bad not to do that. When I say bad here, do we mean that this is immoral? In other words, is it immoral to deliberately hurt the economy because that should be avoided because it'll have negative outcomes, and negative outcomes should be avoided when we can?
I don't know that it has anything to do with morals.
You don't know that it has anything to do with morals? I'm sorry. So it's not a moral proposition to say that we ought to avoid X thing.
I keep telling you, none of these are
bad.
moral propositions.
They're all moral propositions, every one of them.
How are they moral propositions?
Because when you say bad, you're making a moral entanglement there, and you're saying that because the outcome
That
is
wasn't
negative.
moral.
Should an outcome which is negative be avoided?
No, I think the problem that we have here, Andrew, is that you think that I'm going to extend my position on immigration across the board and that I'm always going to choose. And I think this is the problem with this debate. You think I'm always just going to choose to never do anything that has a negative outcome. I think in this instance, it's pretty easy to look at what's happening. It's pretty easy to say, where is the benefit? I don't know of any. You can maybe tell me what the benefits might be. I don't see any benefits to mass immigration, especially when there's sensible solutions like granting amnesty to people who are here, whose only crime is being here illegally, who have been working for decades. I think that there are legitimate solutions, and it feels like you want to have a moral, philosophical discussion instead.
What you're making there is a moral claim that the thing should be avoided because it has a negative impact on X group. Therefore, how do you get around the fact that that's a moral claim exactly?
I think that there's very few things that happen inside of a country where there is a government where no matter what side you take, there is going to be a negative outcome to somebody. Right, so I'm looking at what do I think affects the greater good.
So then I would just counter and say I can even agree that any type of policy you have will have some disaffected people from that policy, whether they're the rich or the middle. But you would just say that that's a moral entanglement, that it was a moral entailment that if the rich suffer so that 10,000 poor people get their meals, you would just say that that's a moral trade-off, right? So
Sure.
these are all moral so these are all moral propositions. So I'm just trying to get to the heart of what good and bad. In this case, more harm than good. We're trying to figure out what the good is from your view. What is the good? Is the good GDP? Is that what the moral proposition is? More GDP good? Is the good social cohesion? What is the good here?
Do you want me to read the whole opening statement again? I covered that.
If you can read in the opening statement what the good is.
Yeah, so it protects us from GDP growth. It keeps wages at least stationary. There's $300 billion or so in spending power that is immediately taken away if you get rid of all of those people. You're going to lose, especially in rural communities that require migrant labor, both legal and illegal. That's drying up now. So I live in Arizona. Down in Yuma, Arizona, they're having a hard time finding even legal laborers who used to come here because they're afraid. I think it hurts farmers, and I think that pushes us more towards factory farming, which I think is a problem for all Americans. I think it's a problem for all of our food supply to have that fall into the hands of factory farmers.
Sure. So you're giving me descriptors of things which you consider to be problematic, but you haven't actually told me what the good is that we're supposed to be going for here. What's the good? What does good mean here?
What is the good?
Yeah, because more harm than good. So now we've determined that harm is deliberately hurting the economy, I guess for this specific instance, and that should be avoided. And yes, it'll have a negative outcome, which is why it should be avoided. Negative outcomes should be avoided when we can, and it's bad to do that. That's your claim on harm. I'm just trying to figure out what's your claim on good. What is the good?
Well, I don't think it's doing any good. I don't think these deportations are doing any good.
Well, that's just evading what the question is. What is the good?
How would I tell you what the good is if I don't think it's doing any good, Andrew?
Because the proposition here, wait a second. This is bizarre to me that you would state that you don't think a thing is doing any good, but won't tell me what the good is.
Well, I don't know what that. I don't know what the.
You don't know what that means?
No, I don't know what.
I don't know what good means.
I don't even know what their intention is.
So you don't know what good is, you don't know what bad is, you don't know what harm is.
How would I tell you what the good is if I don't think it's doing any good, Andrew?
I don't know. The proposition is good or harm. So I don't know what debate you're prepared for, but it was, does it do more harm than good? So tell me, sir, what the fuck is the good?
I don't think there is any good.
You don't think there is any good?
No.
So then it's just, does it do more harm than nothing?
Yeah, well, I think that. Wait, why does it have to? Why can't it be? Why does it have to be good here? Why does there have to be?
Because you just said there is no. Because that's the proposition.
Why does I don't?
Does it do more harm than good? And your response is there is no good.
Yes, it can do zero good.
So, okay, but what's the prompt? What's
Jesus
the prompt?
Fuck. Are we going to do this all? Are we going to do semantics all night?
Until we get the semantics clear, yes.
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever.
Well, I'm glad you don't care, but I care.
So
what is the good?
This is like the dumbest conversation I've ever
want
had.
me to meet you.
I want you to talk about immigration and not what fucking words mean.
So then stop equivocating. Stop equivocating then.
Gentlemen, if I can maybe kind of pry in for a moment, maybe offer a thought process, RTP, in terms of the harm concept here. Like, for instance, if you have a company and they're, running a product and they have a recall on it, right? Because things are going bad. Like, what they do to even think about what that recall would be, is it more money to pay out for lawsuits that are going to come our way, or is it kind of cheaper in essence to recall the item and replace all the stuff? And that comes through like the general harm of things.
So what would be the good there?
So the good would be people get their shit fixed, or people get payouts for having, they get in a car accident because the brakes don't work, right? So there are good pieces built in, but also there's the harm principle that's built in behind it, and it's the ethical standard in any like economical stance, right? So we might make more money, but ethically, are we good?
So what if the people don't get their car fixed or they don't get their money back? Then is there a good there?
How do you, if they don't know about it, or what?
The harm, right, was the destruction to their vehicle, right?
Right. That would
and
be.
If nobody fixes it, if nobody fixes the vehicle or pays them damages, where's the good?
The good would be the company didn't lose any money.
Okay, so the good here is that Donald Trump gets to
fulfill
a campaign
unless
promise.
That's bad.
Then Donald
Trump, that's bad.
Okay, then Donald Trump gets to fulfill a campaign promise. There's my good then.
And so that's where I say, like, there are a lot of ethics to economical stances, and I think that's maybe what Andrew's trying to poke at. Correct
in
me
this
if I'm
case,
wrong.
I'm not even attempting to do that. I'm not even attempting to get into the ethics. I'm just simply trying to make sure that we don't equivocate. Equivocation being the use of ambiguous language where you mean something by it, I don't mean. I mean something by it, you don't mean. Right now, I don't even know what you mean by these terms, because the entire time you've been yelling at me that you don't want to clarify what any of them mean. And that to me is absurd. We're here to have a debate. I need to know exactly what you mean by the terms in the debate proposition, harm or good. Hang on. In this case, I'm simply asking you, now that we have literally a definition for what you consider harm to be, and I read it out to you, agreed to it multiple times. I'm just asking for the same standard for what good is.
So the good would be that Donald Trump gets to fulfill a campaign promise then.
Does that mean all good? So when
Jesus
you say,
Christ. Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what you're laughing about. This is how you debate.
I'm laughing at this. I think this is ridiculous. Like I think this is crazy.
You can think it's ridiculous.
I would love to at some point talk about immigration.
I would love to at some point get you to clarify what you mean by the terms.
So good is to be desired or approved of. The desire in this case would be Donald Trump fulfilling a campaign promise. Now I've used the word good correctly and told you what I mean by it. I've used the word harm correctly and told you what we mean by it. Now, is it possible that we could talk about immigration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that we're clear on both these terms and you agree to them. That harm is deliberately hurting the economy and that should be avoided. And that it will have negative outcomes, and negative outcomes should be avoided when we can, and that's bad. And that's what you mean by harm, and that's what you mean by bad. And good to you just means to be desired or approved of.
Neat.
Is that right?
Sure, dude. Sure.
Okay. All right. Now we got that cleared up.
Thank you.
So what's your question?
I didn't ask you a question. You were asking me questions. I don't have questions.
You haven't
really made a position yet. You strawmanned my entire opening monologue.
I don't see how I could have strawmanned it.
You said that you brought up Social Security and that I would say that they're not stealing Social Security numbers. Of course, they're stealing Social Security numbers.
And
that's how they're paying
is that to be
into Social
desired?
Security.
Is that to be desired or approved of?
No.
So it's not good.
No, that's why I want amnesty to get these people to pay in legally.
So, okay, I see. So the position here is that that's really bad. Then the economic argument in which you're making that there's millions of dollars going to the government, which they don't have to account for, actually is negated instantly, because what you really want to do is make sure that the local governments don't get that money anymore unaccounted for.
No, incorrect. Because of it's a small minority of people who are using a stolen Social Security number. Most people working illegally don't do it with a stolen Social Security number. So giving those people Social Security numbers would increase the amount they're paying into Social Security and Medicare.
Wait, back up for me.
Okay.
Most people who are paying into Social Security illegally are not using a Social Security number.
No. Most people
no.
working illegally are not using a Social Security number and therefore not contributing to Social Security.
Oh, I see. So then all of the people, then what you're actually saying is that there's hundreds of millions of dollars which are unaccounted for, which are going to illegal immigrants in the terms of service in the state that we can't even account for because they can't even be tracked through Social Security?
No, I accounted for that when I talked about the money that they're paying into local taxes through things like sales tax, property tax if you're a renter.
What does that have to do with Social Security, though?
It doesn't have anything to do with Social Security.
Yeah, so we're just talking about Social Security. So if it is the case, then, that you wanted to have a Social Security...
can I just ask you then, maybe I misunderstood your question. Where's this floating money then? What are you talking about?
Well, that's actually what my question is about. I'm asking you specifically. If it is the case that you're saying that the reason that we need to give these people amnesty is so that we can issue them Social Security numbers and thus track their contributions... When I pointed out that doesn't make any sense, because then your economic argument, which is stating that the government should have all this free money that they then don't have to spend back on these immigrants, is negated. You said, no, it's not actually, because there's millions of more dollars that they would be collecting if they gave other immigrants who don't do that
a Social Security number, and then they would pay into Social Security, and then our receipts for Social Security would go way up.
Then that would be an entailment then that right now there's millions upon millions of laborers who outnumber the amount of laborers who are spending into the Social Security system, who are getting goods and services and
nobody that's
all.
illegal is getting goods and services from Social Security.
That's not what I said. I didn't say from Social Security.
So now we're not just... Well, you just told me we were only talking about Social Security, so I thought that's
what
we're talking about.
But you mischaracterized my argument. So my argument would just be simply, if there's millions more who aren't paying in than are, I don't understand why you're using that as some kind of ideal of, well, this is actually a good thing, because they're paying millions of dollars to the federal government.
Yeah, if you increase...
when there's millions more who aren't.
Yeah, if you increase the amount of people paying into Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, it diversifies the amount of people. It means that there's more people paying in, which means there's less taken out per capita because we have more people paying in. It's a good thing.
And can you answer me a question? Do we spend more money per year on Social Security than we take in?
Social Security, we are not allowed to spend more money on Social Security than we take in. However, the government regularly borrows from it, and so we pay interest on Social Security where the government has stolen from it. Yeah, and I'm against that too.
So to get this right, what your plan's actually, the entailment of your plan, is that you would give millions more people Social Security numbers who then the government would borrow against, and we would actually increase our debt because we spend more money per year on Social Security than we get out of Social Security. So, but hang on, by your metric then, if that's the case, and you just agreed that it was, then I would say that would be a negative, and negative outcomes are to be avoided when we can, because that's bad and immoral.
I actually didn't agree to any of that. Just because there's more money in Social Security doesn't mean that the government will borrow from it. The government has a spending problem, and that's
tell me the last year the government didn't borrow from Social Security?
But the
Can you tell me the last year the government didn't borrow from Social Security?
Let me just finish my statement before you freak the fuck out, Andrew.
Go ahead, RTP.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the government doesn't have to steal from Social Security. They don't have to. In fact, I think that we should actively work on electing people who promise not to steal from Social Security.
Yeah, can you tell me how much can you give me the last Democrat administration who didn't borrow from Social Security?
Probably not. I'm not a Democrat, though.
Yeah, well, can you give me the last Democrat or even Republican that didn't borrow from Social Security?
I don't think anybody in my lifetime hasn't borrowed from Social Security.
So then would it stand to reason then that the trend would continue, that the government would continue to borrow money from Social Security and then accrue interest on that, thus actually creating more in the way of debt, meaning that they're paying out more than they're taking in because they've accrued this additional debt?
No, because they're not taking the debt. The Social Security is not the debt. The reason that the government takes from Social Security is because it's somebody who will lend to them. Maybe if we were a little more strict on Social Security, they couldn't lend from Social Security. But I've seen no evidence that any amount of budgeting is ever going to stop our federal government from overspending. I don't think this is a very good argument. I don't think it's a good argument to say if more people pay into Social Security,
totally fair.
Therefore the government will spend more money. I think that's pretty fucking loose.
Okay, then all you got to do is show me the instance or the year in which the government was not taking in the Social Security payments from all of the benefactors and then borrowing against it, thus creating debt.
I think you're drawing.
If you could,
I think you're drawing a correlation without a causation there. I don't think that you could say that our net receipts for Social Security is why the government goes into more debt. I think you'd have a really hard time proving that.
Then why don't they put it in a lockbox?
Because they didn't listen to Al Gore. I don't know.
Why don't they?
Because they don't want to. They want to keep borrowing from it.
Why?
Because it's money that comes in every year. So you're saying
they wanted. So hang on. So to get this right, the government wants to borrow all this Social Security money that comes in every year, which accrues debt, meaning that they're actually spending more money than they're paying, or I'm sorry, than they're getting, right? They're spending more money than they're getting from Social Security by borrowing it, yeah?
Yeah. But they're going to spend it. They're going to spend it anyways.
Hang on, I just want to point this. I just want to point out. Well, they won't spend it if it's not there, right? They'd have to borrow from somewhere else.
They'll just sell more They'll sell more Treasury bonds.
Yeah, so and they'll sell it
to billionaires, and then they'll pay interest to billionaires instead of to Social Security.
So then, under this economic plan, it actually makes no sense, because what you're saying is that all you would do is accrue more Social Security numbers for the government to accrue more debt from as they borrow against it.
No, I think that's
okay. Tell me how that doesn't work. Tell me how it doesn't work that way.
I don't think there's any evidence that says if the government started taking in less Social Security that they would borrow less money. They would just borrow it from somebody else.
I'm sorry. Hang on. So you're just saying that they would move to borrowing elsewhere,
yes,
right?
They will sell treasury
that
bonds.
Particular source.
They'll sell Treasury bonds,
and that's bad, right?
What do you mean that's bad?
Well, according to this is not to be desired or approved of. Yeah.
What's not? Selling Treasury bonds?
No, the fact that they would borrow from some other device other than Social Security.
What?
Dude, I don't know how to make this any clearer.
Are you saying now I'm saying that borrowing is bad? Is that where we're at now? My claim has now evolved.
Well, you said that borrowing
from mass
from Social Security is
deportations do more harm than good. No, you said that. You brought that up.
Borrowing from well, then why would you want it in a lockbox?
You brought up the lockbox. That was you.
And you said we should do it.
No, you said why don't they? And I said they don't listen to Al Gore.
Okay, so then they should borrow from Social Security?
No, I don't think they should borrow at all. But that's just economically. I don't think that's like sometimes you need to borrow money. Like when we go to war, sometimes we have to borrow money. Sometimes we need to borrow money. We don't always have to borrow money.
Okay, got it. So do you think we shouldn't borrow money?
No, sometimes we should, sometimes we shouldn't.
Okay, so do you think that we should be borrowing money from Social Security?
Only if we absolutely have to.
Okay, so then we should avoid it, because after all, that would create a negative outcome, and we should avoid those when we can.
Sure,
right?
and if you increase the action that I have a problem with is them borrowing from Social Security. You're basically, this argument could be used to say we should no longer collect taxes at all. We should no longer be able to borrow money at all. And maybe that's your position, which I don't know if you're libertarian. Is that your position, that you can't borrow money at all?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just wondering.
No.
I mean, I would be far more comfortable with that, but I'm not. That doesn't mean that I should abandon an immigration position because it gives the government access to more money.
Not saying you should abandon the immigration position, but you should abandon the immigration position that the government's going to intake far more money based on the fact that if we issue people Social Security numbers, people will pay into Social Security because, and here's why you should abandon
I never made
position.
that wasn't my claim. Again,
well,
I don't
okay,
think,
then why should we give all these illegal immigrants?
I don't think you
then
listened to anything
okay,
I
then
said
why should
in
we
my
give
opening
all
statement.
of these? Then why should we give all these illegal immigrants Social Security numbers again?
Because it makes the most fiscal sense.
Why?
Do I got to read the opening statement again?
Because they pay in, right?
One, they pay in. Two, if they are here legally, they're more likely to report things like crime. They invest into the schools locally.
Yeah, but let's just start with Social Security.
Okay.
So on Social Security, you want them to pay in on Social Security, right?
Sure.
And you want them to get the benefits of Social Security back out.
Sure.
But if it's the case that when the government borrows from Social Security and they're giving them these outward payouts after we give them Social Security numbers, the government's going more into debt, this would go into your rule that would be a negative outcome, and we should avoid those when we can.
I think that borrowing is not as much of a negative outcome against Social Security.
Okay, why?
Because it's money that gets paid back.
So wait a second, at interest?
Yeah, at interest.
Okay, then that would be a negative outcome, which should be avoided because it deliberately hurts the economy. That's your metric for bad.
But not all negative outcomes are the same.
Well, then we're back to your definition of bad. Deliberately hurting the economy, according to you, is bad.
We can no longer decide what. Oh yeah, so just all things are bad or good, and that's it.
According
that's
to
the
you.
whole fucking thing? That's according to you. I'm trying to have a discussion about what.
I'm giving you the discussion.
What is the most sensible thing to do? That's what I want to do. And I think the problem
that so how so you
I'm
said
trying to tell you.
Your definition of bad.
Jesus.
And this is why. We could have cleared up the semantics, but you're so fucking stupid now you're gonna be at the mercy of them. Deliberately hurting the economy.
Bad all fucking day. This is such bitch
sorry.
shit. It really is the bitchiest way.
You can be as mad as you want, bro,
mad.
but it's not going to make you win. Yes, it should be avoided, you say. Yes, when it will have a negative outcome. Negative outcomes should be avoided when we can. You say that it's not. Why can't you avoid it?
Because I don't run Congress.
Okay, well then I guess we can't give
fits my
illegal
definition
Social
then,
Security numbers then because you don't run Congress.
No, I can't.
No, I didn't say you. I said we.
Yeah, you and I cannot do that.
Okay, great. So then illegals will never get Social Security numbers because we don't run Congress.
No, I
what
think
a great
it's because
argument.
you guys are afraid of brown people. I think that's mostly what it is.
Okay, I'm willing to dive into that argument as well. What have I said tonight that said that I was afraid of brown people? And what do Republicans do that makes them afraid of brown people?
I said you guys in reference. It just seems like you're afraid of brown people.
Oh, it seems like that.
It does.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, can you justify those seemings with something more tangible?
Yeah, I said it in my opening statement. I said that I feel like you guys are you're unwilling to engage about policy and about prescriptions.
That's literally what we're engaging in.
And it seems, and I just said, I'm kind of left when you won't engage in anything that I said other than let's define good and bad. And you don't want to debate. You don't want to engage in this debate. And I know like what your principles are. I've heard you debate before. Like you want your view to rule. You like the force principle. You think that your tiny minority of people should be like the ruling class, and people should rule that think like you. And I don't know why you have a problem with this. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Explain to me why you want all these people deported if economically it's going to hurt us.
So here's the thing. I'm willing to give you the social arguments for why I think that this would be good versus bad. I'm happy to do that. But I would like a concession from you first that when I bring up by your own definitions what these things mean, and we could have easily just, if you would have just been a modicum good faith and we could have got the definitions out of the way, we could have got into the more of the meat like we were doing right then with Social Security.
Or we could just do that.
Yeah, but we were just doing that with Social Security, and you cried foul and said when I applied it to your definition of bad, that wasn't fair.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well then why can't I apply it to your definition of bad?
No, what I said is it seems like you're setting up a scenario where things are either good or bad, and you can't. Yeah, and I think that sometimes things are bad and you deal with it. Sometimes bad things happen and you just kind of have to
you also
deal
said
with it.
that they
I think that sometimes what we get stuck with in these debates is we never talk about any sort of solution because we're so goddamn serious about proving like our worldview and proving that the other person's worldview is somehow flawed. So we never actually get to discuss what I'm here to discuss, which is what's the most sensible way to deal with the fact that we've got a lot of illegal immigrants here and there seems to be a divide in this country on how to handle it.
Okay, we can move right into that then next. I'll even humor you on this. I just want to point out, as you say this, that you said that negative outcomes should be avoided when we can, and then said there's things you just can't do anything about, which are bad. However, I just gave you an example of a negative outcome which could be avoided. You just said it's not possible because you're not in charge of Congress. I think that that's fucking idiotic, but I'm happy to move on to the next point of this, which is what can we do about this, right? What can we do that's the most sensible? Well, okay, here's what we can do that's the most sensible. We can mobilize the National Guard, put them on the border with orders to shoot to kill, and we can deport every immigrant who's here. That would not only save us a small fortune in the cost of drugs coming across the border, human trafficking costs, and what we have to deal with the Department of Justice and all of these fronts.
Simply do not have to back that up?
People who are here. Yes. In fact, I'm going to give you one of the most comprehensive studies, 1 second, which will point out the human trafficking epidemic which comes with open borders.
I'm not supporting open borders. What are we debating here?
Well,
we're debating mass deportations. I don't support open borders.
Yeah, mass deportations. Now, how is it that these people get here?
Most of them on visa overstays.
Not from south of the border, right?
Certainly. It's like 90% of people that are here on almost everybody that we're picking up that's at work. They've been here for 15, 20 years. And most of them...
From visas?
You can come here on vacation and you can just stay. Most people don't sneak across the border. Most people come across legally and stay.
Okay, so then it sounds like one possible way and solution that we can do to handle this is make sure that if you don't leave on your visa, that we have a system in place to come collect you quickly and then bar you from the nation for life.
I agree with that. I think we should do that.
Okay, yeah, I agree. So then as far as the solution comes, what we should do is bar you from life. You overstay on a visa. We have a system in place to come collect you very quickly if you do overstay on the visa. What's your objection to us deploying the United States military to the border to make sure that there's no illegal border crossings there with drugs and human trafficking?
I have no objection to that.
Okay, so then it sounds like the best thing that we can possibly do is remove the illegal immigrants who are here also
that's where we
make
disagree. That's the part we disagree on.
Okay, so let's just say for a second that I was willing to have a compromise with you. Every illegal immigrant who's here will grant them amnesty and give them all a Social Security number. However, we are also going to deploy the United States military to the border. They're not going to allow any more illegal crossings. They'll have literal orders that these are invaders, right, and to repel them as an invasionary force, and that anybody who comes in and overstays their visa is banned for life, and that we have a new federal agency which goes and collects them as quickly as fucking possible to remove them. Would you agree to that compromise?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well then, what are we arguing here?
The mass deportations of the people that are here, the millions of people that are here already. The cost alone to deport these people is near $1 trillion. And when I'm looking at these people that they're going and that they're rounding up, these people are doing no harm. These are people who are their only crime. Like 75% of the people from LA that they have rounded up, 75% of them have committed exactly one crime. And that crime is being here illegally. So I think that the cost of doing that doesn't make any fucking sense, especially when we have this will permanently close some businesses. This will devastate local economies, and it will take a very long time to get back into those local economies and rebuild them. It's not like you remove them and all these job seekers come in and fill those jobs. Economically, it makes no sense. We're going to lose a bunch of tax revenue, and it's going to cost us like $1 trillion, plus all the things that you want to do as far as securing our southern
that
border.
we want to do.
We want to do, sure, yeah. Everything that we would do to secure our southern border, it's going to be incredibly expensive. I see no return on that investment. It makes absolutely fiscally no sense to remove people willing to work who are causing harm to nobody. Let them stay.
Do you agree with me that you should speak the language of the nation?
No.
If you want, you don't agree with that?
Maybe finish it. Maybe there was there a qualifier at the end of that? I interrupted.
I don't even think we need to go any further than that. Then, if you don't think that you should speak the language of the nation before we give you amnesty?
No, but I do think that you're going to be disadvantaged.
Yeah, but who else is disadvantaged by that?
By people not speaking the language. I don't know. Maybe somebody who thinks they should get the job just because they speak English.
Well, how about hospitals? How about schools? How about places like this where people don't speak the language, and so additional resources need to be allocated to them so that they do speak the language?
I don't know that they're disadvantaged. I don't know that that's being disadvantaged, right?
Well,
we might have to. We might have to spend
Wouldn't that
more
be a
in
disadvantage
resources.
to our native-born people to have to outsource this into now special categorizations just to get these people up and running with basic words in English?
No, I don't see how that disadvantages anybody.
So you don't think that schools spending additional cash and resources with ELS is disadvantageous to the native-born people there who could be collecting those resources?
Well, I think we're going to be collecting those We're going to be collecting new taxes anyways. I think maybe if local.
Well,
I
now
think
schools
that
are that's assessed by property taxes.
I've seen proposals where people part of like the amnesty is that they have a remittance fee. Maybe it's a 1% tax. I'm actually okay with that too. If there are local costs that are going to be applied to the local economy, I think local communities should be able to assess that tax.
Yeah, so anyway, back to the ELS thing. How could it be possible that your property tax assessment, which is going towards schools along with generous federal grants, which are going to schools, how is it possible that they'll be spending less resources by not hiring ELS-specific educators to train English first language to these other people instead of utilizing those resources on the locality of the natives who are there, who are paying through their local property taxes for the education of their children?
I didn't say they wouldn't pay more tax. I said nobody would be disadvantaged.
How would that not be disadvantageous to the people paying more taxes?
Because, like I just said, you're adding people into the pool of taxpayers, and if you want to pass that cost,
not property tax, property tax.
They pay property tax all the time. As
tenants. They only pay property tax if they own property. Can you tell me how many of these people own property?
I just said as tenants.
Oh, as tenants they pay property. No, as tenants they don't pay property tax. They pay rent. No, they don't indirectly pay it. No,
sure.
No,
are you
it's directly assessed from the owner.
I don't know a single.
Yes, I'm a landholder. Yes, that's correct.
So am I. I don't know a single landlord that doesn't factor in property taxes when they charge rent.
Okay, so wait a second. So who's paying the property tax?
I said indirectly. Indirectly,
okay,
they're paying property taxes.
So then they're not paying property taxes.
The landlord isn't being disadvantaged. He's already paying that money into the community.
No, the landlord may not have as high a property tax assessment if they didn't have to spend more on localized school for things like language assessment, right?
Yeah, taxes go up to pay for education. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, so taxes. So what you're saying here then is that the net drain from people who don't even speak the language of the nation, there's going to be a net drain on landholders because
no,
their
I just
property,
said they could pay a 1% tax. They could pay
their
a remittance
property
fee.
taxes would necessarily go up, even if you had a 1% remittance fee. Can you show me the math on how that would offset the local property taxes?
I said a 1% tax or a remittance fee.
But the remittances are assuming that these monies are going to go back to Mexico, right?
What?
The remittances are assuming that this money is going to go elsewhere to a different nation?
No, I don't know if it assumes that.
Then how do you get remittances?
Maybe I'm using the word remittances incorrectly.
I think you are.
I might be. Am I using the wrong
How
word?
do you get a remittance?
Oh, never mind. Yeah, I am using the word.
Yes, you're using the
sorry.
word wrong.
Sorry.
The semantics, you know, those fucking semantics.
Yeah, what I meant is they'll pay a penalty.
A penalty?
Yeah, for being here illegally when they, as part of their citizenship.
So they get an increase of 1% in their taxes,
or a one-time lump fee.
Which kind of taxes?
I think you would have to probably
assess the income tax.
No, I think you would have to. I think that you would have to pay 1% tax based. Yeah, I guess on the income tax. Yeah, sure.
It would just be on the income. So that again doesn't solve our issue with property holders and their taxes going up.
Why not?
Well, because property holders paying a property tax on top of their income tax.
They're already paying that tax that goes into schools.
Yes, but the problem that you have here is that they would be paying less of that tax, which goes to schools, if they weren't having more of their resources allocated to non-English speaking students.
I don't think necessarily the taxes would go up.
Okay, can you demonstrate it?
Yeah, they're already paying for these, like the children that are in school. The property taxes are already paying for them. So why would it go up?
Do you understand that if it is the case that you have 30 people in a community and your taxes are assessed for that via property taxes, and there's some sort of levy which is passed, what would be on the ballot would be for those 30 people, those 30 families, and they would give an assessment based on that. If it is the case that now you increase the amount of, let's say, non-English speaking children.
We're not increasing that number. Why would we increase that number?
So you're saying that right now these non-English speaking students are going to these schools?
Yes. And I factored that into my numbers earlier.
Well, that's perfect.
So
then
property,
if we got rid,
so if they're paying taxes, wouldn't that mean that the landowners or the landlords that some of that would be offset? Potentially, some of these people who are here illegally could purchase properties and they could pay property tax too.
So what you're saying is, to get this right, that right this second, property owners are subsidizing illegal children so that they can learn the language of the nation. Right. And you think that that's okay because they're already paying it. So if you just gave these students somehow a social security number rather than deporting them, that somehow is going to decrease property taxes?
No, it changes nothing. I mean,
it
stays exactly the same.
No, it would necessarily, if you deported them, go down, right? Because now there's less students there to support?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, then, are you
going to pay teachers less?
So I just want to make sure that I got this right.
Wait, why would it go down necessarily?
Because you're paid inside of schools by the seats. That's how you're paid. So you have X. Why do you think they take roll call in a school? Johnny here. That's dollars, right? Timmy here. That's dollars. They're paid by the number of students who are in seats. So by your argument of saying, again, bad, deliberately hurting economy, and that should be avoided. When it will have a negative outcome. Negative outcomes are to be avoided when we can. This sounds like a negative outcome, which we can quickly avoid by simply deporting non-English speaking students along with their parents if they're here illegally.
Yeah, I don't think that outweighs the other economic benefits of keeping them here.
Oh, the other economic benefits.
Yeah.
So what economic benefits?
That's why I said, you want to do this about principles, but I'm just looking at in totality. I've already factored these numbers in. I did that in my opening statement. I already said that the cities that are a net negative when it comes to immigration, most of that comes from educating these children already. That's already factored into my numbers.
So it's already a negative, and can we avoid that negative?
Yeah, but then we lose out on revenue, and then that negative becomes larger.
And if I grant this, that there are cases in which this revenue is going to be saved by the taxpayer, especially the property holder, even if I were to grant that in some ways we may lose some revenue from a second-class citizenry that you want to keep here desperately, would you say that when you're talking about social issues,
second class? What do you mean by that? Second class?
They are second class, yeah.
I know. What do you mean by that? I'm not trying to be offended.
I mean, they're completely disenfranchised from the nation, used only for the exploitative labor of massive farms, usually.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So anyway, back to this, though. Would you say that there's social offsets, when we look at the totality of the good of the nation, that you need to look at both economic and social ramifications inside of the nation for any policy which you pass?
I think that's. I think it could be important. Sure.
Yeah. So when you factor in the GDP, if I grant the GDP, can you tell me what the positive social ramifications are
of amnesty?
Yes.
Yeah, I think more social cohesion.
How?
I think that specifically here in, like, I live in a border state. One of the problems we have, especially in neighborhoods that get overrun by gangs, is that you have a bunch of people unwilling to call the police, unwilling to report crimes because either they or somebody they love's status is in jeopardy, or even now there's people who don't want to because they think that even if they do have legal status, they may be deported. I don't know if you know much about the history of Arizona.
So I just want to make sure I got this right, and tell me if my steelman's incorrect. It makes sense to me logically. If you're here illegally, you don't want to call and report a crime because then your own status could be in question, and then you could get shipped out of the very country you're in, right? Mm-hmm. So, of course, it would create more positive social cohesion if we just granted the citizenship, and then therefore those people wouldn't mind reporting the said crimes, right?
Sure, in some cases.
Yeah. Isn't that also the case if we deported them? If we deported those people, wouldn't it also be the case that we would have a net income or a net increase to social cohesion? We also would be eliminating this problem of people who aren't citizens reporting crimes. Yeah.
No, I think that's dumbing it down to a single issue.
I'm going one issue at a time. We're just talking about this one.
So are you saying So let me make sure. Let me steelman this. You're saying that if 1-to-1, if we deport these people, that also could increase social cohesion?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so if this is the case, then when I ask you for why this would create more social cohesion, that actually wasn't an answer on that, because if we deported them, that would create just as much, actually may create more social cohesion, because if they're not there to have to report that they're the victims of crimes, we don't ever have to worry about them to begin with as far as the social fabric of society goes, right?
Sure, but I think you leave out the people that are going to be feel like their society betrayed them or their government betrayed them for deporting these people. I agree that there are maybe people, I don't know what your thoughts are, but there's people probably like Steve and I debated who would be very happy to see everybody that looks different in his neighborhood deported.
But
however,
I would just negate this to the contrary.
There are also people in that neighborhood who that would cause less social cohesion. I think it's almost impossible to measure.
But do you understand that the argument to the contrary will work there just as much, that the government betrayed them by giving them status when an overwhelming majority of people who also voted Trump into office to do just this, Trump didn't do this, they would also feel equally betrayed. So again, that's not good for social cohesion either.
I'm looking at polling. I don't think it's my contention that most people who voted for Trump didn't vote for this. I think most people who voted for Trump voted to get violent criminals out, because that's all they ever talked about. And there's been very public figures. There's been very public figures like Andrew Schultz, who just came out and said, this isn't what I voted for. I voted to go out. Joe Rogan has said the same thing. There's whatever that number is, there's a not insignificant amount.
Those are moderates, by the way.
Yeah, but they also voted for him. So I'm just saying, like,
but they voted for, but many of those people may have voted for him because Kamala was worse.
Maybe, but there are people that are saying, I voted for this, and this isn't what's happening.
That is what the hard line of Trump MAGA base did indeed vote for.
I agree.
Was to, so the thing is like when you're talking, I'm just saying that I can negate that position with the same alternative position. You still haven't made, so I'd like to move to your next argument then. If this one's negated, what is the next social cohesion benefit that we would be getting here by not deporting these people?
I don't think that my argument today has much to do with social cohesion. I think social cohesion is so subjective and impossible to measure that I think that it's a bit pointless to argue, to be honest.
Well, I don't think it's pointless to argue, and I don't think that it's a metric which is not easily measured. You can look at things like voting patterns and what it is that the will of the people is when it comes to who they want to migrate to their countries or not. You can look at riots, and you can look at all sorts of different metrics to kind of see if there's social upheavals based on social cohesion. I think it's a very important metric, in fact.
Well, let's talk about the social
hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me finish. So the thing is that if I grant the economic argument, say our GDP may increase by a couple of percentage points by doing this, your whole point is if it does more harm than it does good. But if you grant that social cohesion to a nation is at least as important as GDP, and I would argue it's more important, but if you would at least argue it's at least as important, then you would have to not just make an argument for how it would make more money. For instance, I could import black slaves. That would definitely make us a lot more money. There's no doubt about that. right? But I'm guessing that would be really bad for social cohesion, and that's what you would base your objections on, and I think that that's completely fair. So if this is the case, I need your arguments for how this makes us a more socially cohesive nation, not to just go ahead and spend the money. As you pointed out, the government's going to spend it anyway. They don't give a shit. Why not just let them spend it to remove Hispanic and other overstayed visa holders back to their nations of origin? If they're going to spend it anyway, you might as well spend it on something which moves us towards social cohesion. Can you negate that?
What I was trying to say is I think it's really, really difficult to define social cohesion. For example, your viewpoints are a very, very, very small minority of the viewpoints of this country. I would argue the ones that you're addressing now. Your Christian nationalist viewpoint. I don't know if you call them that. Do you say?
No,
Christian
I'm
nationalist?
not. No, social cohesion.
Hold on, just
social cohesion.
Let me just explain.
Okay.
I just didn't want to mislabel you. I don't know if you consider yourself a Christian nationalist, whatever they might be. I've just watched you debate, so I don't know specifically how you label yourself.
I think that if you labeled me anything, it would have nothing to do with my views on social cohesion. I think if you had a Marxist nation, you would be using similar metrics for what social cohesion is.
Agreed.
So people who are in some way unified under a singular ideology, a single language, and single borders for the purposes of some goal, in this case, the purposes of advancing the interests of the nation. I think I'm almost done. I think that multiculturalism most often seems to bring in a lack of social cohesion, does not add to it.
Yeah, so and I think that's why I've heard you reference Michael Savage's like 3 pillars, which are borders, language, and culture.
Culture.
I just think that when we're talking about social cohesion, if I look at polling, if I look at mass demonstrations, polling, the pulse of this country, the world's most popular podcast, maybe the 3rd or 4th most popular podcast, they don't seem to align with you. That you seem to be the problem for them. Your viewpoints seem to be causing the social divide here, and you are in a minority position. So
most popular?
So granting your position, I think, would be a net negative on social cohesion. I think more people would be upset if you got your way than if I got my way.
Yeah, so if you were to, let's say, you barred all illegal immigrants from the nation and you deported all the ones that are here, are you saying that you think that the ones who were left behind would riot about it and be upset about it?
No, I'm talking about people here legally, American citizens.
Yeah, okay. Do you think that they would do that?
They are doing that.
And do you think that the opposition is true, that if it were the case that you did not do this, that you would have very upset people on the other side?
I don't think even close to the same numbers.
Maybe not, but you still think that there would be very many upset people on the other side, right?
Yeah, but again, if we're talking about...
So how's that good for social cohesion?
Well, I don't think either of them are good for social cohesion.
Well, what's the common denominator?
Andrew,
what's the common denominator, bro?
I'm letting you speak. Just let me finish this little part. I agree that I don't think you have a clear path forward here where there won't be social cohesion won't be affected. What I'm saying is that I think if we're going to talk about social cohesion, we have to talk about like what's the majority view here. Because if you take the majority view, I think you're going to have less problems. But if you take the minority view, I think you're going to have a lot more problems.
Let's assume for a second that the majority view was that we should deport, and it was 51%. Would you still be against it?
I would, but I think you would have a better...
Well, then it's negated. It's negated. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
No. I would personally, but I would think you had a better argument. If I thought a majority of people were siding with you, I would still state my case, but I would grant your point that actually it would cause more social cohesion if more people thought like you. I just don't think they do.
Yeah, but the point is that the common denominator between both ends of the fence, even if I was in the minority in my view that you should deport them all and you were in the majority, whatever that is, right? I don't think that you would say that I'm in the vast majority or you would say that you are. You could maybe say that you're in the vast majority. How much more?
I think so. I think it's probably like a 70-30 issue.
70-30?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's assume even that. I'll just grant it. I think that that's absurd. You couldn't demonstrate it in a million years. I would love if you did, but I don't think you can. But
I could show new polling from Gallup that said like 67% currently of Americans disapprove of the way Trump is handling immigration.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell us that they don't want the immigrants deported.
That's true. That's true. And I think that polling has changed. I think that in November, you saw much higher numbers of people saying they wanted immigrants deported. But when they saw, and again, my problem with Trump.
What's the common denominator between both sides here? Even if I grant your position or you grant mine, the common denominator is the illegal immigrants themselves, meaning that we already have the thing we can point to for the social cohesion problem to begin with.
Sure.
In other words, the very idea here that this is allowed at all, right, is the thing that we can point to that's causing this social disturbance to begin with. So the elimination of this social disturbance for social cohesion purposes seems like something you and I would agree to. You're just arguing to agree.
I don't agree with that because what you're talking about.
How can you fight over people who aren't here?
They are here. That's the point. If they weren't,
yeah, but they wouldn't be if we deported them.
I know, but they are, and we have to deal with reality. Your position makes a whole lot of fucking sense if there's nobody here, and if everybody in America is like, should we bring 13 million people in here overnight? I think overwhelmingly, including myself, Americans would say no, that's ridiculous. But we're faced with a situation here that they're already here, and people have humanity and people have emotional connections. And if we're talking about social cohesion, we're talking about a broad variety of views, and I think yours is more in the minority than mine is.
Let's show just how often this has changed.
Sure.
If you go back just 1 year, do you agree that the polls were wildly different on how it pertained to doing mass deportations or not?
Yeah, can I add a qualifier to that? I think that the polls were different, but nobody knew Trump was going to do it this way. And I think that now that he's doing it this way, that's what's causing the change.
I agree. So if that's the case, it's probably more likely that more people agree with me that they should be deported. You just don't like how they're deporting them.
Yeah, but that's changing now. Those numbers are changing now.
Yeah, but they're not there for you. They're there for me. And so when you look
they're
at
there for me. They're changing in my direction. I just cited the Gallup poll saying that
says
that people do not approve of the way that Trump's doing deportations.
Not that they disapprove of deportations.
That's what I just said. I just
said they don't approve of how he's handling
them. That's what I said. I said last year, and the caveat I added to it is that people were guessing, and now that it's here and it's really happening, they're against it. Hypothetically, they liked it, but when they saw what it's doing, all of a sudden there's a very visceral reaction to it, and that is destroying social cohesion.
So if it is the case then that these people are deported, right, in a way that people do approve of, right, but they are deported, right, that would be good for social cohesion?
Yeah, I think that if you were not going through and destroying community trust, workplace trust, I think that a lot of the problem that we have here is the lack of humanity with the way that we are doing deportations. Nobody rioted when Trump deported people his first time around. Nobody rioted when Obama did it. Nobody rioted when Bush did, because most of what they did is they took people at the border and they sent them back, and then they gave people their due process and they deported people after going through immigration courts. But this administration seems to purposely skip that. They're seeking people out at court. They're seeking out people at school. They're seeking out people at work, and it seems like the cruelty is kind of the point for them. And that's what people object to.
So then when we look at this proposition, then it is a moral question, isn't it?
For a lot of people, yeah, sure.
No, period. When we're talking about whether it does more harm than good, what we're really talking about is a moral proposition, not if removing these people from the nation is morally bad for the purposes of social cohesion. You've agreed that that can be fine. It's the methodology that you find immoral or that people object to. So this is actually a moral question, isn't it?
To them, to me, I find no matter what, I'm going to be in favor of amnesty. Even if I'm the position that I've said, like no matter what everybody else thinks, I'm going to be in favor of amnesty. But if 80% of the country was like you, I'd just have to eat it. And I don't think that it would have near the effect on social cohesion. So yes, I agree, for a lot of people this is a moral issue and they have a visceral reaction to it, but there's also a financial component to it, which I think leads to a good argument to say, because there's a financial benefit, why don't we take everybody who's not committing crimes and let's give them amnesty? Let's be done with this. Because then you could take all those resources that we just gave to ICE. And instead of raiding communities and schools and hospitals and courthouses, we can focus that on the border. We can focus it on human trafficking. We can focus it on drug running. We can focus it on a lot of important things. This seems so
but
unimportant.
descriptively, that's not what happens, though, is it? Like under Biden's administration, he made very lofty promises to the same degree, and that's not what happened. Instead, they were busing. They had convoys of people coming in fact, and they were enabled in doing this.
That started in 2019.
That caused a counter-visceral reaction. No, I'm not talking about those convoys. I'm talking about under Biden, there was convoys.
The convoys
as well.
started in 2019, though.
What does it have to do with anything? That was as an objection to Trump, and that was, by the way, orchestrated by NGOs. And you fucking know.
Bro, what the fuck? No, it's because we went in and we staged a coup in Venezuela, and then we stopped buying their oil, which is 80% of their economy, and we took 50% of their oil purchases, and we stopped buying it. We crashed their economy overnight because, and it was so bad that Trump, on his way out the door, wrote an executive order giving protected status to Venezuelans due to his administration's actions in Venezuela. Don't give me this like, oh, that was because they were mad at Trump. No, it's because we interfere everywhere and we decimate economies, and then they wind up on our border. And we're like,
so wait, to get this right. Huge Democrat NGOs, non-government organizations weren't involving in the planning and the execution of those convoys, and they weren't giving them aid every step of the way. There wasn't massive amounts of media who were following them, giving them 24-hour coverage at the behest of their donors. None of that happened, huh?
No, that all happened, but that's not why they were coming.
Yeah, that all happened. Yeah, exactly.
They were coming so that somebody would help them along the way.
No, I think
that sounds like good Christian people to me. That see a bunch of people fleeing their
I think
country
that this
because
is
their
opportunistic.
country is decimated. Maybe I'd grant you that. I think there's a lot of people that grandstand off of immigration. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's opportunistic.
And
so the thing
is
like,
want to leave.
But help me
Venezuela.
out. But help me out here. Like this is what I don't get.
Wait. We just have to start. If we're going to be honest here, we can't pretend that these people decided to come to America because NGOs are like, hey, we'll help you along the way. They came here.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Well, then explain to me why they weren't.
I'll explain.
I didn't ask the question. Explain to me why they weren't coming in masses, and then we staged a coup in Venezuela. We stopped buying their oil, and then they came.
Because you have to have a correct political environment to stage these things. The same exact thing I would point to would be the most recent riots, which happened in California. If you don't have the correct political conditions, NGOs cannot orchestrate how these things operate. So the same thing happens in ICE raid, let's say, at a Home Depot in California, leads to a bunch of very organic riots, right?
So what are the conditions here that you're talking about?
No, they weren't organic.
So what are the
in this
conditions
case,
that
you
they
take
took
a
advantage
catastrophe where people say, well, there's a humanitarian crisis.
Why was there a humanitarian crisis?
That's a great well, regardless of why,
no,
just explaining to you the process.
It's important.
Let's just say for a second, just for the sake of argument, because the United States lobbed a fucking nuke and nuked Venezuela, and so all the refugees are heading this way.
Let's just say that they staged a coup and it didn't, and it failed,
sure.
and then they
we'll just say whatever.
And then
yeah,
in response
it's
to that,
irrelevant to the point, though.
No, that's
it's irrelevant
what
to the point.
started it. That's what
it's
started
irrelevant
it.
to my point. If we lobbed a fucking nuke, it wouldn't matter. It's irrelevant to my point. My point is that would create whatever the conditionals are for NGOs to begin to come in and point to, this is a humanitarian crisis, therefore the United States needs to solve it against whatever our own border policies are and our own interests are.
Yeah, so don't drop NGOs, a nuke, right?
Because NGOs have their own interests. But
so
even
don't
if we
drop
did,
a nuke, right?
No, even if we did drop a nuke, let's just say, we still don't have to, as a conditional of that, let tens of thousands or millions of people in this country.
Well,
That's absurd.
We actually did. We had to.
Did what?
We had
we
to
didn't.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
We have amnesty laws.
Yes. Well, so these are things that we can get rid of, right?
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you. But what happened? We tried to change the amnesty laws, and Trump said, fuck that. I want to win. I want to campaign on this. So, James Lankford, we're not voting for your bill. Then he campaigned on, look at all this shit that's happening at the border, while the Republicans sat with two thumbs in their ass and did nothing. I agree with you. I was an advocate for James Lankford's bill. And by the way, we're now 6 months into this presidency. Full control of the House.
That
Senate,
is not why.
And,
Tell us the real reason why the amnesty bill was killed.
House, Senate, and presidency, and we still haven't fixed our amnesty laws.
What else was added? What else was added in the amnesty bill?
Are you talking about the Ukraine funding?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what happened is, the whole story is, they said, the Democrats said, we want to fund Ukraine. And the Republicans said, we won't fund Ukraine unless you write a border bill. And they're like, cool, who do you want to write it? They're like, James Langford. He's our most conservative. So he worked on a bipartisan measure in the Senate. They came up with what Lindsey Graham called the most conservative border bill in the history of this country.
Lindsey Graham, the least conservative guy?
I'm just telling you what he said. I mean,
the least conservative guy?
Listen, but on the border,
he came up with the most conservative bill, bro.
Don't tell me Lindsey Graham's not conservative on the border. Get out of here.
He's not.
But
he's not conservative on anything.
So the Republicans asked to send a bill, and they brought the bills together. And what did the Republicans do? Mike Johnson said, never mind. We're going to split these bills up. And they took the Senate bill about immigration, and they set it over here because Trump wanted to keep running on immigration. And they took the Ukraine bill, and they put it on the House floor, and they voted for it, and they passed it. So they only passed the Ukraine bill, and they refused to pass the immigration bill because Donald Trump—
By whose majority? Hang on. The
Mike
House
Johnson,
by whose majority?
Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson.
Hang on.
Bill.
So let's count the number of Democrats to Republican bills or Republican votes on it, shall we?
They didn't vote on it. He wouldn't bring it to the floor.
I'm sorry. I thought you just said they voted on it.
No, I said he took the immigration bill and he set it aside. And
I'm talking about the Ukraine bill.
And they voted on the Ukraine bill standalone, and it passed.
And how many votes, Democrat versus Republican?
I don't know, but enough Republicans voted.
You should fucking know, because that's an important, pertinent piece of
this.
this.
Said that's why they didn't pass the fucking immigration bill.
They didn't.
But they passed that one. They didn't
so
even vote.
I just want to make sure when they split the bill,
it.
I'm just going to make sure before I shove this up your ass, when they split the bill,
Spit on it
right?
first.
When you say they split the bill, there was nothing else inside of second bill, right?
I don't know if there was some extra pork spending. I don't know. I'd have to
Oh, no. Oh, come on, dude. You don't know?
Do you know?
Yeah, I do. I want to know. Was there?
What was in the Ukraine funding?
Was there? Not the Ukraine bill, the immigration bill. The split off.
Yeah, it was immigration and Ukraine funding.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but when it's split.
They didn't vote on the immigration bill. They did nothing with
it.
Was
there anything else which was demanded for that bill?
Not that I know of. Do you know of something?
Nothing.
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. And I would like to
tell
when I put this in, right? I'd like for you to read it out loud.
Sure.
Also, on top of that, I would just like to point out that you actually didn't make a single refutation about any of the NGOs which are operating within the confines, especially of the DNC, which assisted in orchestrating those convoys. And on top of that,
I agreed with you.
You still haven't made a single
I agreed with you on that.
You still haven't made a single argument about how social cohesion is increased, except the volatility
of
the mob.
Increase.
Yeah, well then, if it's the case that you just bank everything on GDP, every one of your arguments is just GDP go up, it's good, regardless of social cohesion.
Your social cohesion, you can't prove your social cohesion. It's just your thought. I think it'll go up. I think it'll go down.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Tell me a single social upheaval in recent memory, okay, that wasn't due to my diversity is my fucking strength. One.
The diversity is my strength?
Yeah. My diversity.
What's that?
What recent social any social uprising that you can think of inside of the United States, and even the last 50 years, can you point to any of them that didn't have to do with the fact that we had a lack of social cohesion due to the massive influx of immigrants to the nation?
Sure, Black Lives Matters. I don't think that was immigrant based.
No.
Do you think it was immigrant based?
Yeah, I think that the compadres of BLM, who were the most avid advocates,
who were the compadres?
Who attached themselves to the to BLM itself, were mostly minorities.
What do you mean BLM itself?
Yeah, so let me explain. Hispanics and other minorities often have a habit of adopting black victimhood. So they'll say all these horrible things happen to black people throughout history. I would even agree that this is true. But they didn't happen to Hispanics throughout history, but they'll often, other minorities will adopt themselves to black victimization in order to advocate their various causes. Okay. This also happened with BLM. BLM was not organic at all. This was completely NGO-based. It was not organic in the least. In fact, I can give you all of the various actor organizations which contributed millions of dollars to various BLM
So when me and
funds.
my friends went to BLM rallies, that wasn't organic. That was just NGO based.
Yeah, how did you hear about them?
Facebook.
Facebook. And the Facebook groups that you were a part of.
I wasn't part of any Facebook groups.
So how did you hear about them on Facebook?
People would share the links.
To what?
to Facebook.
To what on Facebook?
To the protest. It would be like an event.
Oh,
page.
to the protest. Did people organize these protests?
Yeah.
They did. Interesting. Can you show me any of those links of the protest organizers that aren't linked to an NGO?
What? I don't understand this. I think
I know you don't understand this, which is why we're going through
Andrew,
it. Can you name for
hold
me
on,
a single one of these Facebook links for these protests
Andrew,
that aren't linked to an NGO?
Let me just clarify. To you, an NGO is any organization that's non-governmental.
A non-government organization which is organized for political action, in this case, would be an NGO.
Oh, no. They're certainly through NGOs.
Yes, all of them were
the
through fucking NGOs. So when you
Why
say,
do I care
no,
about
Black
that?
Lives Matter had nothing to do with the social cohesion of minorities.
You said immigration.
Bro,
You said,
no, I said
name one
minorities.
Sarah, back me up there. He said immigration, right?
No, due to
Yeah, you
immigration.
did.
The minority
Well, this
influx
isn't
due to immigration. It is due to immigration. Those minorities would not be here. Those minorities
I was there
would,
because of immigration?
Yes, actually, I'll explain how.
I was in Phoenix, like almost everybody there.
Yeah.
Like
Do you want me to explain it or not?
80% of the people there that were white.
Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah,
or
but just
not?
like after I'm done talking.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
then don't ask me. You just asked me a question. So I was there because of blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, tell me why I was there.
Yeah, so here's why you were there. You were there because you clicked on an NGO-funded link. Many of those NGOs
How do you know it was funded?
Well, I'll explain that too.
Well, you
Especially
don't
if
know what link I clicked on, and you're assuming it's funded now?
You yourself said that it was an NGO, non-government funded organization.
Funded.
Yeah, funded.
NGOs. That's what I asked. I said, is every group a non-governmental agency and NGO? You said yes. Does that require funding?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the groups. How do you know that the group that I clicked on was funded?
Okay, so just to get this right, you don't think that these groups were funding their own protests?
I think there are a lot of groups that are funded, and I think there are a lot of them that are grassroots, and you are putting a blanket over them.
Who also
saying
have
that
funding?
They're all funded. No, the grassroots ones don't always have funding. I know lots of grassroots
so how do
organizations
they
that are
organize then?
They just word of mouth on Facebook. It's free. I don't know if you have Facebook. You just sign up. You put
so
in
they
an
don't have
email
links
address,
to like
you can
GoFundMe's?
You can make your own thing.
Yeah, they don't have links to GoFundMe's?
Not to protest. There was no GoFundMe.
Yeah, to protest. Yes, there was. Yes, I bet you anything there was.
Not the ones
if
I
you
signed
could
up
tell
for.
me, I'll tell you what.
This is crazy.
You tell me it's not crazy.
It
That's
is.
what
You
they
can't-
do.
You're making
they
the claim.
utilize.
If you're making this claim
Yeah.
that all of these are paid for, it's up
Yes.
to you to show that all of them were paid for. I'm
Okay,
waiting
can
for
you?
that.
Okay, if you have a grassroots campaign, let's say grassroots campaign, how do you organize it?
If I had a grassroots campaign, I would organize it through social media. I have a Discord.
You would organize it through
I
social
have
media.
TikTok. I would make graphics. I would have them share them out. We would probably create a Facebook group, perhaps a WhatsApp group, and we would share that out, and everybody could join, and we could do stuff together. We've done stuff like that in the Discord.
So would you organize for transportation?
You could.
Would you?
If it was far away, sure.
Okay. Would you organize for things like water and food?
Probably not. I don't know. I've never been given water.
You don't
and
think
food.
so?
I've never been given water and food at a protest.
But you would at least organize for transportation.
Sure, but by carpooling.
Would that require funding?
No,
Or
just
funding?
carpooling.
Oh, it's just carpooling. That's it.
Yeah.
So these
That's
these
how I got there. We carpooled.
So these massive.
Nobody
to
brought
get
a
this
bus
right,
for
these
me.
massive organic. Just from your view, these massive organic organizations. It was all organic, by the way.
I didn't say they're
They
all
just
organic.
went.
Wait,
They
wait,
just
wait,
went on
You
Facebook.
you said all of them were funded. I said some are organic and some aren't.
Yeah.
You're making the claim now.
Yeah, they all
that
have trickle-down
of them were
funding,
funded.
yes.
No, they
Yeah,
don't.
they have trickle-down
No, you
funding.
can't
Yes, they do.
substantiate that. No, this
Actually,
is
I
just-
can substantiate
then
that.
do.
So
Then do.
Okay, I will. So let's start with how the media complex works in
Fuck out of here. No, show me the documents, please. The media
for which
complex.
thing.
For that all of them are funded.
Yes, I'll literally explain this logically. I can
I
actually
don't
show
want
you
logic.
documents for this.
I want documents.
I'm going to do both.
I just only
And
want
it's
the
my
documents.
turn. Yeah, I'll do both.
All right,
I'll
take
show
your
you all
time.
the NGO funding. So the case is that when you start with mass media groups, most mass media groups are NGO funded. Most of them are NGO, non-government organizations which fund media. Fox News is in the pocket of
Are you
NGO.
funded, by the way?
No, I'm not.
Okay, just checking.
I'm not mass media.
I was just wondering.
So-
Well, there's people that are smaller than you that get funding, so I was just wondering.
Yes, there are. Luckily, I can make the claim. I've only ever one time read an advertisement on stream for CBD because
You
that was
drug
like an
addict.
ad that came up. Well, I didn't even read the ad, but I'm 100% audience funded and always have been.
I love that.
Yeah, and anyway, so that aside,
We hugging
if
now?
you start looking at the trickle down from media down, let's start with the idea of how mass media operates. They all operate through NGO, non-government organizational funding. Now, many of them actually have government organizational funding that they trickle through NGOs. This is why Fox News, right-wing, CNN, dialectically left-wing. It's because the NGO donors who are sending into them, they have a certain agenda that they want to get pushed through that media complex. That's why Democrats often will use CNN, MSNBC, and they'll use their specific NGO funders in order to push that money through. And the same thing with Fox News. If any of this stuff with George Floyd, which trickled down from the idea of these top-level organizations, which would be the mass media, are funded by NGOs, all of these supposedly organic protests that you're talking about are actually being influenced by NGOs as well. Yes,
But
they're
you said
all
funded,
funded.
not influenced.
That is funding. It's just funding
Influence
which
is
is
funding?
displays trickle
Wait,
down.
Hold on.
Yes.
Influence is funding?
Yes, of course.
By what definition is influence funding?
Well, listen, if
Get
you
the
do
come on.
if you do a thing
Now,
that you
no, I need a definition. Now it's your turn.
Yeah,
I
I'll
need
give it to you.
Yeah, I need you to explain to me how funding is influence, please.
Yeah, so in fact, I would say most funding is influence,
Oh.
and most funders use influencers, either in the mass media or even now it's been moving on to YouTube, Twitch. I don't know if you've ever heard of Progressive Victory. That's a massive
what that
Twitch
is.
pack. Yeah, well, I'll explain it. It's a massive Twitch pack which bought up almost every Twitch streamer, including Destiny, including Vosh, including Wick, including all these people. Wick, in fact, right now, who frequents Sarah's channel, I believe still gets money from Progressive Victory, same as Counterpoints. The thing is that they use this particular NGO, Progressive Victory, uses these Twitch streamers in order to organize, right? And what they do is they go ahead and they put out all these promos, and then their little, like minions, right? They'll organize without any money at all. And you would say, that's all grassroots. No, fucker, that's not grassroots. What that actually is it's an NGO. What it actually is, hang on, stop. No, I'm not. Let me finish.
Who are you talking
That's
to?
actually a bunch of fucking NGOs which are trickle-down funding the idea that you, the guy who just clicked the Facebook link and it was all fucking organic. It was all totally organic. There's
Get it
no
out.
NGOs involved. Yeah, there was fucking NGOs involved,
Get it
fucker.
out.
Yes, there
Get it-
was.
Get it out. Yeah, that was fucking stupid. Yeah, who are you talking to? I never
You.
said that none of them were funded. Wait, who's this?
You
who's
said
this
that the
straw
one
man
you
you're
said I couldn't
screaming at?
demonstrate that they all are. They actually
You
all
didn't.
are. Yeah.
No, you didn't. You said that influence.
Yeah, I did.
No, you said you named a bunch of people that were paid. That's all you did. You did.
No,
all these
what I'm
people
making-
are paid, and if
No,
they
li-
influence
listen,
anybody,
just-
then those
if you
people are
just
funded
would good
too.
fa- in a good
Then,
faith
like,
way
then
listen,
then
for
this
2
is
seconds, you
funded
would
then,
agree.
right? Wouldn't this be funded? Everything's
If
funded.
you-
Is
if
everything? No,
you-
it's my turn. Is
No, not everything
funded?
is funded.
Okay,
No,
well,
not
if I
everything is
have-
funded.
If I have influence on somebody, is it funded?
If you have NGOs backing you or
Okay.
backing the person who
Okay.
you're following, yes.
Okay, but how do you know that the person that made my Facebook group was influenced by that funding?
Because all of mass media, which orchestrated the Black Lives Matter to
How
begin
do you
with,
know-
was
how do you
NGO
know
funded,
that's-
which
how do you know
trickled
that's who
down.
did it? How do you know that's who did it? How do you know that's who,
Because you
Because
wouldn't
I
have
know.
even there
I
wouldn't
just
have
know.
been. There would not have even been an
know.
organization.
Bro,
There would
for-
not have even been an organized
This is bad.
protest had it not been for the organizations at the top, which were NGO funded. It wouldn't have even existed.
Even by your measures, this is pretty.
You just you screaming is not a
Brother,
refutation.
I'm making fun of you because you just screamed at a straw
I don't
man.
care what you
You're
make fun of.
literally
You don't
just-
even know what you're talking
You
about.
just made up an argument that I didn't make.
There's
and
no made-up
screamed about it.
argument.
You started screaming at
All
a
you've
straw
done
man.
is screech at the top of your lungs, but have
That's
not
you,
made a
sweetheart.
refutation.
That's you. You're the one that
How?
just finished
When
screaming.
did I scream?
You just
ladies.
were.
I never did. You just made that up too.
You were just
You've
yelling.
gotten routed at every point of the debate
Yeah, I
because
did.
you won't even engage with what I'm saying.
You're doing great, Andrew.
Yes, I am.
Doing really
You got
good.
about 15 more.
I always
minutes
do.
left,
I know it.
and then
I know. Undefeated.
Choose wisely.
Well, I'm not undefeated, just not defeated by you.
Sure. I don't. This is the problem that I think that, I'll just not even speak to Andrew. To the people that are watching here, This is the fucking problem. The problem is Andrew is here to debate his ideology. And I'm not really interested in his fucking ideology, frankly, because it's fucking stupid. And it relies on a hypothetical God that doesn't exist. And all of this is just a way for Andrew to justify his bigotry. No, this is I was influenced by NGOs. They sent this all down to me. These aren't my own
That
thoughts.
actually probably was influenced by NGOs.
I was influenced by NGOs. Not the,
you probably were, actually.
Not the 8 hours of watching you stream where I accidentally got a nicotine addiction, which has been a motherfucker to try and kick, by the way. I just think that you don't want to debate any of this. I think that you want to create an ideological following, which you have, and you've been very successful about it. And the people that reach out to me to debate you, they're all ideologues too. And the problem that they have that you don't realize is you're really fucking good at this, but the people that follow you are really fucking dumb, and they can't make up arguments on the spot. So they're unable to defend any of this because you give them nothing. You give them vibes. You give them Christian nationalism. I wanted to discuss the numbers here. I would love to see you refute some numbers, but every time we get into the numbers, you just want to tell me.
Why do you need to discuss numbers I'm willing to grant?
You just want to tell me more about your feelings about social
cohesion.
cohesion.
Do you understand that the debate proposition here is this? Are the deportations, do they do more good than harm? I literally just grant the numbers. Why would we need to talk about a thing I'm willing to grant in order to still show you how the argument is flawed, even if I grant the numbers?
I don't think you've done that, Andrew.
So hang on, stop. So what your argument just now was to me was, Andrew, why won't we talk about numbers? Why do we need to talk about a thing I'm willing to grant?
All right, then I won. It was great. All right, everybody.
That's not a win.
My numbers are correct.
What's the proposition?
If you care more about
Even
getting rid of those
what's the
pesky
proposition
immigrants than the financial success of this country,
what's
go
the
with Andrew.
proposition?
If you
What's
would
the proposition?
If you would prefer our country to be in a better financial position with immigrants, you side with me. This is an easy one. But one of us is providing solutions. One of us is giving you data that you can digest.
Yes, I agree. One of us is.
And the other one wants to talk about what harm means.
Now, do you understand the distinction here? So
yes.
The gentleman over here says, I win because numbers good. Great. The thing that's so interesting here is that the proposition is more good than harm. And the problem and this is so apparently fucking funny to me that he doesn't even understand that he's too stupid to understand.
I'm right here, dipshit. You can just say hi to me.
If it is the case,
guys, he doesn't even understand it.
How can you start by saying I'm going to address the? How are you going to start by saying I'm going to address the audience and not you?
That's fair.
And then I can't do that.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I ever fucking heard. So anyway, so you point out, you say, hey, what about the numbers? I want to talk about the numbers.
Yeah.
However, I was willing to grant the numbers and still show you the absurdity of the conclusion.
Which was what?
Even if it's the case that immigrants gave us, 20% more GDP, which I think you could argue way better, let's just say, if it was 20% versus illegals. If I grant the position, you don't have to argue it because it's granted.
Right.
The whole purpose here is for me to demonstrate to you how there's many contributing factors to illegal immigration other than my fucking GDP. All you just stated was, hey, audience, if you want a higher GDP, do X, but you're not giving them an actually good reason what is good, what is bad, why they should do this thing. Only if numbers right, then what?
Yeah,
Are you saying that if the case was that we imported slaves and the GDP goes up by 3%, that slavery is good?
No.
Okay, why?
Because slavery is bad.
Okay.
Fucking stupid.
Man. I don't know where to go from there, dude.
I know you don't.
Why is it? Why is slavery? Because slavery is bad.
Let's talk about it for 12 more fucking hours, should we?
Yeah. Do you understand why is it? But listen, actually contend with what I'm saying to you, and you'll have an easier time. If I imported a bunch of slaves and it increased the GDP, why would you still say that was bad?
Because I don't think that you should be able to take people's labor and own it and not pay them. In fact, I'm kind of against even
that makes
the way
sense.
that we distribute labor as it is.
So you would look at other contributing factors to social cohesion and morality before you made a decision, not just numbers.
Sure, and we talked about social cohesion,
but the problem is we didn't really get into the rest of this.
No, too. I think that
we're not in the minority.
I think your position of how it would hurt social cohesion is a very minority view, and I don't think it's very compelling.
Yeah, but you saying it's not very compelling isn't giving an argument for how we would have less when you yourself point out that it is based around this, that we have the lack of social cohesion to begin with.
Yeah.
The fact that we're fighting about it is a literal indictment itself on mass migration itself.
Yeah, look.
So this very idea that we could then move these people out of here and not have more social cohesion to me is fucking insane.
Yeah, look, I look, white nationalists are going to be bitches no matter what. Like, that's
not white
that's
nationalism.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the white nationalists that are going to throw a fit. Like, they're going to be bitches. I think people who want an ethno state are bitches. They're going to be bitches. But
like the Japanese.
But these bitches are in a minority.
Japanese are bitches.
And you also happen to hold a minority view. Yeah, I think anybody who wants an ethno state is a bitch. Yeah.
Why?
100%. Because I think it's just closed-minded, fear-mongering bullshit.
Should Native Americans be allowed to have an ethno-state on their own tribes?
Oh boy.
Should they be able to, or do I think?
Do you think they should be able to? Sure, are they bitches?
Are
they bitches? Say Native Americans who want tribal sovereignty and they only want the Native Americans on their land are bitches.
No, I said an ethno state.
What else is that? It's their own country, dude.
Yeah, look, I think if any group of people thinks that they get to remove people out of the country,
not remove, just not let in. Just not let in.
You're trying to
just
remove
not let
them.
in.
No, you're trying to remove
Yeah, but even if I wasn't,
that's what we're talking about. This whole fucking argument's about removing people.
Okay.
Why are we yelling?
You know what's funny? I'll even grant this. Do you think that Native Americans, if they were able to show that you were on their sovereign land via treaty from the United States government, and there was 300 white families there, that it would be perfectly morally permissible for them to remove them so that became Indian-only land?
If there were white families living on land that was granted to them, would they be able to remove those people?
Yeah.
Yeah, for property rights,
oh,
sure. I believe.
And do you think that that's fine?
Yeah, I believe in property rights.
Great. That's all the fucking white nationalists believe in, is that their country is their property and they have property rights, you fucking doofus.
But you don't own the country.
What a stupid fuck.
You guys don't own the country because it's collectively owned. You think you own the country.
Collectively owned by who?
All of the citizens of the United States.
Oh, wait a second. So to get this right, as long as it's the case that a sovereign nation collectively decides to remove people they don't want in the nation, that's fine. And as long as they collectively don't want people in, that's also fine.
Agreed. And
that's welcome to white nationalism.
Yeah, but you're...
You fucking idiot. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys don't own the nation. You're the dumb bitches. You're just dumb.
The dumb bitches.
You're just dumb bitches that get mad.
They're dumb bitches who are allowed to do whatever they want as long as they have majority rule.
I said you guys don't run the country. If 90% of this country were dumbass white nationalists, yeah, they could probably dictate who comes and who doesn't. But the problem is you said
the Japanese were bitches if they did that.
Your belief is less than 1% of this country.
Yeah, but in Japan,
you don't really have an option to rule here, do you?
So why is it that you called the Japanese bitches for doing the exact same thing?
I don't know much about Japan. What do they do?
But you said that they're bitches.
Well, what? No, I said if they don't believe people should be allowed in their country of Japanese ethnicity, then I think they're bitches.
Why?
Because I think that is a small-minded, fear-mongering way to live life, and I think it's bitchy.
So then, on the one hand, you say that it's perfectly acceptable for Native Americans to do that, and they're not bitches. But on the other hand, it's not acceptable for the Japanese to do that because it makes them bitches.
No, I didn't say that. I said I believe.
So
in
if Native
rights,
Americans,
just like I believe, I don't think it's any different than if I went and pitched a tent in your backyard and you said you have to leave because this is my property. I believe you have that right. I believe in property.
I'm sorry.
It's property rights.
That's it.
Right?
So and you said that doesn't make you a bitch, right?
Yeah, but it's not about ethnicity. It's about property rights.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't make you a bitch.
No, it doesn't make you a bitch. No.
So as long as the shareholder of the property, in this case the nation, universally agrees on what to do with that property, they're not bitches.
You could still be a bitch, but you might have the right to do it.
Well, you're going to have to make up your mind. Either they are or they aren't.
Bitches don't have rights?
I don't even understand what that means.
If you
answer to what I just asked you?
If you live in the United States and you are a bitch, do you have the same rights as somebody who is not a bitch?
Not the same property rights, no.
What, if you both have property, you don't have the same property
Well, if
rights?
you both have property, then what would end up happening is if the collective, who had the joint ownership of said property, decided that all the bitches have to leave, from your view, that's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, if you had joint property, for example, like I grew up Mormon,
Collectively owned.
There are places in Utah that are collectively owned, and in Florida by the Mormon Church, and if you will go on that property, they can remove you.
Are they bitches?
Yes.
Because they remove you.
No, they're bitches because they're bitches. Mormons are bitches.
Okay, so not because they remove you?
No, they're bitches for other
So
reasons.
then removing people you don't want to collectively own property is actually not a bitch thing to do.
Not necessarily. It's not necessarily a bitch thing to do.
Okay, so only if you remove them because you don't want them there.
No, only if you do. Only if you're removing them because of what they look like.
What if you're removing them because their culture is distinctly different than yours, and you think it'll cause social cohesion issues?
I think you're kind of a bitch there.
Oh, you think you're kind of a bitch there too. So you're all for property rights unless they're exercised for some group that you think you shouldn't be allowed to exercise those property rights against.
No, you still get the rights. You're just a bitch.
Oh, I see. You're just a bitch.
Yeah.
Based on what?
My feelings.
Oh, your feelings. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that we'll start making foreign policy based on
Well, I mean,
feelings.
obviously, I'm not using the actual word bitch, right? Like, I'm not using it as it actually.
I don't know what. I don't know. You won't clarify words, will you?
No, not this one.
Or any.
No. I've clarified all the words you've asked for.
No, you really haven't clarified them. But I was just
sorry.
willing to grant like the most ridiculous, over-the-top, good faith definition of them I could. And even then, you fell short. Here, you just said that it was perfectly acceptable for Native Americans to remove white families from land which was allocated to them.
Correct.
And you have no problem with that, even if they're just removing them because they're white.
Correct. It's their property.
Yeah, exactly. And they're not bitches. However, if the Japanese do
I
the
could
exact same thing, they are bitches. And if the Mormons do that, they're bitches. So really what you're just saying is white people can't do it and everybody else can.
You're saying, so if I think natives are doing it just because people are white, yeah, I think that's bitchy.
Okay, so they're not allowed to have their own culture.
They're allowed to have their own culture, and I'm allowed to call them a bitch.
Okay, so you think that they should be allowed to do this, but they're still bitches for enforcing their own culture.
Correct.
What would make them bitches?
That they're afraid of somebody else's skin color.
Do you think that Native Americans would have a really good claim to make that due to the fact of the rapid rate of dispatch against them by white people, that they could be culturally a force of non-cohesion to them?
Sure, maybe.
So if that's the case, how would that make them bitches to make
well, maybe in
the
that case, they probably wouldn't be a bitch.
Oh, okay. So then it is perfectly acceptable for Native Americans to remove white people from their lands just because they're white. See how that works?
They can only remove them because it's their land. If it wasn't their land, they couldn't remove them.
No, I'm not asking whether or not they can. We've already established that. But whether or not if they do, they're bitches. And you just got them saying on the one hand, if you remove them because they're white, they're bitches. And then the second, I give you another scenario because they're white.
That's not because they're white. It's because
it's
perceived harm.
No, yeah, exactly. So the perceived harm based on them being white.
All right, so let's talk about these people.
Hang on, the perceived harm based on them being white, though, right?
No, not based on them being white.
Oh, then what's it based on?
Based on this country, which isn't all white people mistreating them.
So it's based on the lack of cultural cohesion that they would see from them being white, right?
No, I just said no to that.
Oh, no. So if they removed you because they thought that it would create a lack of cultural cohesion, how would they create the distinction between you and them?
How would
they create the distinction between you and them?
Repeat that again. I wasn't listening.
How would they create the distinction between you and them?
Me and who?
The Native American tribe. How would they create the distinction between themselves and white people?
On the land?
Yes.
Well, they would be able to see that these people aren't with us.
Oh, so then it would be due to a distinct difference in culture?
No, I don't think it's cultural. Is it cultural?
Then how would they know? So then it's racial?
In this current state, is it cultural for us?
So then it would be racial?
Would you mind if I got the question out real quick? In these current conditions, is it cultural that white people are going on and taking Native American lands?
No, but the opposite. The opposite is what I'm asking.
The opposite of what?
Yeah, so if Native Americans came in and they said that we want to remove you because it would cause cultural issues with us
if it's their
on
land,
our ancestral land,
yeah, they have property rights.
Yeah, I know that they can do it, but you said the thing that makes them not bitches is that they don't do it because these people are white. I'm just asking you how they would distinguish between them and white people.
No, it's not saying that they can identify if you're white. Of course, you can identify if somebody's white. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is supposed to be about immigration. We're down to this. I'm sorry that
testing logic.
I'm sorry that I called people bitches.
Yeah, we're testing logic. I'm just asking, and I'm going to ask you again until you answer the question. What would be the thing that Native Americans would look at to say you're in other category than us?
What do you mean? Like, physically, what would they look at?
Yeah, anything.
Well, if they looked out and you didn't happen to be white, they could also maybe identify that you're not with us. You don't have to be white, right?
Great. So how would they identify people who fucking aren't them, dude?
So listen. So they can remove anybody they want.
Yeah.
And if they do it strictly because of somebody's skin color, I would say that's a bitch move.
Yeah, how would they identify that they're in the other category?
Probably with their eyes.
Yeah, and what would make them determine that?
Their eyes.
Yeah, and
then
what
the
would
eyes,
with their eyes that they're perceiving
and
would make them think that they're in the other category.
Well, if these were white people, then they would say those are white people. And if they're removing those people simply because they're white and not because they are invading their land, then I would have a problem with it.
Then
but
you
if
just
they're
contradicted
doing it,
yourself.
But if they're
Perfect.
doing it because those people are there on their land where they have property rights, then yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so then from your perspective, cultural cohesion, right? If you want to remove people because of that, it's not a bitch move, just like if Japan does it. And the only
it's
way
still a bitch move.
Oh, it's still a bitch move.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm super confused
I know.
about how all of this works.
I know.
I thought you just got done saying if they remove them specifically because they're white, right? Even though they're not a problem to the culture, that would be an issue, right?
Well, I don't think this is a social cohesion move. I think this is a property rights issue.
Well, I think that but why are they removing them from the property?
Because they're not allowed to be there. I don't know. Why are they
because
removing
of social well, that would be a social cohesion issue, right?
Sure, but if if the social cohesion is literally just you look different than me, then you're kind of a bitch.
Yeah, okay. So the idea here is that if the social cohesion is not that, but you just feel like it would be invasive on whatever your culture is, that's not bitch move, right?
If it's invasive on your culture?
Yeah, you feel like so then that wouldn't be a bitch.
Well, this
move,
wouldn't even exist. This scenario can't
but
even
exist. But it does
exist.
exist.
No, it can't exist in the scenario you're laying out because regardless of where you are, if you are on their property, they have property rights to remove you, and they have every right to remove you.
But they don't have to, right?
But you and
they don't have
the
to?
small minority of people that agree with you don't have property rights for this country.
Yeah.
You have the same opportunity I have to make your case, and you guys, your
which
case,
I'm making.
Yeah, but I think that your case is not something that if we followed would make social cohesion better.
I don't know.
It's a massive minority view.
This is really funny because all you're saying here is that if it is the case that they don't have to remove white people, they don't have to because they hold the property rights. If they decide to enforce that due to cultural cohesion issues, you have no problem with that. It doesn't make them bitch made. However, somehow you have decided arbitrarily that if any other groups,
I don't know how many more
minority
times.
Groups
how many
do
more
this,
times do I
they
have to
are
say it's
bitch
property
made.
rights? I don't know how many more times I have to say.
Yeah, I understand, but
I don't care. I don't care what
I understand
it's
property rights.
I don't care
but what makes you remove the people?
I don't care.
What makes you remove the people?
I've never done it. I don't care about the philosophical debate.
Yeah, okay.
The point is
it's a philosophical debate now.
You're making a philosophical argument without the property rights.
No, I'm not even making a philosophical
one. You're saying
one.
that this is going to be about social cohesion, but
Yes.
I find that most of the problems, almost everything that our country has ever stood up for in my lifetime and fought for, it's people like you that are like, no, we don't want diversity. We're upset about diversity.
Your country has fought for that?
I said, while I've been alive, like the stuff that we've fought about in this country, it's mostly been people fighting for progress and a bunch of Christian nationalists being like, no, we don't want change.
Well, that's really weird. Sounds like cultural cohesion to me.
Yeah, but you're in the minority, so you're not cohesive. You are the problem.
I see they're the minority as well,
You are the
right?
cog in the wheel.
No, I see. So as long as I have the majority who says that it's fine, then I'm justified in doing the said thing, right?
Not justified, but you would have a better argument, right?
Well, why would I not be justified in doing it? That's your whole argument. Is
but
that
you could never
the
be
reason
justified in doing it.
the reason that the lack of cultural cohesion exists is because one side, which is a smaller side than yours, argues with you about it. If that was reversed, would they then, by that logic, would they not be justified in saying you're the minority and we can justify removal?
I think you would be within your rights. I still think that there's, in my opinion,
So
I think
all you're saying is that I need to convince more people to agree with me.
Yeah, I do think you should.
That's it.
I do think you should try and do that, and maybe by not arguing about what the word good and bad means might be a more effective way.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that just because you're on a low-tier scale.
Look, there's people that listen to you every day that come to me and have changed their position.
No, there's none.
Yes, there is. They set up this debate.
Yeah, what are their names?
He'll be here later. He can dox himself if he wants to.
Yeah, there's nobody who.
No, there's nobody.
There's nobody who listens to me who's a fan of the Crucible who has decided I'm no longer a fan and now I'm a progressive because because something RTP said.
No, he's not a progressive. He's certainly not a progressive. But he certainly he recognized that most of the things that you guys talk about, and you try and make this argument, and you're good at it. You're really good at it. But the bottom line is it's based on what I believe is a pretty flawed
What's the
basis.
flaw?
I think your basis is flawed. I think
what is that basis?
Your orthodoxy beliefs. I think they're deeply flawed.
What?
Your belief in orthodoxy. I think it's flawed.
You know what?
I believe that it's not.
Yeah. Well,
there we go.
Yeah.
We've established a whole lot.
Is it a harm? Okay.
I believe it's not.
All right.
You said I believe it's not. So
I believe it's not. Therefore, I'm right.
Oh, did we get?
All right.
Got him in his feelings a little bit.
All right. We're at the 2-hour marker. Here's what we can do.
It's not feelings. It's just retarded. Bro.
We can definitely pick up on the orthodoxy thing through open panel. However, many people have sent super chats, and a lot of people are already asking for that link. So I'd like to kick off and move into open panel before we get too crazy. Andrew, would you like to begin with your closing thoughts, please?
Yeah, it's really simple. It's really funny. This guy's kind of a contradiction machine. It was fun to do to him. But so I start every debate, and anybody who does a modicum of research will understand that almost every debate that I do, if we have loaded terms, in this case, a loaded term being harm, right, or good, these are loaded terms. From his perspective, they would be subjective references, and from mine, objective. So I need to know exactly what he means by those terms as we go through the course of the debate. Why? Why is that so important? Well, because my opponent's entire argument here is that somehow if more money come into country, therefore good. Okay, that's fair. But when I give him a counterexample of why don't we just bring in slaves, we'll definitely make a lot more money, he says we shouldn't do that because bad. Do you see now why we need to know the difference between what is good and what is bad? It's because when we're talking about these specific issues, it's very important for us to have entailments about whether or not money itself is what's good, or GDP going up or down is what's good, or if there's other things that we should be focusing on. When I brought this point up, my opponent agreed. He said, yes, you're right. There's other contributing issues, including social factors. We started moving into social factors because he couldn't justify any of his social beliefs. When I brought up various hypotheticals, he instantly contradicted himself. He contradicted himself even most recently when I brought up the hypotheticals on Native Americans, how he would deal with that. He says, no, private property rights is what we're after. Okay, so then collectively, if I have the joint private property of most people, they agree with me, they want to remove immigrants, there's no problem with that. He says, no, there's no problem with it, but you're a bitch. Well, why are you a bitch? Well, because I just don't agree with it, because I don't like it. It's like, okay, great. You don't get anywhere with any of this stuff because these people refuse to actually commit to any of their positions. His committal to his position was this simple: money more good. But that can't be the case. It can't be the case that money more good, because if I bring in other examples of money more being bad, he has to concede, no, that's actually bad. So we have to look at all the contributing factors. Why I wanted to look at social cohesion, the various things which are entailed there. Now, I don't know why he demanded that we equivocate the entire debate, absolutely refused to give any of the metrics for the very terms he's using, but he said for some reason, if I granted even the economic argument, this must mean that I lose the debate, which had nothing to do with economics. It only had to do with whether or not deportations were good or harmful. That's it. Had nothing to do with money, had nothing to do with GDP, nothing. For some reason, he banks on the fact that if GDP go up, that good. regardless of externalities or external circumstances. The whole thing is fucking absurd, and it's because my debate interlocutor doesn't understand basic terms or basic philosophy. Not only does he not understand basic philosophy, but he doesn't even understand what we're talking about. He says I was debating around the prompt. I was the only buddy who was debating with the prompt. Literally, the prompt is it more harm or more gooder if we have immigration deportation? So what's the first thing I do? What do we mean here when we talk about harm? And what do we mean here when we talk about good? Why would that be so fucking important to a debate about if something has a lot more harm than it has good? Because my opponent wants to equivocate the entire time and say, well, I just mean different things by that. And then I'll switch my view to this if it's good. I'll switch my view to that. This is what's good. This is what's not good. He wants me to just grant his position that GDP more equals good, even though he's refuted the second we bring slavery into that. The second we do. You have to define your very terms so that this type of equivocation doesn't happen. I've pointed this out to the Crucible a million times. He says I'm an ideologue, I'm a zealot, never demonstrated any of that. All he saw was a good faith interlocutor, but because they're such bad faith, these fucking progressives, they never want to commit to the very positions they agreed to debate. Rather, somehow this became a debate about GDP. How? Where the fuck was this debate about GDP and immigration? Nowhere. It was never about GDP in relation to immigrants. It was about whether it was more harm than good. Learning what those terms are, how they affect what it is that we're discussing, that's the key end point. And I literally spent half of the debate just trying to get this fucking guy to understand. I just need to know what the fuck he's talking about when he uses the terms, and instead he says, no, I came here to give you numbers. Are my fucking numbers right? Who cares? I'll just grant you numbers. I'll grant that they're right. Where does that get us, though? That doesn't get us to more harm than good if we don't even know what we mean by these terms. So anyway, super easy debate. I knew I would win on the outset because the guy's a fucking idiot. But now you guys know.
The flexibility that you have there to consistently jack yourself off and pat yourself on the back is pretty impressive, Andrew. Look, I grew up an ideologue. I grew up in a cult. And let me tell you about people that debate as ideologues. What they have to do is they have to create a structure in which you are forced to debate in, because what it does is it allows them to take all of their shitty views and protect them with this absolute morality. That's how Andrew debates. Andrew wanted to have a debate about morality. I told every single person before this debate that I would bring stats, and Andrew would try and just define every word. I've seen him do it time and time again. And everybody's opposition to Andrew that is a good debater is somebody who says, Andrew, I don't want to play this silly game with you. And that's why Andrew usually gets most of his clicks by taking people off the street, giving them some pizza, and bringing them in without any knowledge. It's a very Charlie Kirkian way. But let me just tell you this. Andrew will never give you a specific about anything. Andrew will never give you a policy prescription, because what Andrew and what this lucky band of incels want to do is take Christian nationalism and rule over all of you. That's what they want. So they want to have a debate where they can take their warped view and their racist views and their bigoted views and their misogynistic views, and they want to position them in a way that theirs don't look crazy. And that's all Andrew wanted to do here. Andrew doesn't give a goddamn about this country. Andrew doesn't give a goddamn about what's best for this country. Andrew doesn't want democracy. Andrew wants Christian nationalism, the very thing we fled from. The whole reason we have a fucking country is because we got away from shit like this, where the husband submits to the wife and women don't get to vote, and you have to you can't have an abortion, and the church dictates everything. The reason Andrew wants to debate like this is because he doesn't have anything of substance to say. If Andrew was running for political office, he would be laughed off of every stage because he says fucking nothing. He comes on here to try and win a debate with semantics, and that's fine. He's really fucking good at it. Really fucking good at it. That's why he has 200,000 followers. But it's also why the growth is always going to be limited. He's always going to hold a minority position because human beings are human. And that's why the people that listen to you, Andrew, that come to me, that are in my DMs, they're desperate to have a conversation about anything other than the fucking debate tactics that you set up here. yeah, this was a silly debate. You refuse to engage on any numbers. You keep reducing my position to GDP. I gave you a million different numbers and you focused on GDP because the reality is you wanted to frame this as a moral debate and I wouldn't go there with you. And it's fine. I'm glad that you have your morals from your Sky Daddy that are completely made up and completely subjective and you base your whole life around it. But I don't think that you're convincing to average everyday people, which is who I want to speak to.
Shots fired. All right. Fair enough, gentlemen. This is fun. Okay, so what I'm going to do is everybody staying for the open panel when we go into that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I want to meet the mystery fan who came over to RTP from the Crucible.
I
Like,
didn't say that. I said he changed
I would
his
love.
I know who he was
I would
on.
love to see the mystery fan.
What
He said it on.
What'd you say, Sarah?
He said it on panel last time. The gentleman came on panel when RTP and Steven.
What's his name?
Let him. If he wants to say his name, he can say his name.
I'll just go look at the panel. I'm just curious.
There. It's publicly there. He'll be back. I'm sure you're calling him to the panel. I'm sure he'll be back. So let me go ahead while we get through the super chats. We're going to do open panel dumpster fire link. I'm going to drop that and pin it in chat now for those of you who would like to join. I know you've all been going off in the chat asking for the link. Okay, gentlemen, and right now, as of now, because I want to move the show along, I'm only going to run through 20s and up right now. And then I'm going to filter through the rest throughout the panel and we'll get there. Okay, but anybody who sent 5s and 10s and up, I'm going to do my best to get through it.
I got to take a leak real quick, Sarah.
You go right ahead. Okay, one shot in with the I can't even look. One shot in with the big 20 says, bro comes on to debate, gets asked a question. Oh my God, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, lifting more weights is you're still going to be an incel. Like, sorry. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And if you are popping backstage and you plan on being in avatar mode only, that's fine on screen. However, number one, cam ups get priority to the panel. And number two, you do still have to cam up backstage for me to see. You can go into avatar mode when you go on to the panel. Thank you. A sarcastic warlock says with a big 20, Andrew, you are the only online debater. Are you? Oh my God, I cannot. I'm so tired. I apologize. It's such a long day. Andrew, are you the only online debater not on drugs? Almost all of them are sped out or stoned. It's quite a claim. Sarcastic. They literally can't follow the flow of the topics, Adderall at the very least, and it shows in their outrageous demeanor. I don't know. The screaming thing was pretty fun, though.
I mean, Andrew is chain smoking a drug every time I see him. How are you saying he's not on drugs? What are you talking about? This dude's like 80% nicotine.
What did you say? You got
I got a nicotine addiction from watching him debate. Yeah,
that is pretty good. That is pretty good. Gadfly with the big 20. Why don't we create a federal apprenticeship program and start letting nonviolent criminals out of prison early? If they accept a job through the program, they'll be paid at least minimum wage.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, fair enough. Fry with the big 20. Just because they pay taxes does not mean they benefit America. Graph go up is a stupid argument and false compassion for criminals.
Yeah, look, you can say that all you want, but the one thing that Andrew tried to do numbers for like 2 seconds before he realized he was fucked. He tried to do the property taxes, which I had already factored in. So you can dismiss my numbers all you want, but Andrew's only refutation of that was property taxes, which are already being paid, and I accommodate for that. So
that's fair. That is fair. Chef Dylan, who is lighting up the super chats this evening, says with the big 50, to the progressive fellow, is it good that little undocumented kids were picking weed in California?
I don't know if we figured out if it's true that they were. I know that the place where they raided is, I think it's called like Glass House Farms. But from what I understand, the crops that were outside were, I think, strawberries or something else. And that the, can I say weed? Am I allowed to say that here?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. Though I think the weed was being grown indoors. So I don't know if they were picking it or not. I also don't know what the labor laws are in California. If you're 14 and you can work in those fields legally, then I don't really think it's any different if you're undocumented or not working in those fields as far as if it's good.
Can you just answer for me a quick question? I was thinking about it while I was taking a leak.
Hell yeah, brother.
Can you just can you point out how it is that if I grant the entirety of your economic argument, that I'm not responding to your economic arguments?
That's you did respond to my economic argument. You did it with property taxes. That was your only response to it.
Yeah, well, that was just to showcase that it's an absurdity that you're asking, that you would say, if A, then B, and I point out, well, but that's not the case if you're saying that there's this other factor where if it is the case that that these people who are paying Social Security tax, if it's actually a net, not a net gain every single time the federal government gets a new Social Security recipient because they end up spending more out than they gain by borrowing against that money, that would be a bad idea. And then on property taxes, I was able to pin you down on the various ideas of how they could be a net gain versus not a net positive. But ultimately, I was even willing to grant the entirety of your economic arguments. How could it be if I grant the entirety of your economic arguments, I'm not responding to them?
So the response that I was giving was in response to the question, and the question was the person saying, graph goes up, so it's not good. And all I said was like exactly what you just said. We didn't refute it. We didn't refute that.
Yeah, but why is that necessary for the purpose of the debate?
Hold on. It wasn't about the debate. I was answering a question here. He said graph goes up, therefore good. And I said, okay, well, if graph goes up, therefore good, you could offer something else. But Andrew didn't bring any data to that.
I did.
So I think we agree graph goes up.
Well,
good.
no, I did. I
did.
I said if we have slaves. Yeah, if we have slaves and graph goes up,
I said data.
Is that good?
I said data.
Well, I'm sorry. Do you think that you can only demonstrate things through data?
No, but I was pretty clear with my words. I said he didn't bring data. All he brought was his moral arguments, and that was the point.
No, I didn't bring any moral arguments.
Whatever you want to call them, but you didn't bring data.
So the thing that's really funny here is,
did you bring data or not?
Why is it a necessary conditional if I grant the entirety of your economic arguments? Grant them.
Yes.
Just say, sure, I'll just grant them as being true, that they're not being responded to.
Because I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to a comic.
No, but you said that in your closing statement to me.
I said what in the closing statement?
That I would refuse to engage with any of your economic arguments, even though I granted them all.
Yeah, you didn't engage with them. You granted them.
Yeah, why? Well, that's actually the opposite of refusing to engage.
Except for the property taxes. And the one time you tried to step in and engage with the numbers, I don't think you made a compelling case, and then you're like, never mind, we're not doing this anymore.
Not only was it a compelling case, but the idea was that you had a flaw in your logic. The thing is that you can demonstrate things. You must think that you can only demonstrate things empirical. So we came into this debate with the idea of whether or not you have a net harm versus a net good, and you agree that there's more contributing factors than just economic. I was so good faith, I was actually willing to grant the entirety of the economic ideas. We could move into the social factors just to show you that I would still have a better leverage than you on that. You actually didn't respond to any of the social issues that I brought up.
And I think you did that because I think policy-wise, you're an incredibly weak debater, but you're very polished on the other stuff. And so I think you didn't want to talk about policy and you didn't want to talk about dollars and cents, which most Americans,
I gave you policies.
That's what we want to talk about. Like most people want that. I think that it was cowardice. And I predicted, I told everybody exactly how you would do this debate. You are a predictable debater. You're really fucking good at it, but you're really fucking predictable.
No,
Every time you debate, well, yeah, sure. You debate, but if somebody's watching this with an open mind, they don't know what the fuck you said. And I made a compelling argument for amnesty.
All they know,
and they're just gonna be like, everybody who's not like a debate bro is sitting here watching this going, what the fuck is this guy really ever going to engage in anything? Or is he going to keep asking for definitions of good or bad?
I think what people will take away from it is that they'll say, this guy was so good faith, he was willing to grant the entirety of this other guy's argument, which is only on conditional. So all you're doing is regurgitating things you've heard as far as numbers go. You haven't verified them. You can't. So you just trust them.
I couldn't verify. I have sources for every one of them. They're written.
Yeah, exactly. But you're not verifying them.
Because you didn't want to engage. You didn't want to look at the
I'm just fine granting them.
No, you can't. You're
fine granting them.
You didn't want to have that discussion, so you ran from it.
Listen, we can literally get into the economics themselves.
We had 2 hours to do that, and you wouldn't fucking do it.
If you want specific disagreements on them, I just don't think it's necessary to the conditional of the argument.
Yeah.
But why is it necessary if I just grant them? Why is it necessary?
Because I think the reason you don't want to grant them is because I make a far more compelling case
just say that
than you
did.
do. And the last thing you want to do is get exposed for somebody who is completely ideological driven, which is how you debate everything. I've never seen you even come close to articulating good policy debate. I think you're bad at it, and I think you're better at this than I am, and I'm better at this than you are. So I chose to do it my way, and you chose to do it your way. But I think
you think you think you're better than me on policy.
I've never seen you talk about it.
I just want to make sure that we got that clear.
Yeah.
We're better on policy?
Way better.
Can you just tell me one thing? Just one. I just want one thing, right? What were the Articles of Confederation?
What is that? How's that policy?
Just please answer this question.
No, I'm not interested in this.
Just please.
No, we're going to talk policy, or we're not going to talk policy.
Can you just answer that one question? What were the Articles?
I'm ready for the next one.
Do you not know? Do you not know? Hang on. No. I do. Genuinely. I just want to know if you can tell me what they were.
Yeah, well, I just said you want to play. Do you want to do policy? You said yes, and now you're doing this.
Yes.
No, I'm not going to play your game.
Well, the reason I bring this up is because you said that the entire reason that people came here to the United States was because they wanted to get rid of this whole women submitting Christian thing. They hated it.
No, that's not what I said. Actually,
yes, it is what you said.
Actually, what I said is they wanted to get out from under the rule of one religion. It's shocking that you didn't listen again.
Well, no, that's also incorrect. Can you show me the policy?
Maybe we just have.
Can I show you the policy of refusing to establish a religion?
Oh, no, they didn't refuse to establish religions.
I think no law regarding an establishment of a religion.
Well, wait a second. Can you explain why almost all the 13 colonies had a national religion, had a state religion post the Constitution being ratified?
Because there were a lot of people who viewed that as like religious freedom, and they thought each colony should be able to have their own religion, and then we changed it because we decided never mind.
So wait a second, hang on. That was the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying post-Constitution.
Wait, what's your question?
Yeah, post-Constitution, why would they allow each of these if this is a secular nation, for instance?
I didn't say it was a secular nation.
Okay.
I said
that they're trying to escape Christianity.
No, I didn't say that either. I said
you did.
No, I said they wanted to be out from under the rule of one church.
Oh, they wanted to be out from the rule of one church. So then why did they allow states to establish rule under one church?
Because they, as 13 colonies, each state had their own rights. So they could do that, and then they changed it.
So then they weren't actually moving away from one church could establish.
From a country being established under the rule of one church? Yes, they did. That's
exactly
what they did. Now, you could have it established.
So if all 13...
if all 13... that's different, right?
Hang on, stop, bro. If all
right?
13 colonies decided that they would be Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Would you say then that the federal government saying that they could not establish a law actually worked against the idea that you couldn't have a unified state religion?
No.
But they couldn't tell them they couldn't all be Catholic.
Correct.
So then you could have had a Catholic nation.
Yeah, but it would have been a nation full of Catholics, not a Catholic nation.
No, it would have been a Catholic nation if the nations could rule based on their Catholicism, or if
the
states could rule based on their Catholicism.
It would be a nation full of Catholics, and they would have a constitution to guide their laws. It would not be the church. It would not be the
and
Pope.
Who makes those laws?
We have laws.
You would not have the president.
We just did this the other day. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Andrew and I actually just did this one the other day with Enemy Charlie. But if all states are all Catholic, if all states are Catholic, then aren't they going to make laws based on their belief system and things in which they believe are moral and correct?
Yes, and we
right?
we already do
that's
this.
where the nationalist concept comes in.
So the Constitution actually stops the federal government from preventing them from making laws based on
I don't think that the Constitution
based on their Catholicism.
I don't think the Constitution stops you from making laws based on your religion. I said what it does is it prevents the country from establishing a religion. No, it does. It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because the country itself could be led by people, and our country largely for most of it has been led by Christians.
It doesn't prevent all 13 it wouldn't have prevented all 13 of the states from all establishing Catholicism as a state religion.
We agree.
And if all 13 of them established it as a state religion, how is it again that this wouldn't have been a theocracy?
Because then
under a single religion.
Because then let's just say Rhode Island says, never mind, we're not Catholic anymore, we're Protestant, and there would be no way for the other 12 colonies to tell them no. So there's not an established religion, but the people collectively can all worship the same if they want to. That's the beauty of freedom of religion.
So then the idea here then that you couldn't establish a religion inside of the country has to actually be false if all of the states have an established religion, right?
What?
The federal government just can't tell them they can't do that.
I agree with you. I'm telling you, the federal government.
I don't think you do agree with me.
Well, that's because you just think that this proves your argument, and it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, because you're still not establishing. You're still not.
Even at that RTP, like I understand the whole First Amendment concept, right? Freedom of religion, so on and so forth. But then when you later had, what was the amendment we looked at the other day? Was it 14 or 19? I think or 14.
Well, it was actually multiple amendments, but
yeah. But basically, the only reason that was ratified and then later interpreted was the only thing that like prevents hostility or like kind of like a discrimination factor against people for religious base or race or so on and so forth, but it wasn't even interpreted for the religious base until the 1940s. So
let me just ask you this question then: if they meant to be able to establish a religion, why didn't they establish a religion? Why did they let each state choose?
Yeah, that was the whole point, though.
We're saying the same thing.
The whole no, we're not.
Yes, we are. Listen, I grew up in Utah.
I'll explain.
I grew up in Utah.
Okay.
So
we're not saying the same thing.
Utah essentially is a Mormon-run state. You can't get elected into the Senate or the House in Utah unless you're Mormon. Now, is Utah is the state religion Mormonism? No. Effectively, is it? Yes.
Well, it actually can't be now. It can't be now.
But effectively, it can be. Just like effectively, it could there, too.
No, it's not effectively. It could be then.
Yes, but it's still not a national religion.
Yeah,
Each one of those colonies at any point could change their mind, right?
Yeah, but even if that's the case.
Right?
Sure, but even if that's the case.
There we go then.
Even granting that that's the case, that actually makes my argument not yours. That would mean that if all 13 colonies established a single religion, the federal government couldn't tell them they couldn't.
I know.
Which means the entire country could be run under a single religion, which was established, and they could rule from that religion.
Right. No shit.
That would be making my point.
We're all
not your point.
It's my point too.
You think it was a protection from a national religion? It wasn't.
Then why don't we have a national religion?
Because the nation is we know how the federal government works, right? The federal government says, hey, states, we're not going to interfere in any of your shit. You do what you got to do. But here's the general consensus for all of the United States of America.
Yes.
This is where I'm going to set my protection round. Here's your rights. Here's what we're going to do. But outside of that, dear states, you do what you need to do.
It sets a precedent for what the federal government can do, not what it can't do.
Agreed.
And it sets a precedent for what states can do. If states can establish a religion and all states establish a single religion, it would be a state religion.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it would be.
We're all saying the same. We're all saying the same fucking thing.
Grow the rest of your fucking beard out before you fucking try to make fun of me.
Oh,
grow the rest of the beard out.
Why don't you look 60 when you're 41 some more? How about that? We're the same age.
Yeah.
You look 20.
I mean, how about you look like you don't diddle little kids anymore than you already look like that. I'm just saying.
You look like shit because you're angry.
Yeah, there you go. You look like shit. What a quippy comeback. What a quippy comeback.
You made fun of my mustache, you silly bitch.
Listen,
you could have at least grown the rest of the beard out. I mean,
it was grown out a week ago. Some people shave.
Yeah, I shave too, and then this comes back in a week. What can I say?
Okay, you grow a beard faster. Great job.
I do.
Awesome.
Are we done?
That's
You
awesome.
want me to put some? You know what? That's what I'm going to do.
I don't know what we missed. I think we were done, Sarah. We were just having a quick back and forth real quick.
You sure? Because every time I try to tell you to stop, you keep going. Are we sure?
I think we're good.
All right. Thank you. All right. Just rolled in with the big 20 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you so kindly. Chef Dylan says, Sarah, where do I go if I want to start my debate hobby on your dumpster fire streams? Well, you are doing that right now. Just hop backstage, open panel dumpster fire, and we'll go from there. Chef Dylan also following up a chat. What is Fatty's accent? I haven't been able to figure it out. I'm sure they answered that question in chat. They all know it.
It's Mormon. That's what it is. That's my accent.
Not you.
Oh, am I not Fatty? I thought they were calling me Fatty.
No, you're not Fatty.
Oh.
Team Fatty in chat. He was in chat earlier. Chef Dylan also sending another 50 to say, rude, Sarah. And then follows up again to say, fine, Sarah, here's more money. Thank you so kindly. I love that. And then to follow up one more time to say thank you for all you do. Well, salute to you, Chef Dylan.
Damn, Chef. Good for you, man.
Chef's awesome. Ida Billy with the big 20. This guy is tarded. Andrew bad because he's debating from his worldview. You're here doing the exact same thing.
I talk about statistics I had memorized. If you grant them, did that mean that you were just afraid of them?
It's so stupid, dude. What a dummy.
One thing I learned about Andrew from watching lots of debates is when Andrew always laughs at his own jokes, and they laugh about 4 seconds. These aren't real laughs. This is Andrew's coping mechanism because Andrew has an army of incels, and all they can do is insult people. And this is what this is what you're going to do.
What's an incel?
Yeah, thank you.
What is an incel?
No.
Are married men incels?
I said an army of incels, not you, Andrew.
No. Are married men incels?
They can be.
How?
Involuntarily celibate. So they didn't choose to be celibate. They just are celibate.
So they're married and their wives won't fuck them. That makes them incels?
Yeah.
So then just any man who's not getting laid is an incel?
Could be. Sure.
Could be or is.
I don't care, Andrew.
You don't care?
No, not at all.
No. I was just going to point out that the
I know you were.
demographic of my audience is married.
I know you were, Andrew.
But I guess they're an army of incels.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you what the overwhelming majority of your audience is because you don't have one.
Growing pretty quick, though.
No, not very quick.
I had 5,000 subscribers like 3 months ago. Now there's 14,000. That's pretty quick, I'd say.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I had 11,000 when we started this day, and now we're up to 12.5. Chef Dylan with the big 50. It's weird how this progressive is in an agreement with the globalist billionaires in the WHO and the WEF.
Cool. I don't care.
Texas Red says, RTP, what would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
I don't eat breakfast. I'm not a breakfast person, so an empty stomach, I guess.
I thought you would respond that way.
Oh. All right. You want to elaborate on that or no? Is that an insult?
No.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, they said, well, never mind. I won't even. Chef Dylan said, if I got YouTube Premium, I couldn't drop this much money to you, Sarah. Got it. Understood.
What a team player.
Yeah, we like Chef. Sergio with the big 20. While RTP Talks debated a straw man, I really wish people would debate in good faith.
All right.
King says RTP better hope no one squats in his house and tosses him a few bucks every month. Otherwise, he'd be a bitch for wanting them to leave. Andrew.
I'm not surprised that they don't understand that I said we have property rights. I'm not at all surprised that somebody in Andrew's audience was too fucking stupid to realize that I said in my debate with Andrew, just like if somebody was camping in your backyard or in your living room, you would have the right to throw them out. But yeah, I know.
Unless you did it for social cohesion
You guys were just waiting for
you
were just waiting for Andrew to speak and not listening. That's kind of the theme here.
Yeah. They're just all too stupid, right?
Some of them are. That one clearly is.
So what about the smart ones? Why do they listen to me?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
think. Look, Andrew,
I thought they were all just dumb.
No, I think you're really smart. I think you're. And
Are
I
you
think,
sure?
And I
I
think
don't
there's a
know.
lot of people on your channel that are really smart. I just think you have you start with your position of believing in God and you work backwards, and I think that that's a silly way to do it. As somebody who
start from your position.
as somebody,
and work
well,
forwards.
I started with the position where I believed in God, and I did 30 years of that, and then I realized it was bullshit, and then I had to discover like where I actually stand, and it's been a lot
When
of
did
work.
we talk about God?
I just know what your positions are, Andrew.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with it? Like,
I think
when
you
say
because you
this-
start there and you work backwards. I think all.
No,
I
I
think you
start
do it.
with
I think
what
Ben
you
Shapiro
believe
does.
and work forward.
I've heard you say that your beliefs are based on your Christian beliefs. That means
That's
you
true.
start there and you work backwards. And I think that if you do that, what you're going to do is you've started with a biased position in the first place, and you're just going to look for things that back up your point. And I don't think you do a good job of like recognizing that you're not making a compelling argument. I don't think you make a good argument.
Yeah. So the funny thing here is like you can hold a position, and it is true that I hold a Christian position. There's no doubt that that is the case. But you can hold that position, still work your way forward from an opponent's position, from what he states from his position. If it's true that I'm biased in mine, then it would also equally have to be true you're biased in yours. And so if that's the case, we're trying to work our way forward from each other's views. Why semantics are so important, and understanding what we're talking about is so important. It would have saved you a lot of headache.
Yeah, but I don't start with the position and work backwards. You do.
Yes, you do.
Where do I start?
The position is that you're correct, right?
No.
No?
No, I'm wrong all the time. That's how how my views have evolved.
So then if you start with the position here that you're not correct, what would you utilize to falsify that you're correct?
If wait, do I have to start with the position that either I'm correct or incorrect? I can't start with the position of I'm not sure.
Well, no, you can start with the position.
Okay, well, that's where I start.
But how would you falsify it? How would you falsify it?
Give me an example.
Well, did you come to the debate not sure, or did you come to the debate thinking?
Yeah, I'm open. Yeah, if you were able to go through my arguments there, and you were able to give me counter data, and you were able to make a compelling argument that number one, it would be in our financial benefit to do this, and number two, that the social cohesion, the social cohesion would get better after mass deportations, I could be swayed. But I don't think you even attempted to make that argument.
Well, I demonstrated.
I think you tried to pick apart mine. And I think that's
so
what you
do. I demonstrated point two from my position really well. I told you exactly what I would do actually as a policy, that I would ship all immigrants out, all of them, legal immigrants, not legal ones, and that I would nationalize the military to go to the border. I actually set that out as a policy prescription, and then stated why, for the purpose of social cohesion, I'd do that. Now, I granted the economic argument just so that we could move into the ideas of social cohesion, and you failed miserably there.
I didn't say you
and
didn't make an
and I'm going to
argument.
show you how it is that you failed.
I said you didn't make a compelling argument.
Yeah,
I know
when we
you
get
made
to
an
the-
argument. We
when
don't
we
need
get
to hear
to
it
the
again.
idea-
We've already heard your argument. We
I'm
don't
just
need to
gonna
recap it.
Yeah,
every time.
no, I'm not giving you the argument again.
All right.
I'm just explaining to you that the failure here, the falsification, is demonstrated to you is that if you're not consistent in your own worldview as to what social cohesion even is and why it's important and what it would mean if we have property rights versus all of that is meaningful in the sense of what social cohesion is and how it's enforced. And so it's like we can't even get to that unless we can critique what these things even mean.
Yeah, and again, it's because you start with this with a viewpoint. You start with it. I don't have a position. What you try and do in every debate that you have when you are not the affirmative is you just try and poke holes in what you think people's morals are, and you think that that somehow makes your argument better. You didn't make an argument tonight. You really didn't. Nobody
You just
knows.
said I didn't,
nobody,
and then you
nobody,
said
nobody
seconds
knows,
ago I did.
Nobody knows a compelling argument. Excuse me. You didn't make a compelling argument tonight. All you did is try and pick holes in logic, and I'm just like I appreciate it for the type of debates that you do. But I don't think that it's an effective way to debate, and I think that it is just you trying to justify what I think is a very backwards and unpopular worldview.
I see. Popularity is what matters.
No, I just said it's unpopular. I didn't say it mattered.
And that would be the popularity matters then. Otherwise, by reference, it's unpopular.
Well, it does matter when we talk about social cohesion, doesn't it?
Well, see, this is interesting.
Oh, now
I wish we could have actually got into what social cohesion was and why your viewpoint was flawed. Well, we did a little bit. I pointed out a lot of the flaws there.
Yeah, what flaws you pointed out that what flaws? What flaws did you
that
point out?
when it came to the case of when it's okay to remove people, that basically, as long as it was popular or you had the property, then on the case of immutable characteristics, that would be fine. You would just be, quote, a bitch. I'm sure that that's a real popular view. But even if it wasn't a real popular view, we can also point out something which is obvious. That you're in contradiction the second I give you the same case of this happening with Native Americans, and you say, no, that's completely fine. And then you flip-flopped on that 4 fucking times.
Yeah, this
no
is
less
what
than 4
what
times.
happens when you start with an ideology and you work backwards. And
It's your ideology.
And all you're trying to prove, Andrew, is that
It's your ideology.
And I'll give you a compliment. And I said this on my stream today. I think you are the reason
It's
you're
a compliment.
The reason
It's a compliment.
The reason that you're good at this is you are consistent in your ideology because you are an ideologue and you make good, consistent arguments about your ideology. And no, we're not. That's just something. This is what all cults do to control behavior. They point out the flaws.
Are you saying I have a cult?
I think that I think you're in a cult.
Oh boy.
I think you're in
who's
a
cult?
I think you are in the the Orthodoxy cult.
Wait, so is all organized religion a cult?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't care.
But specifically,
then 2/3 of planet Earth's in a cult.
No, but specifically, like high demand religions, like ones like yours that have a patriarchal order, ones that demand loyalty to the man, so the man can go speak to the leader. That's how every cult operates in history. Every dangerous one. I escaped a cult. I know what this is all about. You want people to join your cult and share your ideology, and that's where you start. And so that's why you're ideologically consistent. It's also why you can take really abhorrent non-Christian views and justify them.
So is it the case then that the absence of ecclesiology is its own form of ecclesiology? Is it the case that if you're adamantly against cults, that is cultish in and of itself?
I'm not adamantly against cults. I'm adamantly against people taking a set of beliefs and using it as a way to condition people to come to a conclusion that I think is harmful to them. That's the problem I have with cults.
My chat was wondering too. What's your ethnicity?
I don't really know. I'm adopted, so I'm not 100% sure. Mostly white, though, like mostly Southern European and Scandinavian.
All right. Gadfly with the big 20 says, I meant deport illegals, replace them with nonviolent offenders. We have more people in prison than any other country. Most are nonviolent. You said the federal apprenticeship program is good. Explain why we shouldn't deport.
Why can't we do both? I'd say do both.
All right. Fair enough. Airborne says, stopping illegal
Even
immigration.
though it's super expensive.
Stopping illegal immigration would mean that wages would have to rise.
It's expensive for people to work?
Well, it'd be expensive for you to want to enforce a rigorous immigration policy while at the same time creating naturalization policies would cost us a fortune.
It's costing. I don't think it would be more expensive than what we're doing now.
I think over the long term, the least expensive thing that we can do is remove every single legal immigrant who is here, even if it costs us a bunch up front, so that we had good economic longevity.
I don't think you could back that up statistically, and you've made no attempt to do so. What numbers are you citing there? Yeah, what numbers are you citing?
Wait, for longevity? Oh,
yeah.
That's easy. You can actually use, hang on, I'll pull the study up. I'll put it in the private chat for you. The longevity is an easy one. I'm surprised you would even argue that.
For longevity of the financial impact versus amnesty? Or is this versus...
Yeah, for the longevity, if you removed all illegal immigrants from the nation, let no more in, from the longevity perspective, it's going to be better for the nation.
But you're comparing that against where we are now, not if we granted amnesty, right?
Yeah, I think that
okay, well, I'm talking about it.
All illegal immigrants, that would include ones that we would need to grant amnesty to because they would be here illegally necessarily, that economically over the long term, that would be better for the United States. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, look, I think that there's I think you can make an argument for that, but I think amnesty, we're better off with amnesty than we are in deporting all these people. The amount of time, the amount of time we would have to
you just contradicted yourself again.
What?
Well, you just said that over the long term, you think that I'm right, and then you just said I'm not.
No. Over the long term, amnesty is better. Not your way.
Over the long term, amnesty is. You mean amnesty is just better for the people that you're giving amnesty to?
No, I think
at
it's
the
better
time.
for the. I think it's better for the country.
Then why don't we bring in 50 million more immigrants and give them amnesty?
That's not amnesty.
Yeah, it would be if they came in illegally. Why not just give them amnesty?
Because we can take the people that are here right now are already working. It's not going to be a drain on our resources. 50 million people. I think we have like 10 million open jobs. We couldn't even.
Okay, so how about another 500,000?
Well, I'm not. Again, I actually agreed with you that I think we need to do something. We need to stop illegal immigration. I agreed with you that we could strengthen our southern border. I agree with all that.
Yeah, but why? If it is the case that we could bring in 500,000 illegals and just give them amnesty, isn't that better for us?
No.
Why?
Because there's already people here working. So why?
Yeah, I know, but we need more of those people here working. Then that's more money.
Oh, if we're filling jobs, yeah. If there's jobs that are open that aren't being filled, and we bring in people and give them amnesty, sure. I would rather see like work visas than amnesty. But yeah, I think,
but I mean, who cares though, right? I mean,
who cares about what?
Yeah, if you can bring them in faster illegally, right?
No, I'm not.
And then they fill jobs.
No, because because if you bring them in illegally, they're not paying into the system. I would want them to bring in. I would want them to come in legally and pay taxes.
Yeah, but you could just give them amnesty.
Well, yeah. But so you're saying bring them in illegally and then give them amnesty? I'm not.
Yeah, sure. Once they fill the positions, you just give them amnesty. Then.
No, I don't think that that's a good idea because I think that a lot of these jobs, one, are seasonal. I think agricultural jobs are being swallowed up, and if you grant amnesty for jobs that may not exist in 3 or 4 years, I think it's a bad idea. So you do work visas.
Do you think in 20 years, if we granted amnesty, we'd be right back to talking about granting amnesty to the next crop?
Certainly, if we didn't do anything about securing the southern border, yeah, we'd be right back where we're at. I mean, that's what happened, right? That's what Reagan did it. We didn't do anything to secure the border. Bush tried to do it. I agree with you. You can't have amnesty without a pretty strong border. You've got to do a lot of work on the border.
So then I guess we should be deporting people who've broken the law and then securing the border before we grant amnesty.
I don't think that you have to do it in that order. I think that I don't.
You just said we did. Otherwise, we just have the same problem.
You have to deport people in order to grant them amnesty.
If you want to have strong border policies, you're going to have to get rid of the people who are illegally here.
No,
right?
they're already here. You give them amnesty. They're no longer illegal. And then you seal off the southern border.
And then you seal off the border.
Yeah.
But even though the historic standard is that what we do is we give them amnesty, the next administration comes in and keeps the border open.
Now the precedent.
I agree.
You've set the precedent.
No, I agree with that.
So that they'll just lean back on that every time.
No, because in order to have amnesty, you spend on the border. They go together. You have to have legislation for amnesty, and along with that amnesty, everything that Andrew said, I would be comfortable with. I'd be comfortable putting the National Guard on the border. I'd be comfortable building the wall. I'd be comfortable spending a lot more money to make sure
we
people
give you what you want.
You can do them at this. You can do them simultaneously.
How about you just secure the fucking border, and then we have the conversation?
Why do we have
amnesty?
to? Why can't we do them both?
Because otherwise, we end up right back where we're at. And
How?
what we end up with is we end up with the amnesty and the not sealed border.
Yeah, but the people that are getting amnesty, they have nothing to do with the sealed border. They're already here.
Yeah, that's nice. So what? You just set a precedent to bring in fucking 1 million more in 20 years and give them amnesty next.
No, that's why you write this is what's crazy. Like you guys are now you're saying that we can't. So can we secure the southern border or not?
Yeah, I think we could.
Okay, well
if Democrats weren't obstructionists, I think we could do it easier.
Excuse me, Republicans are the ones that blocked the border funding while Biden was
president. They wouldn't scream. So if we sent military to the border with orders to shoot and kill, Republicans or Democrats wouldn't lose their mind. They're losing their fucking mind about alligator Alcatraz.
Listen, I agree with you. I think Democrats would lose their mind, but I would side with you on this one. I agree.
But what about my social cohesion of the majority?
I don't think that's the majority.
Wait, so you think the most amount of people would agree with me to send the military to the border with orders to shoot to kill?
If we're talking about securing the border, yeah, I do think so.
Okay, but they wouldn't agree with me on deporting the fucking people who are here, but they would agree with me to send the military to the border with orders to shoot to kill.
Correct.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Some people can agree with one thing and not another, Andrew. It's crazy, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Well,
unless you have an ideological view where everything is absolutes and nobody ever compromises, in which case, then you can't do it. But that's why we don't want people like you leading.
I just want you to say yes or no to this question. Most people agree with Andrew Wilson that we should mobilize the military and put them on the border with orders to shoot to kill.
I'm guessing that. I've never seen any polling on that, but I would guess that. Yeah, I could be wrong.
Okay.
All right. Airborne with the Big 20. Stopping illegal immigration would mean that wages would have to rise to a level where Americans would want the jobs currently taken by illegal aliens. Thomas Sowell, an award-winning economist.
That's like getting a Freedom Award from the Heritage Foundation. I don't care about his awards. You can look at the data. I understand that people say that if you deported a bunch of people, that would create a supply and demand. But the problem is, like, already we can't fill the demand. Already we have jobs that are open that are unfilled. So we're in a pretty untenable position. So removing people from these jobs, what I think would happen is that just most of these family farms or smaller mid-sized farms, they would all close down and corporations would come in and gobble them up, and we would just have a bigger
massive corporate farms are the ones who employ most of these illegals, not small family-owned farms. The vast overwhelming majority of illegals are done by corporate funded farms.
The vast majority of farms are corporate farms, so that would make sense. But if
so what do you mean? How are the small ones going to go out of business from this?
Because if you look at family-owned farms, they're also hiring laborers, but they're hiring 2 or 3 or 8 or 10, and these massive corporations are hiring 500. So yes, of course, it makes sense that they are hiring the most illegal labor. That doesn't mean that family farms aren't hiring illegal labor. They absolutely
didn't say
are.
that they weren't, but the overwhelming majority, what you're doing is you're giving corporate interests exactly what they want here, which is to have as much unpaid labor as possible. And if you give them amnesty, right? So if the incentive of these massive corporate farms, for instance, is to have this really cheap labor, how come if you give these people amnesty, you think that these corporate farmers are going to keep them on the payroll if they have to suddenly pay them a living wage?
Who else are they going to pay?
Well, if that's the case, then why do you think that Americans wouldn't do the same job for whatever that new pay is, except they're not brown?
Because they're already, if you can look at, and that was part of my opening statement, which you missed, we already have aggressive marketing where people are paying above minimum wage, above average wage, and people don't want to go out and work farms. They just don't want to do it for some reason.
So then you think that if you give amnesty to the people who are working on these farms, and that destroys the corporate incentive to hire them in the first place because they can pay them such cheap labor, that somehow they're going to keep them employed because only brown people will do the work and not other people at higher wages?
Who else are they going to employ?
Whoever is willing to do the job at a higher wage,
They're
same as Europe.
I think that they're offering higher wages, and we're not seeing those jobs being filled. This is I appreciate you thinking
but the
that,
thing is, they
but
have
it's not
the
happening.
option. They have the option of the cheaper labor. So why would they?
No. In some places they don't, because there has been
where,
like in Arizona, there's been
Arizona's so fucking incredibly inundated with illegals. It's insane.
You want to hear the rest of the sentence?
Yeah, I
do
want to hear
crash
the rest.
fuck out.
Yeah, give me the rest of the sentence.
In Arizona, they have actually, in the last 4 or 5 years, they have been cracking down on employers. For once, they're actually going after the real problem, which is the employers. And so you can see down in specifically Yuma, where we have run like border patrol all over the place and done raids for years, including under the Biden administration, Obama administration, the first Trump administration, and what it has led to is the shortages in labor, and they can't find American-born people to work these jobs, even at wages that are much higher than the average wage in Yuma.
Then why, if you legalize those same brown people, and they now have the option to go get other higher-paying jobs with way less work, would they fucking stay there, dude?
There aren't higher-paying jobs, dude.
What? They're not higher paying jobs than picking fucking fruit in a factory farm for people who are legal migrants to the U.S. Really?
For the new fee? For what you said? You said they were gonna pay more.
Yeah, if you're a corporation, you have underpaid immigrant labor.
Yeah,
that's your incentive for hiring them. And these people can't get jobs elsewhere because they don't get hired elsewhere for these high wages.
Yeah.
If you suddenly made them legal citizens, literally overnight, how is it that those people would still work that arduous, backbreaking work when they can go get a job doing something else for a higher wage?
Because they'll be paid more. They'll go from their illegal wages and to their state. Like in Arizona, it's $15 minimum wage. A lot of these farm workers are working under the table for $7 or $8. A lot of them, it would double what they're making.
So if they can go get another minimum wage job for $15 an hour that doesn't break their fucking ass picking fruit, why wouldn't they do that?
Well, then it incentivizes the farmers to pay a little bit more, doesn't it?
Well, I thought you said that doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't work?
You said if you offer a bunch more money, people won't do the job because they have other options for jobs.
I said Americans won't do the job.
Why?
I don't know. Ask them.
Because it's really hard work?
Well, these people are doing hard work.
Well, right. That's my whole point. So if it's the case that either Americans are super fucking lazy.
Yes.
And, okay, so granted, they're super lazy and just brown people aren't.
I think that when you, I don't know how you were raised. I don't know if you came up from wealth, but a lot of people that come from places that aren't wealth, they will have a better work ethic because it's required of them. It's their only option. And people that are born into privilege, which a lot of us here in America are, a lot of times we're not going to go start at the bottom. Americans do that all the time. This is what happened in Springfield, Ohio. Springfield, Ohio had all these people on unemployment, and they wouldn't work. And so Springfield's like, we got to do something. And they brought in a bunch of people that were here on temporary status from Haiti, and they came in and they filled those jobs. Because for whatever reason, the citizens of Springfield were just sitting on their ass.
So what happened there is they said, we'll bring you in, right? These corporations can bring you in for these jobs specifically, and that's the way that we'll grant you this visa.
Right.
You're not talking about that with amnesty.
No.
That will give you amnesty if you stay at this job. Why in the world would you, if you're doing back-breaking labor and you're moved up to the same minimum wage that other white people are working at white people jobs, whatever those are, why in the world would they stay doing the back-breaking ass labor when they now have options when the entire incentive for the corporation was to bring them in to do that back-breaking labor at a cheaper price? Now they have why would they stay?
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever lived in a farming community. It's not like there's all these jobs out there that are just
I don't know if you know about the concept of moving when you're a legal citizen, but they do it all the time.
Yeah, moving's expensive, my friend.
Oh, bro, it's a lot less expensive than staying at a fucking back-breaking job for $15 an hour.
Well, yeah, maybe they might move to the city and get a different job. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. So how does that help our labor shortage?
Well, I don't think that you actually are making. You're just saying maybe this could happen. Anybody.
It's not maybe. It just stands to reason.
You could make this argument about anything or anyone.
Yes, well, that's my whole point.
So
how would it solve
then?
if your idea is labor shortage solved, we give them amnesty, they stay at the job. The supposition there is that now, if they're legal citizens, could get jobs doing other work that's not as backbreaking for an even higher wage, thus defeating the incentive for them being here in the first place. They're going to stay there doing that work. That's crazy.
Yeah, but there's American citizens that stay and do that work. How come they don't move?
I thought you just said that there wasn't. We didn't get enough of them. You can't give them enough incentives.
Exactly, we can't get enough of them. But the ones that are here, why did they stay in that job?
Well, so I think that the case of the matter is that you can always have some people who would stay in some work condition that they really liked. I would agree that there's going to be some people who love picking cabbages, but not most people. And so if it's the case that most people don't like picking cabbages, most people have the option not to pick cabbage or to go work, I don't know, in an automotive shop or something that's less backbreaking, and they're now legal citizens and aren't barred from doing that, why the fuck wouldn't they just do that?
Well, I don't think that those are the people that largely are the ones that are working in this farm, on these farms. You have a lot of people that are going to work on those farms that are going to be migrant labor. Again, we have job shortages.
Yeah.
Even if we do amnesty, we're still going to have shortages for agriculture. And for those reasons, then we use work visas, and we bring people here that maybe have a lower cost of living, and they can come here and get paid a minimum wage, and then when the season is done, they go back to wherever they migrated from.
That makes no sense, though.
That's most of the labor. That's most of the labor in southern Arizona.
Yeah, but I'm going to point out this flaw. There's a massive flaw here. When people come in on these H-1Bs, they're not coming in to do those jobs. They can't get the H-1B absent that job. They don't have choices. It's not a choice thing. It's not like, oh, we're just going to give you an H-1B, and then you come to the United States and find yourself some gainful employment.
Right.
No, what happens is you have a corporate sponsor who brings you in to do that labor, and that's the only way that they can get in.
Right. And
you're not talking about that. You're talking about granting all of the people doing those jobs fucking amnesty and then saying that they're going to stay at those jobs even though now they can compete inside the labor force as legal citizens. Why would they do that?
I feel like you're under the impression that everybody that's here illegally is working agricultural jobs. They're not.
No, they're working they're working back-breaking ass labor though. Otherwise,
they're also working in call centers. They're also working in restaurants. They're working a lot of places.
Yeah, why would they do any of those jobs?
Some of them are working for good wages.
And by the way, so now some of them are working for good wages.
Look, I have a friend who's been here illegally.
And you can't incentivize white people to work in call centers with a high enough wage?
No,
come on.
I used to run a call center. It was very difficult.
It's very difficult to get anybody to do those jobs. Yeah. Anybody, unless you have a high enough wage.
There are several people backstage waiting to come on and tangle with you as well. I'd like to get through the rest of the couple more super chats and then allow them to come on if you don't mind.
Okay, well, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning for me. I've been streaming since noon. I got to go get some sleep. I can't actually stay up anymore. I'm about to fall asleep during the debate. But I appreciated the good spirit of the interlocutor, and I hope you guys Have a wonderful evening.
Good night, man. Good talking to you.
I win because I can stay up longer. And I've been doing this the same amount of hours as you.
Oh.
You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I said true, but maybe you got more sleep than I did.
Mm-mm.
No? Okay.
I streamed last night. You canceled yours.
Yeah.
I win.
Yeah. Have a good night.
W feminism.
Bye, Andrew. Have a good night. All right. And let me just hit one more in here for the 50. His Grace remains with the big 50. Hey, dum dum in the salmon hoodie. All you did was insult Andrew in your closing statement. No coherent argument. Sarah, you are great. All right.
Actually, Andrew insulted me also. I guess you missed that one. But no, I did actually address it while insulting him. How dare you say I didn't do two things at once? I did them both.
Fair enough. Are you hanging for open panel?
Yeah.
All right. I don't know how much energy I have left, but we're gonna fucking do it. All right. What do you think?
Love it.
Let's
You
hit
just
it.
let me know when you're done.
All right. I see a lot of newbies here. That's fine and dandy. However, rule of thumb with my somebody dropped with my stream. I don't mind if you guys talk and get crazy, but if you're gonna get crazy, at least keep the interruptions to a minimum. The chat cannot hear you, the viewers cannot hear you, and I get rather annoyed. If I start talking, that's probably because I want you to stop. Otherwise, I'm going to be pretty quiet. I've already lost my voice for the day. Okay, let's start off. Troy, you got a thought here you want to bring to the table?
Yeah. So you guys can hear me okay? Everything's good?
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, we can hear you.
So I've been hearing RTP talk about Americans being lazy, and that's why they aren't going to be picking up these farming jobs and things along those lines. I'm from AZ. I have friends. On average, you have like 3 jobs, 2 of which are full-time, 1 of which is part-time on average. And I'm just wondering, like, is this framework that you're bringing people about Americans being lazy, is it a propaganda thing that you've been fed that you're just kind of repeating, or is it something that's based with numbers?
It seems like something you made up entirely. What I said is that there are jobs that aren't being filled, and he said, "What, are Americans just lazy?" And I said, "I guess so." I didn't bring that up. He did. Do you have a different?
You followed up with saying that you can't fill jobs in call
Zeb,
centers.
why don't I just answer my
Well,
questions?
you just lied, so.
Why don't you hold on to a position rather than being a tube of toothpaste?
All right, let me go ahead and
address
interrupt
something.
one more time while I can, if you don't mind. Everybody shut the fuck up. I'm officially going to shut down the Raging Tomato side, and we're going to move over to the Gauntlet. If you are watching, viewing, it should automatically rage you. Otherwise, I've dropped the link in the chat now. I'm closing down Raging Tomato, and we're moving over to the Gauntlet. So follow the raid or go home.
Yeah,
okay,
I just want to address something because you brought me up tonight.
What's up, brother?
I want to. What's up? I want to hear the claim that you made.
I said that you listened to the Crucible and you listened to me and you've changed some of your positions.
Yeah, that's correct on some things. Definitely not on immigration, and definitely not after listening to your last 2 debates. That's for sure. For this one, I kind of regret even telling you about it, especially for the point that you went into this not talking. You were saying, "Oh, it's not that I'm against it morally. Oh yeah, I'd be fine with birthright citizenship." You were just talking about the economics of it. And I watch your podcast. I listen to you. I listen to Nick Fuentes, and I listen to Andrew Wilson. You're the only one on the left that I listen to because you're honest with the things you say. But tonight you were completely disingenuous.
Where was I disingenuous? Do you feel like? You watch me every day.
About deportations. The reason why you're against them is because of the GDP and economically and all this bullshit. I've watched you basically.
I feel like you and Andrew you're all doing the same thing. I laid out about 30 different examples. One of those examples was that it would cause a drop in GDP if we took everybody here that's here illegally and move them. That was one example that Andrew focused on. I agree that like that argument by itself is not a good enough argument to say this is what I agree with, but that's what Andrew focused on. That's why I wanted to go down the list of all the reasons.
Steering it away from if he was asking you if it was moral or not. You wouldn't address that. Meanwhile, that's all you address like on your show.
I never talk about morality.
They're only deporting brown people. They're not showing.
No, wait. Now you're dishonest. Now you're being dishonest. Now you're being dishonest because every time I show those clips on my show, I go to DHS.gov and I say, and it's only when people say that it's not about brown people, and I say, okay, go to DHS.gov and just give me a different alternative. I'm open to an alternative, but explain to me when I watch the videos from DHS.gov, their fear porn deportation videos, how come every single person that they're showing on that camera is Hispanic? I'm not making a judgment. I'm saying just give me a better reason for why all of these videos that they make show Hispanic people.
But you're against deportations because you think they're immoral.
No,
that's your main reason why.
No,
and if you say no, I think.
Well, then
I don't
wouldn't I
have
have objected to them during the Biden administration?
Well, I didn't really know who you were during the Biden administration,
I didn't
the way you object to them now, it's mostly on a morality issue.
No, I think you're listening.
Than a financial.
No, I think you listened to Andrew because I didn't object during the Biden administration. I didn't object during the first Trump administration. The problem that I have with this is that is very ineffective. They're not even coming close to the numbers that Biden or Trump or Obama did before. It's causing chaos and it's very fucking expensive. If this was business as usual, we'd be deporting more people and you wouldn't have riots in the streets.
All right, so let me ask you this. I think we went through the same thing last time. What if it costs us absolutely nothing to deport these people? We deported every single one of them that's here illegally, and the GDP went up a little bit. You'd be okay with that?
If it costs nothing to deport people?
Costs nothing to deport them, and the GDP went. Would you be okay if we did that tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it's not possible. Are we saying like in a hypothetical world
would you be okay with it?
If we deport everybody that's here illegally and GDP goes up?
Yeah.
No.
Would Americans take over the jobs that would be left behind from the immigrants that were deported, or wouldn't they? I'm kind of curious what your take is.
I don't think so. So my argument for that is that I think that these family farms and small to mid-sized farms, they can't operate on the same margins that corporate farms can. So the argument there was that this would shut down small and mid-sized farms, and those farms would be gobbled up by corporations who can operate on smaller margins.
Yeah, I would just ask, how did farms historically tend to operate, even on a large scale?
Can you be more specific with that question? I'm not.
Yeah, let's go back to like 1900. How did farms historically operate in the United States as far as labor was concerned?
Like who worked the farms?
Yeah, who worked the farms?
I have no idea. In the early 1900s, I have no idea.
The families of the people who own the farms.
Oh, so you're talking about family-owned farms? Yeah. And that's why a lot of people, that's why you saw, I think in those days, you saw like higher birth rates and you had families that kind of stuck together. You had families that like worked together on farms and they like created their own workforce. They didn't expand past what their family could do. Like I didn't grow up farming, but both of my parents did. They grew up on family farms and they didn't expand past their family. They didn't have a bunch of employees. So I still think that happens. And I still think those types of family farms would not be affected by this.
No, I'm asking, do you think that a family farm concept could fulfill the roles of these farms?
Yeah, I think that would be preferable. I think it would require a lot of federal subsidizing. I think that you would have to incentivize people to move. I don't know how many farmers we have like to make up the difference of people who currently aren't farming that are going to go create a farm.
Yeah, we won't be able to like hot swap it, right? Like we couldn't
Yeah.
just switch from the current labor force to a family, like a family farm-based one.
Yeah.
No, we are bringing in a bunch of rich South Afrikaners who are used to going in farming in very trying environments. So I think they could go and handle that fairly well, especially where a lot of Dutch communities are.
Hold on, or wouldn't that be replacing the jobs of Americans? Or do you not have a problem with them because they're white farmers? Why are we bringing in farm owners?
Correct.
We're importing farm owners.
And I just want to address one other thing. Like, you and Misfit Patriot do the same exact thing.
Hey, first of all, how dare you? I'm already offended.
This is I know, and that's like the worst thing I've ever said to you.
No, it's not. No, it's
I
not.
hope it hurts.
It is not the worst.
When you guys lose a debate, you immediately go and you attack the other person's audience. You know, we're all incels, we're all Nazis.
I'm sorry. Did you see the chat? Did you see what the chat's saying about me? Are you fucking kidding me?
You're saying some crazy stuff. I was modding it.
Don't wear a pink hoodie, man. I mean, what are we doing here?
80 million to 1. I can't take a few shots.
Sounds like a lot of whining.
I can't take a few shots.
Ryan Houchin said, how does he not understand that to grant the argument means admitting that even if every point you're making is entirely true, another factor is still so significant it renders your position comparatively minor.
I've explained this before. I think that the reason he granted me that is because he doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about morality. And the difference between like me and this audience, and I don't mean this one disrespectfully because I do think people can have their own views, is I think that you guys are all pretty ideologically aligned, and I think you work backwards from that view. I go out of my way to not have an ideology. You can't call me a socialist. You can't call me a communist. You can't call me a capitalist. You'll find agreement with me across the board. But I think ideologies are harmful. They lead to people like thought-stopping discussions.
Well, you have an ideology, clearly.
It's an ideology, dude.
What is it?
Wait, before we get into what his ideology is, I want to.
You're a fence sitter. That's your ideology.
You don't need to ascribe an ism. He doesn't need to be an existing group. He has his own ideology.
Then John Locke, hold on. John Locke follows up to say RTP holds the same moral structure as the white nationalist he hates and calls racist. Therefore, he's a racist.
I think that's stupid, but yeah, I don't think you could identify an ideology, and I think that this is the problem.
I don't need to
with these type of that's the thing. The only reason you want me to have an ideology is because you guys have one, and you want to be able to compare the two and decide which one's better.
Define it.
But
what is an ideology?
Well, I can only define to Andrews. I don't know each of your ideologies.
No, what's an ideology?
I can. It's a system of ideas and ideals.
Do you have? So you don't have ideas and ideals? You don't have a system of beliefs?
No, not really. No.
His position is.
So you came up here today to debate something you didn't.
He says his position is better because it's incoherent. That's what he's saying.
No, my position is no. I can defend it. I can defend it without. I can defend it without having to argue the way that you guys do. I know that it's laughable, but like you guys have to understand that you're by far in the minority. Like Christianity is dying because of this. Because of this type of like you have to create a straw man of me or a version of me or an argument, and all Andrew wanted to do was take my ideology and pick it apart. He didn't want to engage in this discussion.
So you do have one.
Wait.
I thought you said you didn't have one.
I said that's
Christianity dying.
Yeah, I said that's what he wanted to do.
No.
I mean, this isn't that hard to understand, fellas.
Okay, so I think you brought up.
We're
really
just all misunderstanding here.
Statement that Andrew didn't want to engage with, and the reason he granted it was so that he would. I agree with you. He wouldn't have to like break down and parse through it all, because people are saying, "Oh, well, you've used granted all. It means there's other things that are more important." But to make that assessment, you have to evaluate those other important things against all the things that he presented, right? So you could, if you're granting all of those things are like true, what does that mean? You can't then weigh that against some other thing. You have to actually analyze what those specific things are, what the harms and what the good things about them are, and then
that's what we want to get.
Why should I care
that's
about
why he
those
just granted the numbers,
harms
though, because
if you do not have a moral claim?
Because that's what the debate was about. I don't care if you personally care about it.
Yeah, but why should anybody? That's the point.
Well, that's what the debate was
the
about.
point Andrew was making, right?
Yeah,
even if he agreed on your descriptors, he didn't even go into that.
That's what
you have no moral backing to it.
What I don't understand. Why bring Christianity?
The reasons why you think it's immoral and why we shouldn't, because those are some of the things that you helped me come to the middle on a little more, where, I originally I wanted to deport every single illegal. Now I'm like, all right, maybe we should only go after the criminals. I've said
why
that.
did you change?
And that's from you
Wait, but why did
the
you
immorality
change?
of it.
No,
so
no,
I found it very surprising tonight. You didn't want to go into that at all.
Look, I'm not arguing the morality or immorality of this specifically, mostly because it's impossible. Because all of these people,
basically,
because everybody, because every,
like
hold
you were
on,
standing by your
hold on.
values. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know, and that's the
seems
point.
fake.
And that's the point. You think that if somebody doesn't have like this defined set of values or ideas, that therefore they're fake. What I'm saying is that refusing to tie yourself down to an ideology allows you to be open-minded. It allows you to change your mind without being tied to some principle that, in Andrew's case, is tied back to a hypothetical God. Literally, I've watched Andrew do this. At the end of the day, it's tied back to. He says that this comes from God. It is divinely inspired. You can't even define that.
Why
you
is
can't
that
even
any-
prove that
It
that's
does-
real.
it doesn't matter.
That's
It doesn't have to do with anything, dude.
Gentlemen, I do need to make one slight logistical interruption. Backstage, I still have Rinyald, Turd Ferguson, Ricky Bobby 3870. I like that name. And I have American Nacho, and I believe that's John Mosman. Let me double check. Yeah, that's John Mosman back there. If you want to shake up the panel, oops, left. If actually, Rinyald, you're coming right on up. If you want to shake up the panel, all you have to do is send money to boot someone. Hi, John, I see you. You can, just send money. It has to be $5 or more, and you can boot. But then, you got to tell me who you want to boot. So I won't interrupt the panel for the boots. I'm just going to show the super chat, and then I'm just going to remove you, and we'll just move along the line. But I just wanted to let you know they're back there waiting patiently. Okay, back to you.
Could I ask a quick question? Sorry, I may stutter a bit. I'm a bit tired, but RTP. When it comes to your lack of I'd say your ethical flexibility and your non-religious stance, how could you? There are certain states where slavery is a very beneficial and practical institution to implement. Like, I'm not sure if you knew much about like the FIFA development over in Qatar,
yeah,
and like over the UAE, but they went and were able to get like a bunch of Indians or Tibetans or people all over the subcontinent, and they were able to go and make them go into with predatory contracts. But this was incredibly beneficial to the Qataris, the UAEs, like all the people over there, and it's beneficial because the native populations there are very small, but they're very rich, and they can go and they can access a population that they don't want, that they can just go and castrate and just dispose of when they are no longer useful. So I'm just wondering, like in a nation such as this, where we have very wealthy areas and there are certain large stretches of land where you don't really need independent farmers to go and farm and manage everything. Why wouldn't like a slavery or a second-class citizenry or something of that nature to go and bypass the 13th Amendment or whatever? Why is that immoral when it's practically useful and it can be beneficial to like the core population as well as the elites of society that run the government?
Yeah, I think you're entitled to your bodily integrity, your bodily autonomy, your own labor. And so I'm opposed to it that way. But I think the main thing is that you don't. A lot of you guys say that like your morals, or let's just use Andrew for example. His morals are divinely inspired. They come from the same place I do, or that mine do. Mine come from my head. Yours come from your head. Scientifically, they all come from the same place.
So then you'd be equally justified,
you
right?
can create
So
like
then you would be equally justified.
Let me just finish the answer real quick. You can create like this moral power, but I think all that does is it restricts your ability to have an open mind and to have open thought because you are limited under the principles of your religion.
I will say to that, like there are certain individuals like me myself. I don't have the same empathy as other people do, so I am much more open to a lot of
You should
ideas
enslave
much
Evan.
more than the other people. So I find that without like a moral guidance system, that it just finds it hard to understand things. So just applying like a universal sense of humanity.
Look, our morals come from the same place. You just credit them to somebody different. It's like when I watch the NFL and I watch Tim Tebow throw a wounded duck and they score a touchdown in the playoffs, and he goes and he jumps in the end zone and he drops to one knee and he thanks God. I just watched that. God wasn't there. Tim threw the ball. You just give credit to somebody else for what's happening in your head. That's the main difference. But you're limited.
Do you think all moral justifications are equally justified? Like, do you think all justifications are equal?
I think all justifications are equal. Like if I
let's say somebody morally believes this thing and you morally believe this thing. How do those two arbitrate that disagreement?
Yeah, so everywhere we live, there's a government. Like we pick people as arbiters.
Okay,
no,
so
that's not what he's asking.
Wouldn't if that's how we arbitrate it, then wouldn't anything that the government do theoretically be moral?
No, it would just be lawful.
Well, then that's hits back at the same question. How do you determine morality if everybody's justification is equal?
I don't care about morality.
All right, hold on. I'll break
At
it
all?
down easier.
Okay, so then when I don't give a shit about anything you say and I don't do anything you want, I'm just as justified as you, and you have nothing to complain about.
I can still complain. I can still complain about it.
Well, hold on, RT, what he's saying is
I'm
that
just
from
not going to complain
philosophical
about
lens,
it.
You won't have any leg to stand on to tell him he's wrong, other than you just don't fucking like it.
You don't either. Yours is made up. You have a made up fucking invisible.
great.
Just
No, it's not, dude.
up.
No, it's not,
The
dude.
only thing that's going to determine
RTP's
not made up.
So what?
Well, who's
So
God?
what if
Show
it's
me who
made up?
God. Well, that's the
No,
thing.
I didn't say God. I said the only thing that's going to determine which one of us is right is going to be force. Because
I
everyone
wouldn't
can
be any
enforce
less
our own ideas.
justified.
I actually agree with Andrew's force principle. I do think that ultimately everything does come down to force. Like you can do. We're seeing
you have
it.
to. You're secularist.
We see it right. I'm not a secularist. I don't even like. I don't. This is the thing. You always want to ascribe
Do you
something
know what
to me.
secularist means?
Well, it depends on your definition of it. Like it depends on your
Secularist has a definition. It means absent God. That's literally what it means.
Yeah, but Andrew also has different definitions for different words. So it depends on what you mean by secularism.
Oh,
No, he will engage with somebody's proprietary definition, but that
You
doesn't
don't
mean
believe
he
there's a
has
God,
actual
dude.
definition.
No, I don't.
So you're secularist.
RTP.
Yes, that's what secular means.
So you're secularist, exactly.
No, secularism is the principle of
No,
separate.
see, if he was a secularist, he would have an ideology.
Secularism
and then
is
that
the
would
principle.
ruin his
Yeah, you
entire
can't have an
separation.
ideology. You can't be labeled.
Oh my God.
You guys aren't even.
I don't have an ideology, but I can't have one.
You guys aren't even identifying.
You're walking
secularism
contradiction, bro.
No, you are. I don't have an ideology. You're just mad that I don't have one that you can't criticize.
Oh yeah, I'm totally mad, bro. I'm totally mad.
Why does not having an
Seething.
ideology make you better?
I don't know. I think it makes
Evan
me
is
more
going to. Evan's going to go ahead and make his exit, so we could bring the next person on. You want to give your final thoughts, Evan?
Yep. Well, I just want to say, great panel. I think that was a interesting debate to watch. And one thing I will say is, whether or not there is something out there, people can go and believe that there is something out there, and that can have real effects on the body and mind. And I think that even just telling a lie that is beneficial until that lie becomes the truth is ultimately a good thing. And I think that's like the benefit of religion from just like a purely secular practical perspective. But I appreciate your thoughts, and I thought it was very interesting.
Good to see you again, man.
Congratulations, Sarah. All right. See you.
Bye, Evan. Thanks for popping on. I love Evan. He's so sweet. All right. American Nacho, you're on. I like your mustache.
God damn.
That's a hell of a like freaking handlebar mustache. That is. Okay. Back to you, gentlemen.
So
RTP.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I can even agree with you that I think for the purposes of the discussion that you came to have with Andrew, I think that the trying to boil everything down to like a super like niche definition of what you define as good, I don't think that was actually engaging with the material. So I can agree with you on that level. But the thing that the thing that I don't understand is that like, so if somebody's moral worldview says that it's okay to murder anybody that I'm stronger than, and another person's moral worldview is that that's not okay, do you think that both of those claims are equally morally true, and it just matters who has the most force in order to enforce it.
Well, look, what you feel is true to you, but I think that what you do is you have an open debate of ideas, right? Like you guys think God is real, you can't prove it. That's true to you, it's not true to me.
Sure,
I
what kind
think,
of
but I
evidence would you
think,
like?
Ruby's not real.
but I think,
Ruby's not real.
but I
and engage
think,
the argument.
but I think, but I think, but I think,
what kind of evidence
but I
would you like
think-
for the existence
but
of
I
God, sir?
think, but I think, could I finish this answer if that's all right with you? But I think what it does is I think that it pigeonholes you, and I think that's where Andrew is. I think that we can't have a real debate without him trying to figure out like where my morals are, and I think that that's just by design. He wants to go in and he wants to take somebody's morals on, and I just want to have the and I just want to have the and I just want to have and I just want to and I just want to have the discussion of what is going to be better. That's it.
He wasn't having a moral debate with you, though.
It's in the topic, though. What is harm?
Yeah, but we defined that and we couldn't get past it. He didn't like my definition of harm and good. Why is his definition?
But I'm saying you can't pretend that it's not part of the conversation.
Well, I played along with it for him, yeah, but he wanted to stick on those two words forever. I gave him my definition early. And by the way, I would challenge every one of you to go watch my opening statement and then and then go watch Andrew's.
I watched the whole thing.
I know, and go watch it again. He misrepresented almost everything I said. He made arguments I never made. He just made these straw man arguments of things he heard on the left. He didn't address any of my points. He wasn't even listening.
No, he addressed the topic of debate, which you thought you were in a vacuum of economy, and
his opening statement's not usually response to your opening statement. It's his opening statement to the prompt.
He said he was only going to respond to my. No, he didn't. I wrote down his responses. He brought up Social Security. I never even mentioned Social Security in my opening, and that's all he wanted to talk about was Social Security.
No, you did in fact state that we made millions of dollars from Social Security from illegal immigrant labor. Like that was part of your opening statement.
Yeah, I brought as a total in taxes, right? That they pay into Social Security.
But you literally specifically mentioned Social Security.
Yes.
How can we be getting Social Security taxes from somebody that doesn't have a Social Security number?
Because what he did, exactly, that was the point. And in my conversation, I said that people get Social Security numbers illegally. I didn't say that they got them legally, but when he went after Social Security, he said, "So what? You're just going to say that all these people, like, how did they get it? I wonder how they got it. Did they get it illegally? What's that?
Can we arrest them for that crime or no?
You could.
So can we deport them for that crime?
You could.
Identity theft? That's a pretty serious crime.
Sure.
That would be justified from your view?
Sure.
To deport them for identity theft?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
RTP, is there any connection in your mind? So, like, I know you don't know much about Japan. I know they're bitches. I know all this. But
wait, hold on, real quick. Can I just clear that up?
Yeah.
I said
that's my main takeaway. By the way,
there was like an over under of how many times I was going to say bitches because I say it a lot, and then I looked at my chat. It was like the end. I'm like, fuck, I haven't said bitches, so I was just trying to get it out as many times as I can. For being honest.
Okay. That's fair.
I love that.
Okay, so Japan was an interesting country to choose from Andrew's point of view because Japan is 99% Japanese. So they have like this hegemony or whatever it's called.
Whatever.
Yeah, and so they also have like one of the lowest like crime rates in the world and have for decades on end. Do you think there's any sort of connection with that in regard to like them having a shared culture?
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
so if that's the case, then like what would be the argument against having that more so here?
Oh, like a more homogenous identity.
Yeah, at least more so.
I mean, I don't think it's possible. I think that no matter how much we try and narrow the view of like what homogeneity is, I think that there's always going to be divides, and this is what happens every time. It'll be Christians first, right? And then like my friends that are all Republican or Mormons, eventually it'll be like no, but not the Mormons. And then I've heard Andrew argue this before. Not the Catholics. The Catholics agree with us. We don't agree with them. And there's no end to the division. So even going down that path historically, it just leads to more classes. And
well, you would agree that thereuld be like
but even when we were having those conversations or
like
those divides, we were a lot better off.
Sorry, I didn't. I heard two voices.
I mean, we're gonna disagree with Catholics to a degree, but not so much on morality, dude.
The vast overwhelming majority of the the ethical framework that Catholics utilize, the Orthodox are going to 100% agree with them on.
I know I agree with that, but what I'm saying is over time,
and with most Protestants, that's also the same.
Over time, especially when we're talking about Andrew's worldview, which is like kind of to rule by Christian Catholic orthodoxy, over time, like once you get rid of all the other people out, then you go after the Mormons, then you may go after the Protestants, then you might go after the Catholics.
I don't think you understand the Christian nationalist position, though. It's not like the Christians need to take power by force. It's just that the church needs to be in synergia with the government. It's not a like we need to march in and take it over and force everyone to be Christian.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to be like fine to be
we just think that you should promote. Yeah, we just think that you should promote like we need propaganda again. We need government ran propaganda. We need to encourage societally like social norms.
If your arguments are good, why do you need propaganda?
There's other ways to do it without literally just like bringing the butt of a gun down.
Yeah, and I grew up in a cult, and I see like the effects of propaganda and how it silences people and takes away people's rights.
Right. Well, propaganda is.
What do you mean? I do know what propaganda.
The world.
What's propaganda?
You're not getting away from propaganda because you love.
All right, let's talk. Let's talk to Big Meaty over in the corner. What's propaganda then?
Oh, are you talking to me? What's propaganda?
Yeah, what is it?
Just persuasion through rhetoric.
Okay, yeah, so I do know what propaganda is.
It's not necessarily false or true. It's just
I didn't say it was false or true. I didn't say it's false or true.
So what does it matter?
Wouldn't it be propaganda is just rhetoric from the government?
I said we don't need more.
Well, it's just rhetoric from a source.
Right.
I said we don't want more.
We just want to kind of.
Yeah, I don't want more government propaganda. I don't want more.
You're not going to stop government propaganda.
I know, but you said you wanted more of it. I don't want more of it. I'm just disagreeing with. I want more of it.
Well, no, we just
want. Do you agree that there's a large size in the United States that would actually be that are pro-life and not pro-choice?
What's that?
Sorry.
I said, would you agree that there's a large section in the United States that are pro-life and not pro-choice, and they want to ban all abortions? They want to get rid of all of them.
Do I think that there are people that want to get rid of all abortions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you think there's people that want to. Okay,
Yeah.
so wouldn't it be really cool from your position if the government started making messaging saying, "Hey guys, abortion's totally fucking fine, right?
No.
We can just murder all the babies we want,
No.
and there's nothing wrong with it, and you should have let us do it. We should be allowed to do it."
No, I'm not a fan of that.
But I thought you're pro-choice.
I am, but I'm not pro government propaganda.
Well, why are you not pro the culture that you live in and the authority that you appeal to, advocating the worldview that you hold?
I don't even believe you.
I know you don't, but because
They do it now.
I grew up.
Do you gripe about it?
I grew up in I do. I've griped about it on my show regularly, and I do think.
What about cancer research? Do you want the government saying that, like, hey, like chemotherapy is good for cancer?
I want the government. I'm okay with the government funding cancer research. I don't want the government saying what the conclusion of that cancer research is. I would like.
What about the food pyramid?
What about the food pyramid?
The government cheese.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good example of how the government fucked. That's a good example of why you don't want the government making those decisions.
Is it not propaganda to just assume that Americans wouldn't take the jobs that are left over by deported immigrants if you don't have the numbers to back it?
Is it not propaganda? Say that again.
So you espousing that if immigrants start getting deported in mass, that those jobs would just be left, and that Americans wouldn't take up the mantle to take those jobs, unless you have numbers to back that up. Wouldn't that then be a propaganda piece of propaganda that you're?
I'd like to interject on this.
The number that I brought up is that we currently have 10 million jobs that are unfilled. We have a really, really low unemployment. We don't have a problem in this country right now with people looking for jobs. We have a problem in this country with people finding jobs that pay well. And so I don't think adding 20 million more jobs is going to make those jobs be filled.
Right. So then how? If the farms currently aren't paying the employees a livable wage, because they're not, that's why they're hiring underpaid, like under the table immigrants.
Not always. Immigrants. Not always.
Why would they suddenly have the money when they become legal citizens to just go ahead and pay them a livable wage?
Well, the reality
that's
is
why Americans aren't working the jobs.
Well, I don't know that that's always the case. You can look at farm wages here. I think a lot of times what they don't want to do is they don't want to pay benefits, or they just can't find workers, and so it makes more sense for them to.
It's really simple.
Or would you mind? Just let me finish. Just let me finish,
so
guys. It's like 8v1. Just let me finish the answers. It's fine. I think that a lot of times they just don't. They either can't find anybody to do the work, and so they have no choice but to hire illegally. It's not always. In fact, I've never seen any numbers that say that the wages are like super low here in Arizona. I'm looking at the laboring hiring flyers for labor here, like in the lettuce farms, and we're talking like $18 to $25 an hour, and most of these jobs are going to be filled by either legal migrants or illegal immigrants, and the minimum wage is 15.
I know where they are here in the Carolinas, and they're dirt cheap.
I would have
it's like $1. It's like $1 a bucket for strawberries and shit. Like they're
friends of mine,
not even making $50 a day sometimes.
Yeah,
friends of mine would take those jobs in a heartbeat. $18 to $25 an hour for sure.
But they're not being filled. Yeah. I know that, so, like, if you can say that, but then if you look at these places that have job openings,
hiring,
they're not getting applicants.
This actually happened in Nebraska not too long ago. There was like a meat packing facility that got raided by ICE, and they basically had to shut down. All of the employees were illegal immigrants, and then like 2 days later, there was a line around the fucking building of American citizens coming to apply for the job. So I
pretty anecdotal, and I'm not sure if that's true
or not. Sure, I mean, so
there's a lot of we're talking about this.
Sorry, Asha. I think this is just the case. I think there's plenty of Americans looking for jobs.
So yeah, it's not the case that people won't take the jobs. It's just the case that they won't take them at that price that there is available labor in a large market economy. It's the case that we always have the labor for the amount of demand that exists in that set economy. So if this follows that, if it's the case that we have this amount of millions of illegal immigrants, those millions are also millions of demand that our market now needs to accommodate. If it's the case that they are removed from the market, we remove that demand, we also wouldn't need the same amount of jobs to supply the people we have, because we've now reduced the amount of people. So it's not necessarily the case that we would suddenly have this massive problem where we don't have enough jobs to feed people or get things that we want, because we wouldn't need as much stuff because we've just gotten rid of millions of people.
Yeah, so but potentially that could happen. But I think the argument was
no, it will happen. It necessarily must be the case.
It depends on how many people are deported. Again, there's already 10 million jobs.
So we would expect demand reduction.
There's already 10 million jobs right now unfilled. I don't think you're going to get anywhere close to deporting 10 million people. It's going to be very difficult, but I mean, potentially.
Stop sending so many people to college and tell them to go back to the trades.
And Cure, you got 5 in the back. Someone paid.
I don't think we send people to college. I think they go to college, but I do think
that we
propagandize.
No, I agree with you. I think that there's I dropped out of college my last year because I got the job that I was going to college for. And then nobody ever checked my resume anymore, so I just never finished my degree. I agree with you. I think that we should push people into trades. I think a lot of people go to college and come out with a communications degree, which is largely worthless. They don't do anything with it. I agree with that.
That's fair, yeah. But you said you wouldn't support propaganda for cancer research. How about propaganda for the military to defend your precious democracy?
What do, like no, I think there's I made fun of it on my show. That's Pete Hegseth out on the Pentagon lawn with fucking drones. You could barely hear what he was saying, and they like delivered something for him to sign. I thought it was the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. I thought it was I don't think we need.
No. I mean,
I don't think we need commercials.
Seen, like, any of the ads to join the U.S. Army, and it tells you it's really cool, and you can see and it looks like they're playing Call of Duty.
I think that's stupid. I think that's stupid. I think it's a waste of money.
Right, but if it was the case that during a war, let's say the United States was being invaded, let's say like Russia, North Korea, China, they all came crashing at once, right? And they were trying to invade the United States. And it actually turned out that if we had that propaganda, more men would be willing to join the military in order to defend their country. Would you be in support of it then?
Sure.
Oh, so you don't have a problem with democracy unless it's, it's just or you don't have a problem with propaganda unless it's the one that you want.
But no, I don't want that.
You just said you did.
Well, that was actually what I was going to ask. So, like,
you said, would I be okay with it? Like, I don't. This is a crazy scenario. I think if Russia or North Korea invaded, I think probably everybody here would just line up to go serve. We saw this with
Iraq.
You don't think
if hundreds of thousands of people
we saw this
body bags and dying, and they saw their friends and neighbors dying, they would
I'm with you. Our government fucking sucks, but I was alive on 9/11, and I know the amount of people that, even knowing what our government had done in Desert Storm and in Vietnam, they signed up to go. I think that there's always a lot of people willing to go fight wars. I also think that it is highly unlikely that we're ever going to fight a war where it's like person to person. We're going to launch missiles at each other and drones. We don't even fight that way very often.
Always break down to men in trenches with guns. It has,
but probably not in America.
Is there
very well easily could.
Would there be a propaganda campaign that you would support? Let's just say, let's widen it to, let's widen it to anything that would be like your utmost important topic that you think would be like the greatest good for America. Would you support that propaganda arm to push that narrative so that thing could be done for America, whatever that thing is?
Probably not, because I just know that everything
Would you support anti-propaganda propaganda?
Well, I do want to ask a couple of questions to RTP. I mean,
Sure.
as much as this the conservative nationalism thing is fun and all that, and they could never see any bad for propaganda. I mean, even though we've had that from 2019, 20 and all that. But my question to you, RTP, is there's a couple of things. One,
Sure.
you said that you have a truly open mind. And I would ask you, what good is an open mind if it doesn't have something solid to be on? And secondly, because I put that quote in the super chat. And the second thing is also this: towards the end of your debate with Andrew, he was doing a internal critique of your logic when he talked about, like, where do you come from? Because you were having this whole idea that coming from a perspective of God, and you said, well, I come from a perspective that I'm wrong. And he said, then why would you come at anything? And I think you maybe weren't understanding what he was really hitting home at, which is the question of this, which is that if you believe that you have or can be wrong, or that you're not objectively immoral, or that there is no objective moral way of standardizing it, then why would anyone take you at your word on what, or take your perspective on things? What would be the answer for that?
I think my answer is that, like, I don't start with an idea and work backwards. So when you're talking to me about your idea, I'm trying to pick apart your idea, and I'm trying to see, like, will this work? If I implemented this, how would it work? Can I implement this and make it work? Will it have a net benefit? I think oftentimes people who are ideologically driven, they don't really give a fuck about and I think that's what this debate was. I don't think Andrew gives a fuck about the implications of deportation. I think he wants people deported because of the way that he wants to live. He wants the end result that his beliefs start him at, and so I don't think he can have a good faith discussion on, like, what's the best way to handle this.
RTP, and what do you think is his particular beliefs that make you think that he wants this or this would make his life better? Because I don't know if I picked up on that. I picked up on why he would have an objective standard of morality for why he thought something was right. But
so Sarah can probably back me on this, but, like, this is like the second debate I've done, but probably the fourth or fifth that we've offered. And there have been two other debates, I think, or two other topics that Sarah offered me to debate Andrew on. And instead of just saying, okay, I'll do it, I asked Sarah what he might mean from that stance, how he would take it. And then I went and I watched hours of him debate. And I don't even remember what the topics were, but I got back to Sarah and I said, you know what, I actually think, even though we're different, I agree with this principle on this. I don't think it would be a good debate. In fact, today's debate, if we're being honest, I tried to cut out the part about, like, morality. I just wanted secularism versus Christianity, which we didn't really get to, because I think that I kind of agree. I think that if your entire idea is that God doesn't exist and that's your worldview, I think that you're just as close-minded as somebody who's going to say, like, I'm a Christian nationalist or a Christian. I don't like either of those viewpoints.
So you are against the idea of government taking in more, like, Christian morals and Christian ideas to, like, implement policy and things like that, right?
I recognize that they happen, and I can be opposed to them. For example, abortion. You guys probably all have a very different view than I do on abortion, but you also won the election. You also have the Senate and the House, and elections have consequences, and so laws are going to be passed that I disagree with, and I can argue against them, but it's not from, like, a morality, like, it's a preference.
Sure. So but, like, just from, like, a basis thing, not so much like an individual policy thing, but just from, like, a zoomed out view, you don't really like the idea of Christianity dictating really much about policy, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that is an ideology. Like, you have an ideology, and that's a part of it.
But I would have the same objection to any ideology controlling anything. Yeah,
which is an ideology.
Sure. So you're saying it's an ideology that, like, my ideology is anti-ideology?
Kind of.
Yeah, it's like,
that's fair enough.
You can't not be dogmatic. Like, everybody is dogmatic. A lot of Orthodox Christians just admit it up front, like we are dogmatic,
right?
You know, but everybody is.
Well, the thing that I have,
it's unavoidable.
Where I draw the line is that I think that my principles are easily swayed if I hear a better argument, and I do think that a lot of times, if you're tied to a dogma, you are less likely to be flexible on your principles, even if you are not making a compelling argument, even if there's a better argument against it.
What's the basis for your reasoning for that? Can I ask?
For why
for believing that you would make a better argument from not coming from a theological
reason,
like
right?
I can tell you why I don't like Christianity being infused into ideology, but it's not because I'm anti-Christian. It's because it's the opposite. It's because I know what happens when you do that. You actually mutate Christianity and make it something different. But I'm just asking you what you think about why you would say that it would have to be something better because of the non-religious aspect.
I think it stifles progress. I think it stifles innovation. I think it is incurious. I think that probably the reason that we are getting absolutely beat up by China right now is because we have a bunch of people who are kind of lazy with our thinking. We refuse to embrace things that the whole world's embracing, like renewable energy. We've been slow to embrace the stuff that China does, like taking taxpayer money and investing it in sectors and getting an ROI on that, and not having all of the profits go to a handful of people. And I think a lot of that has to do with we have been indoctrinated in this country through media, through school, that socialism bad, and therefore any sort of social spending is somehow immoral. And I just think that we come up with really shitty outcomes based on ideology.
So we should probably adopt a more Chinese model, like how they treat the Chinese Muslims, right?
No, I think we just should learn from the things that they do well, and also learn from the things that they do poorly, right? I don't think that you have to, just because you say China's doing something well, you have to say, like, we should be China.
I'm ideologically predisposed towards respecting human rights, personally. I think I'm okay with that.
That's ideology. Muslims, I mean, we should be.
You can't make that distinction, though, by just by on the pure basis of progressivism, though, right? Because you're losing the distinction of being able to see right and wrong. Because let's just take someone who is the granddaddy of progressivism, Peter Drucker, who said that invention for the sake of invention is good enough. Progressivism for the sake of progressivism is good enough. In that kind of model. In that kind of model, you don't have the ability to go back and look at things and say, yeah, they're treating the Muslim Chinese this way. That's bad. Hey, them aborting or them killing or whatever, their firstborn, if it's a girl, that's bad, right? I mean, they've gone away from that a little bit, but yeah. I mean,
no, I think that's dogmatic. I think one of the things that I hate about sometimes debating like socialism, communism, capitalism is that every one of these instances, if you want to point to communism, you want to point to Mao, or you want to point to the USSR, if you want to point to democratic socialism and point to Germany, in all of these instances, what happened is people were dedicated to the dogma and they overlooked authoritarianism. And I think that having a dogma or having a set of beliefs leads countries often into authoritarianism. And I do think that that's where we're headed right now. I do think we have people who are authoritarian. I think that we have some very prominent members of our media openly advocating for this time of like top-down approach with a heavy hand from the government. And I think that that's
we
based
already
on dogma.
Have that though.
Yeah, but I
we
think
already have a top-down approach.
I
We're
agree.
just having people are advocating that we finally like take control of the top-down power. That's what's happening.
I agree, and that's what happens with ideologies. Because, like, when we talk about Zoran Mamdani, if we're talking about just like markets, right? Zoran Mamdani is advocating for government-run grocery stores, where in places that grocery stores won't open because there's not enough margins for them to exist, and so there are food deserts. And Mamdani knows that capitalism is not going to fill those roles. So the only way to fill that role is through a government run grocery store, and he advocates for it. And when you turn on the news or you hear debates, it's like, oh, he's a socialist. Yeah, because in this situation, that policy, that socialist policy, is actually the only one that solves the problem that I've heard from anybody else. But most people's opposition to it, not you guys, I'm sure you're free thinkers, but most people's opposition to it is socialism bad.
So I had a question. So yeah, if you don't really care about morality or don't believe in morality or something along those lines, what is it that you attribute to being like a convincing argument for what is good or bad in your view? Like, is it individualistic, Like, how exactly do you look at that?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't ever think of things in terms like that. I guess could you ask it a different way? I don't know.
Well, okay, let me put it this way. So, say like you have to. There's going to be like a vote on the floor that like to you is actually abhorrent. Like it's just like something that's like truly disgusting to you. But say like 95% of America is behind it. What is it about? Like, would you have to like sit back and go like, well, I'm completely against this, or would you say, well, there's enough people who actually agree with this that maybe I'm not looking at it correctly, and perhaps because morality doesn't come into play here. It's actually they who are right because they had the popular vote on this subject versus me. Like, how would you weigh this?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what would happen. I think I would hear it. I don't know if I would change my mind. Like my views on a lot of things have changed. I worked for Mitt Romney. I worked on his presidential campaign. I was an elected Republican and I was a devout Mormon. So my views have changed a lot, and that happened through conversation for things that I thought were important. Specifically, like the big change for me was gay marriage. When one day I was just like, why the fuck do I finally enough arguments is like, well, I don't get a say in this. Why do I care if somebody else if two guys marry each other? And so yeah, I do think it allows me to keep a little bit more open mind with things that I don't understand.
So I guess what I'm kind of really getting down when it comes to this question, this line of questioning is how do we attribute this way of looking at things on a grand scale versus like morality? Because morality, you can attribute it to a grand scale if everyone kind of followed a moral way of living their life and looking at things. If you don't have that, how do you make sure things don't go completely like haywire and like, off the rails?
Because I just don't think that most people. I think that people say their morality is based on their beliefs, but I just don't think that's true. I think that human beings generally, like, we don't want to kill each other, we don't want to hurt each other, we don't want to enslave each other. And if you look at any time where we have done those things, you can see that like people with moralities, oftentimes who claim the same religious beliefs, on both sides of that argument. Like you can just look at the abolition of slavery here. The people that were advocating that we get rid of slavery were Christians. The people who were advocating that we should keep slavery were Christians. And they were advocating from a Christian standpoint that they could keep slavery, and there were people arguing that you couldn't. They were on both sides of that discussion.
Would you say that without morality,
Christians?
Well, would you say that without morality, would that
What are you talking about?
The issue there is going to be though that there's nothing to. The issue there is that there's going to be nothing to justify that. So if you have two people who are on the opposite side and there's nothing to appeal to, then it's just preference based.
I think all of yours is preference based. I think that's what it is. I don't think there's any evidence.
He admitted to morality as how he feels in the moment during the debate.
It's also how you guys feel too. You just ascribe something to it that's imaginary.
You just hinted at an objective morality, though, too. You just said that. Well, I think it's in humans' nature that we have these moralities or these moral set.
I'm just judging that based on like humans in general. Like most human beings have not been murderous.
Do you think there is objective morality or not?
No.
So would you believe there would be any type of enlightenment from being more away from dogmatic thinking, or would you say that?
Say that again. Sorry.
Would you think that you're being more enlightened the further away from dogmatic thinking you get?
I don't feel like it's enlightened. I feel like it's grounded. I feel like you're able to see what's in front of you rather than like this mystery world where there's a sky daddy who's pulling all the strings.
So that's a yes or no. I was just trying to figure out if you could. So you don't think that there is, but you would definitely believe that you would be more grounded, if you want to use that word, versus people who are theological or those who have dogmatic positions.
I just think that I think that if you have dogmatic positions, like you have an extra hurdle to get over than me. I still think you could come to better conclusions than me, but there's that extra hurdle that you have to be willing to sometimes overlook. Of like, here's
you
my
have
dogma.
just as many dogmatic and ideological positions as anybody that you're criticizing.
What are they?
Now, bud.
What are my dogmatic positions?
What you're saying?
There is no God. That's a dogmatic position.
No, I said I've seen no evidence of a God. It's not dogmatic.
No, but even before that, you're saying that you're saying that you people, because of your belief set, are unable to think critically, or you're able.
No, I said you have an extra hurdle.
Abandon these.
No, I said you have an extra
That's
hurdle.
what I'm. But yeah, but you're putting it in a lower set. You're like making a hierarchy. In your
Well, I have there's hurdles
You,
I have.
that is a dogma.
There's hurdles
That's what I'm
that
trying
I
to
have.
point out to you.
There's
There is
hurdles
no
that I have.
non-dogmatic position.
Look, there's hurdles that I have that you guys probably don't have to deal with either. I'm just saying I don't have a dogma. I don't know how I can have a dogmatic position.
What's the point of saying
that is your dogma?
Have an extra
He doesn't know what dogma means either.
We've already went over dogma. We've already went over dogma.
It kind of sounds like you're saying you don't have a position at all. Like I don't really understand.
Correct. Yeah, I don't take positions.
How?
That's bullshit. I don't.
How?
Now we're getting there.
Because
That's what everybody is trying to do.
I was being honest.
The same way that you don't. The same way that you don't.
Well,
You
but
just
it sounds like
claim.
you're a really
You just
useful
claim.
member of society.
You just claim one, and it's just an invisible guy in the sky. That's the difference
No.
between us. I could say
that's
that,
a
like,
straw
I
man.
could say that I believe. I could say that I believe
Would you
in
stop
Zor.
straw manning God? Can we start there? Just stop
How
straw
about
manning God.
prove to me that God's not a straw man, and I'll stop doing
What
it.
It's like Reddit. It's like a Reddit theory.
This message is sponsored in part by.
There, you just give him proof.
I just had to do that because somebody did request it in the chat, but we worked in the last debate. They got on the topic of how women are like horses and men should tame women like horses, and everybody in the chat was like, "Where's the horse video when you need one?" So I owe it to them, and somebody mentioned it, so that was a gift to them. But continue on, gentlemen.
Well, I mean, what proof would you like?
I'm sorry. If you don't have a position, then do you even exist?
Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, look at me. I'm right here.
Well, he's probably going to look for
like you don't
exist.
believe that yourself.
Everything about our
you think
beliefs and how we go through
believe
the
that
world
I'm
is bound up in our
Well,
worldview.
if you don't have a position, then how do you even exist?
You have a made up position about an imaginary God. It's not different.
It's not made up.
You just assigned it.
You have a made up
to it.
position about me having a made up position.
You do realize if you say imaginary, you are putting the emphasis on us as individuals of coming up with something rather than receiving and accepting something that has been expressed by many people throughout the history.
I don't think a lot of people expressing things make it true. For example, you guys would probably not accept that Joseph Smith was a prophet who spoke to God, correct?
Well, no, because he didn't have any prophets.
Yeah, see, of course not. Of course not, right? But Moses did, and Jesus definitely
That's why we
came.
do
Jesus
internal
definitely came back to life.
worldview, like Andrew tried to do for you, but you ran away from it.
I'm still here. Let's not talk about running away. I'm still here.
Yeah, but you talked about how Andrew sets up, his debates for morality. Yeah. And he does that intentionally, absolutely, because that's how two people come to find out who's got the better worldview or not. You said that you watched all of these him debating. Yeah. You knew that he would do that, so you take this morally ambiguous position, which is cowardice. Everybody
your game's fucking stupid. Your game's stupid.
It's not a game.
It is a game. It's 100.
It's 100%. That's how we figure out who's right and who's wrong.
Well, who was right?
That's how we get to the
right? Who was right in that debate?
Andrew wasn't even trying to do that, though.
Who was right in that debate? Did you figure it out, Eli? Who was right? Who was right, Eli?
I have a question for you.
Remember, you just said that's how you figure it out. So explain to me then. We just had this debate. How did you figure out who was right and wrong?
I'm talking about when it comes to moral systems.
And now it seems like you're running from my questions.
No, well, I'm not talking about in the entire debate topic. Obviously, Andrew smoked you. But when it comes to getting somebody's, actual moral grounding and finding out their worldview and finding out how they come to these conclusions, you have to ask these questions. What I want to ask you is,
it's like picking the best Pokemon. Let me ask you a question. They're not real.
No. Everything you believe is bound up in your religious trauma.
Now you're just casting aspersions because you can't understand.
No, it's 100%
you don't
true.
know.
Because you keep bringing it up.
Your religious
valid.
trauma
This message is sponsored in part by.
Can't do this to me, Sarah.
That one was paid for, and it was perfect timing because there were 3 voices all going at once, and you all know I don't like that. But continue on, gentlemen.
Let me ask you a question, RTP. how can you come and defend the affirmative on whether or not mass deportations do more harm than good, and say you're not making a moral argument when a simple Google search is harm and good moral terms says yes, harm and good are indeed considered central moral terms in philosophical discussions? Are you just low IQ, or are you being disingenuous?
No, I said he wanted to define it, and I gave him my definition of good and bad, and he didn't accept my definition. He needed me to accept.
You have to actually
excuse
dig
me.
deep,
Hey,
which
Eli.
you may or-
Eli.
Because you squirm like a
Eli,
worm.
calm the fuck down. This is why you're not equipped for this. Yeah, he
This is
wanted.
my first time doing anything like
I know,
this,
and
bud.
it and
So
it
yeah,
and it,
yeah,
show,
I'm just
and
a
it shows.
hillbilly,
It
bro.
shows like you have a lot of emotion and you don't want to hear anything. I gave
Yeah,
him.
I've been
I
listening
gave
to you
him.
make a fool
I
of
gave.
yourself,
Well,
and I wanted to come here and call you out to your face.
Yeah,
so.
you're still being very emotional. I gave him my terms. He didn't accept them. He wanted to use different terms that fit his ideology and his structure, and I wouldn't play by his rules. And you guys did. Everybody's just like, okay.
He was trying to find out what your structure was.
I gave it
and
to
you were
him.
running from it.
No, I told
'cause
him
you,
what good
you
was.
You ran
claim to
from
have none. You claim to have no structure.
No, I said I
Well,
gave
That's
him.
the
He
whole
said.
point.
He said what is good, and I said.
will claim the definitions are very important. I will elaborate that, and especially even in economics, you still have to have ethics in economics, or else this is how like shitty people do shitty things to poor people. If you don't have the ethics standing behind it or the morality in front of it, all you're going to do is just hurt people with money. Alexander comes in with a big 20 and says, harm, a measurable degradation of system function, stability, or expected output relative to an established baseline or objective, increases entropy, or entropy, reduces performance, increase resource consumption, no morals. I am so tired. I can't even read. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's
except that all of that except that all of that is subjective to whatever government like party is in power at the time. None of that is lacking, morality. It's just that is like a legal terminology. It's like a legal definition. So really, it would be if the party thinks, like in China, for example, if the main unit party was losing power and losing efficiency and losing performance, then they would do what they needed to do that was necessary to like regain that power. And that would harm others, to people who have an actual moral framework. But to the Chinese uniparty, they would say, oh no, this is good for us. We're actually doing good. We're reducing harm by killing off the opposition party and regaining power.
I just have one final thing to say, and I'm going to cut off. But I think you're right, though, RTP, because I've debated Andrew before, and there are times when he will like to try to impose a standard on you, impose a thing on you that you may not want to follow through. But how you deal with that, I think, is important, because obviously there's a difference between having a good response versus having no, like, just seeming to complain and cope and all that. And I do think that Andrew did try to at least understand your logic, and it's hard to understand a logic if you're not being pinned to it. And I don't know if maybe that was your way of trying to say, hey, I see this is what Andrew does, and so I wanted to do the same.
No, I gave
so if that was it, then that's fine.
I gave
at
him,
least be honest about it.
No, I gave him an exact definition of harm like 10 times, and he kept telling me that wasn't the definition. I was reading that definition. It was the definition that I chose. It was the way that I intended to use the word harm. I specifically was telling him how I was using that word with the definition, and he kept saying, no, that doesn't count. I need you to do my definition. I just refused to take his definition. That's all that happened here. If you guys go rewatch it, you can go see me say the definition multiple times. He just didn't like it.
So similar to like Alexander's definition that he posted in the super chat. Like I think basically the idea is that like you would say something is harmful relative to certain standards. So you would set out what those standards are, and you would evaluate whether or not that outcome holds up or like exceeds or falls short of those standards, and that's how you kind of evaluate like which one is harmful. So I think he outlined. I think,
but you're not. But that's a terrible
definition. He outlined at the beginning
though.
some things that he thinks are bad, and then he explained how those things are happening on the because of these sorts of immigration policies, which I think is a fair way to represent something that is harmful.
But you don't think that Andrew had a right to debate that definition? I mean, I think that's kind of basic of debate, is that two sides offer their ideas of definitions, and then they try to come up with a consistency of what seems to be more realistic, rational, or logical, right?
Well, yeah, if you disagree with the definition, then you first have to clear that hurdle.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, he's asking me my
Anyways, bye,
argument.
everybody.
He's asking me my argument and how I framed it and how I'm using the word harm. So I tell him how I'm using the word harm, and he's like, "That's not good enough. That doesn't count." I don't. What do you want me to do with that? You want me to just say, "Okay, Andrew, I'll take your definition or maybe what was his definition? I didn't think his definition.
What
was
I didn't
good.
like about what you did is he asked you if it was, bad like I'm having a bad day or bad like murdering someone. You basically conceded it was bad like having a bad day. It's down to preference. And you tried to take, again, this morally ambiguous position. But then by the end of the debate in your closing statement, you're going, Andrew doesn't give a damn about the country.
He doesn't.
Andrew doesn't give a yeah. So you're the one.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
I regret my
Now,
Your audience is full of
I
boomers,
appreciate you so much for taking a random hillbilly like me and allowing me to speak. And I'm sorry, I am a bit animated because I got adrenaline. I've never been on a live platform before,
You are
but
doing
I've seen more skin now between the horse video and that when I'm talking. So I'm not trying to get too riled up, but
You're okay. Somebody specifically paid for that, and that was a gift bestowed on.
I've seen more skin
Thank you,
on
John Smith. I appreciate it.
more skin on this channel than all the hookers from whatever combined.
But
And the only girl on the panel has all of her clothes on. Looky there. It is possible, friends. Okay, go ahead, gentlemen.
It's possible. That's fair.
So RTP, before Christian ethics became a popular thing, do you think that you would still have the same framework of I think it's entirely bad to kill people? Do you think that would be like as popular of a sentiment today than it would be without Christian ethics?
Certainly.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you demonstrate that?
Well, then how come? How do you kind of connect that with the axing out of like human sacrifice due to Christianity?
You saying that the axing out of human sacrifice was due to Christianity?
In large part, yeah.
How do you quantify that?
Well, because
The
Jesus
Catholics came and killed those
What?
child.
Are you not aware of what was happening
carving
in
out
the entirety of North America?
Yeah, what's happening? How did Christianity?
Well, I'm
stop
saying
that?
it. So, like, because if Jesus died for our sins, right? Like, if that's
Allegedly.
the Christian, sure, and that's
Christian
like
worldview, all of man is made in the image of God. You can't just unnecessarily sacrifice them and carve out their heart and give it to the sun god.
Yeah,
Right,
but
right.
I don't believe in
Yeah,
God.
but
and I
that
don't
wait,
kill
but to
people.
them,
We
wait,
didn't
actually,
believe it
but to
either,
them,
and we did. And
And for that crime, here's the anthrax link.
Wait, but you're not getting it. To them, that was reducing harm. If you cut out people's hearts and let the blood run down the steps, that's reducing harm because then it rains and the crops grow for the people.
Yeah, I mean,
and by his definition, I mean that's reducing harm. So this is actually good.
It's hard for me.
You guys just don't get it.
It's hard for me.
It's hard for me to say. So you can understand that the heart ripping out is good.
Well, it's even regardless
Wait,
on whether or not.
could I answer it? It's hard for me to say that a God who did a worldwide genocide with a flood because people didn't listen to him is somehow like this. Nobody kills because everybody stopped killing because of me.
Well,
I
RTP,
genocided the whole world.
Yeah, we need to go.
Let's just
Capital
say,
punishment just.
For his kids, he's allowed to genocide.
Just make an argument. Let's just say it's all wrong. Let's just say it's all wrong. Like Jesus isn't the Son of God, all this stuff.
Sure.
Would the fact that Jesus died for our sins being the narrative, and then that taking out the human sacrifice component for so many different cultures, wouldn't that then be something to contend with as to being a part of the conversation?
I just think you would have a really, really difficult time saying that Christianity is the reason we stopped doing human sacrifice, because you can look at places that weren't you can look at places that weren't Christian and they stopped doing human sacrifice. How'd that happen?
Okay. Name one.
What? Why? Why did they stop doing
China?
They kill they human sacrifice right now.
They used to kill their daughters, dude.
That's not human sacrifice. That's murder.
No.
I would define sacrifice as the ritualistic killing of a person. I think that's fair criticism to make a difference. Does that seem fair? Like I think that seems like a fair distinguish.
They sacrifice a kid.
Sacrifice is like a ritualistic killing of people intentionally for some kind of a religious purpose.
Yeah.
So I think that like a secular way you can kind of come up with like your own sense of morality and like evaluate how it would work across the board is through empathy, right? So number one, you imagine, okay, I'm a person and I don't like certain things happening to me. So and if you talk to other people, you can be like, oh, okay, well, a lot of these other people also don't like to have these things happen to them. So it seems like this is a not universal experience, but a general experience that you can then apply to society at large, right? So as the more you do that and the more you see that people don't like being, I don't know, kicked in the head, right? And you go, okay. It seems like most people agree that we shouldn't kick each other in the head. So if we have a guy running around kicking each other in the head, then we can probably agree to stop that guy from kicking people in the head. Okay, I think that's a fair process.
What if you're one of
I think it's a fair process for evaluating moral.
He's running around.
It's no, explain why.
Or running around killing people for being gay or something.
Hold on, Ryan.
It's not a good reason.
With the Big Ten says, yeah, and when he used your definition when critiquing your position, you changed your definitions. He never claimed your definitions.
I dare somebody to say what I changed my position to. Y'all not in agreement. Now let's hear one of you tell me what I changed tell me what my first definition was and what I changed it to.
I was just gonna ask Ryan a question.
I just want to know, since everybody nodded in agreement, I would just like one of you that nodded in agreement so assuredly to tell me what my definition was and what he changed it to.
Times?
I think that by stating you weren't making a moral argument while continuing to make moral arguments the entire time.
We're talking about definitions.
Was changing your definition of your entire argument.
That's not how you change definitions. He said Andrew gave you a definition, and then when he critiqued it, you changed it. So I just want to know, since you guys are all so fucking sure, what was my position? What did I change it to? Crickets. Yeah, I thought so.
All right,
you don't know. Hey, I didn't know along, by the way. I came in late, so fuck you. Okay.
So what if
I didn't hear the first half of
empathy,
it?
Fair enough.
I come to the
He
decision
made it
that
ambiguous.
kicking people in the head is
No, I didn't. I read it directly.
Yes, I think some people
I read
will.
it fucking directly
I'm
from
going
the
to
dictionary.
kick you all in the head, and then I'll really be a happy tomato. Alexander says, with the Big 20, Olive Jar Andrew did not offer a definition or posit a stance on it.
OGA.
He just what?
Sorry, go ahead.
He just weaponized epistemology and danced around any actual stance on his own part. It's not a debate, it's an inquisition.
That's what a fucking debate is. It's not weaponizing epistemology. It's just finding your epistemological foundation. And the opponent is the one who danced around that inquisition.
Yeah, that's what you guys all think is a debate is, because you all watch Andrew.
It's the same thing Destiny does. Destiny says he won't debate Jay Dyer because he doesn't do precept and he doesn't do epistemology, because you know that you'll get demolished when it comes down to that, because at the end of the day you can't account for anything.
Andrew's not here. Andrew's not here. You can take his dick out of your mouth. But there's lots of people who debate different ways than Andrew and have real good faith discussions.
Right,
Andrew's way is shut the fuck up for a second. Shut up.
Was so bad, you could defeat it. You
I did. I did.
But he did. Yeah.
Yeah. There's people that have come up here on this panel who are saying he didn't engage. You guys are used to Andrew, and you guys need to expand a little bit. But there are people who debate a different way than Andrew, and I think that those debates are substantive. I've never left an Andrew debate where I thought anything happened except for everybody just said like, "Oh, I have the exact same views that I came here with."
Then why not just admit you're making a moral argument and then stand behind your moral argument instead of using moral terms and moral language and then claiming you're morally ambiguous? That's bad.
Because you can talk about terms that people will say are a moral argument without having like firm morals that you stand on.
So if you don't have firm morals that you stand on, then why should we listen?
Then how can you even make that judgment call?
I didn't. Did you guys?
This message is sponsored in part by
Yoga Girl has got it going.
Yoga video for request of the K2 keep on trucking. Go ahead.
I don't see why they say
I'd like to answer that question.
I wanted to show my wife me being on YouTube. She's gonna get pissed at this point.
You could be in the doghouse, man.
I want to respond to Crystal Hack guy.
He's trying to cover his screen.
Can I just answer that question real quick? Can I just answer that question? you guys are all accepting this framework that Andrew teaches you about how debates have to work.
We're not.
And
Andrew
I'm
is
almost
not the
done. I'm
leader
almost
of
done. I'm
Christianity.
almost done. I'm almost done.
Andrew.
I know, look at that. Triggered. Very triggered. People debate all the time without having like this moral framework. You don't have to have established positions of morality to debate what's better or
but
worse.
to answer those questions, you do. And if you can't answer those questions,
I
then
did answer those questions, and he kept telling me I wasn't answering them. When he asked me what harm meant, I said that it has to be some sort of injury, whether physical or financial, that's deliberately inflicted. What's wrong with that? Somebody want to explain what's wrong with that definition?
When you start off a debate,
what's wrong with that definition?
Claim, and then claiming it's not moral.
What's wrong with that definition? What's wrong with that definition?
Because
any
RTP, is it
because
harmful
any
if I don't affirm a trans person's identity?
I didn't hear it. What?
Is it harmful if I don't affirm a trans person's identity?
My standard.
Only
because harm is a subjective
only once it
reference.
becomes.
We don't have an objective standard to appeal to for
Yeah.
harm.
Okay. So exactly. So like I said, or what I was about to say is you talked about like, well, what if my empathy says that I want to kick people in the head? I think it's a good thing to do to kick people in the head. I would say, hey guys, I think most of us agree. This guy shouldn't be kicking people in the head, right? And everyone's gonna be like, yeah, dude, fuck that guy, and then we're gonna lock your ass up, bitch.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Right. It just boils down to
Right,
force.
but what if
That's
you
right, I
live in
agree,
our
yeah.
society and we?
I agree with the force
doctrine
doctrine stuff, and that I think that Christian nationalists, these people want to take over the government. They want to run everything, and they want to use force to enforce their ideologies. They want to oppress
so do
people. They
you.
want
So
to
everyone does.
I'm saying
You.
that we're gonna fucking stop them. The better men are gonna win, like we always
want the same thing, Ryan. That's
Better
exactly
men?
what
Did
you
You're the better men.
If you
We're
guys
in
ever
mutual
want to
superiority.
know why it's so easy for women to take over so quietly and things, this is why. You're all too busy arguing and being stupid. We just sneak right in behind you. Jason, and I just sneak in like little stupid videos and you all shut up. Isn't that amazing? Jason with the Big 10 says that's why he kept asking what you meant by harmful and good. You just disagreed with his use, the one you gave earlier. That's why he kept trying to get an actual definition. John also recommended RTP versus Rob North. That's where I was actually going to go next. But given Andrew's 200K party, I was going to go up the line. And so I think definitely Rob and RTP. Are you down for that RTP? We can find
I don't know. I told you this the last time I debated Rob. He literally left while I was he just went and started making a sandwich while I delivered my point. Took his headphones off and set them on the table, and I watched him make a sandwich for like 3 minutes. And it was just like I was like, how the fuck are we gonna have a debate if you're not even listening?
I mean, how can you compete with that?
Well,
you just
it was tough. I didn't know what to do.
That's
Rob
sandwich
is really
tactics.
good over here. I don't know how long ago that was, but he's very into it when he's here. So
no, I'm open to that. I like Rob.
And I think and I don't think he'll go down the harm principle or morality portion of it. Rob is very politically charged, and he'll stay in your world of things. So I would love to see
I'm open to that.
Well, he might shift over to arguing about Hillary's emails or something.
I think that might have been what happened. I remember it got derailed on something. I think that might have been it.
All right, but real quick, RTP, this is why.
Good. And let me get through just two more, okay? And then Alexander with the 20 says, how do you say something is harmful without referring to morality? Is there a term for you that you would prefer? Do you need to have morals to know it's harmful to stick a fork in your eye?
It's a great question.
No.
What if there's like a parasite in your eye?
Okay, so here's why Andrew was trying
You can't have a legal, strict legal definition.
RTP, you kept saying it's bad if we deport all these people because it would have a massive impact on the economy, right?
That was part of it, yeah.
Yeah. Why is it bad if the economy takes a shit? Why is that bad?
Because I think that you are, like I said, with my definition of harm, that you are causing injury, in this case, financial injury, that is inflicted deliberately.
No, but that doesn't tell me why it's bad. That just tells me what it does.
Well, wait. Can we ask it slightly or
what?
Analyze?
Why do I care if it's bad? I just like
because you're claiming it's fucking bad.
Wait, relax.
That's a position you fucking don't.
Relax, guys. Relax. Let me offer an
Sarah.
alternative.
Sarah.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Now, I already told you, gentlemen, about interrupting. Okay, talking over each other, getting all crazy. At some point, I'll play enough half-naked girls. You're just gonna be quiet the rest of the time. Or maybe, if I could speculate, you might actually be yelling over each other on purpose so that I play the half-naked
That's why I
girls.
do it.
One way or the other. Next time I'll play the doggy with the watching doggy porn. Daniel with the Big Ten says you changed it when you said harm is something that causes intentional damage to our economy and negative outcomes that should be avoided if possible. When he applied it to your logic, you said no.
That was my original definition, so I don't know what Daniel's talking about.
Damn, dude.
Yeah,
Daniel's cooking your ass, dude.
So hang on. RTP presented an argument earlier about how Andrew does this very specific kind of debate, and he's saying a lot of people don't do this specific kind of debate, right? And a lot of people have debates where they don't have to ground their morals in the debate. What they can do is offer a standard that they think is harmful, and then present their case for why they think that thing is harmful, and then you can offer another case for why that's actually not harmful by that standard, or you can just argue about that, whatever. That's how like most normal debates go. Most normal debates don't go into, have you grounded your morals? Can you prove that you would have a moral
Because
foundation?
most of the people having those normal debates are retarded.
I'll go back to the example that somebody gave earlier of stabbing yourself in the eye. I mean, like self-inflicted harm. I think morality-wise, you could drag that out. You could derive an argument from that. I think there's a lot of things you can say. Why is it bad? And this is why is murder bad? And we can tap into, some people like to say, oh, well, it's better for society overall because, we want to live well and live long and grow. But we could still, if we don't have the morality piece tied to it, you could still lose sight of that. And then, you go from, I can't even, my brain.
It's bad because it's bad.
Right.
Well, more interestingly,
no moral grounding than what
the conversation that RTP was trying
to wait, can I ask a question then? I want to know legitimately, what's the difference between, and I'll ask Steelborn since you said it, what's the difference between me saying it's bad because it's bad and you saying it's bad because this invisible God said it? Why is your position a more justified position than saying it's bad because it's bad?
Well, because if there is philosophical and logical demonstrations that people can provide for the existence of God, that would be a way for them to ground their worldview. Now, you saying it's bad because it's bad, I can just follow that up with it's good because it's good.
How would you prove? How would you prove that God is real?
I would appeal to the tag argument.
Yeah, I don't know what the tag argument is. Tell it to me.
Transcendental argument for God. So you'd apply the transcendental category,
not?
such as the laws of logic, the laws of numbers, these mathematical, like math, all of these universal concepts.
Yeah, they think it proves God,
right? But concepts.
Essentially, reality could not exist without the laws of logic being true.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You have to kill the laws of logic to argue against the laws of logic. They are a universal concept of your. They have to be a concept. They don't exist in physical material reality. I can't go touch the law of non-contradiction.
So the laws of logic.
No thoughts. Hold on.
No, they exist objectively, or else nothing would make sense.
Where do any thoughts exist?
Scrambled eggs.
I would say thoughts exist in the mind.
Okay, so is this not all possibly just a thought that exists in your mind?
In the mind.
But the mind and the brain are not the same.
Possibly.
So what's the difference between a mind and a brain?
Right.
Well, that's what science has been trying to figure out for forever.
Look, I'm trying to be open-minded here. I would love to ask the question: what's the difference between a brain and a mind?
So from our worldview, a brain's just it's just chemicals, and when you try to,
it's an organ.
It's just the brain, right? You can take that down to physicalism, which you can say nothing's bad, nothing's good, whatever. You can't even hold anybody morally accountable for anything they do if you think the brain and the mind are the same exact thing, because that means everything's physical. My thoughts are a chemical reaction. There's no such thing as a false chemical reaction. Therefore, nothing I do is actually bad. It's just predetermined by my chemicals. So you can't actually hold me morally accountable for if I go stab a toddler in the face.
Watch me.
So you just
totally can.
Wait. So just
you can't actually.
Just to be clear,
we don't have to justify it to you to throw you in a cage, bitch. We don't have to justify that to you.
I just want to ask a question.
Yeah, we don't have to justify.
Can I ask a question?
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
I love that they're dachshunds.
That's a bad dog.
Yeah, my wife will like that one.
Wait, can I ask one follow-up question? Because I think we're almost there then. So we're saying that going back to determining like whether or not something like you're holding somebody accountable. Why is it so important for you to hold somebody accountable?
Well, I think that if
What?
somebody
You
stabs a
wouldn't have
toddler
to.
in the face with a fork, that I
Yeah.
should be able to. I'm fully justified in walking up and just, kind of
No,
beating the shit out of that.
morally responsible, because I can do that too without believing in God. I can do that too.
Well, no, but you can't actually justify anything that you do as far as you think it's good that this happens or you think it's bad that this happens, other than you just fucking think so.
So why
And
can't I
just
just
fucking
make
think
up
so argument
Zorp?
over.
So if I just made
You
up,
also-
so if I just said I believe in Zorp, then what I believe is equally is grounded as what you believe, right?
No, we can
Zorp's
test
the
your
one that tells me.
epistemology. We can hold up
How
the
would you
world
test
to
the
what you're holding.
How would you test the epistemology of Zorp?
Yeah, can you define the nature of Zorp? Can you give me some of the content?
He's
there?
he's all knowing. He's
Okay.
we're all made in Zorp's image.
Oh, sorry.
Hello,
you're just
Sarah.
calling-
Last
are you
time
just
I,
calling it the Trinity at this point, you're just calling it Zorp.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
So you're just not, if you're saying that
Kinda sounds silly, huh?
Zorp, if you're
Kinda
saying
sounds
Zorp
silly.
has all the same characteristics that from the Christian worldview we would say God, then you're appealing to the exact same
Right.
framework that we hold.
Yeah, but I just
Now, if
made
you
it, and I just
Well, they
made it
can't
up, which
not
is
do
what
that.
happened to you guys too. It was just
Yeah,
made
but
up.
that's
and
like
then
a
it's
It's
been
so
passed.
look,
you're
there's-
giving
there's-
us
passed
Well,
down by
but the
tradition.
difference is we have stuff. We have all of these other things aside from like that tell us that and that back it up.
I mean,
Yeah, you
even
have
even if you
people-
grant
you have
even if you
people who
grant him
believed
Zorp,
it for a long time. That's what you have. A lot of people
even if
believed
you
this for a
even
long
if you
time.
grant him Zorp, he still has an objective standard, which is Zorp. You can call it whatever you will.
Yeah.
It's
It's
still
made
an
up.
objective standard that's applied across the board.
Objective? It's
made up or
objective?
not, it's still objective.
Wait, how
Well,
can
the question-
something made up be objective?
I'll explain.
It's
real
your
quick.
objective standard.
Hold
Oh,
on,
my
or-
personal
It's 'cause-
objective.
it's 'cause
Okay.
you believe
No.
it.
So
You believe it's not
so
objective.
it's subjective, but
But that doesn't make
personally
it
it's
so.
objective.
Hold on,
Got it.
RTP. Do you think that that the billions of people who believe in Christianity, do you think they're all just fucking dolts, or do you think they actually, some of them actually thought through the position and used philosophy, logic to try and ground these positions and try and justify them, other than the fucking sky daddy that we just
No, I
Yeah, but he was in
I
a
think-
cult. He was in a cult,
I
dude.
think
You don't
that-
get it.
Mormonism is a cult. I would agree there.
I think that
Yeah, he was in
people
Mormonism. So.
I think that people have a
It was
hard
dramatic.
yeah, it was. I think people have a hard time accepting reality that we are here because your dad nutted in your mom, and then you grew,
Whoa.
and then one day you will die and you will go into the ground.
Damn,
and that's a
dude.
tough.
We're right
and
back to
that's-
Reddit,
and
dude.
that's a tough reality for a lot of people to accept. And so I think you invent.
That doesn't
I
even
think
contradict any part of
religion
my
is
reality.
invented,
This
and
is really
when you
convincing.
say
Well, but
like,
think
do
of
I
it this
Sarah,
way.
would you
Think of
mind
it
if I
this
finish?
way.
All right.
No,
Okay,
I'm not
can I
gonna let
push
you
back on
finish.
that?
You've been yip yapping all night.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, I had to go
So like look at it this way. You are a non-believer and I'm a believer. We've got essentially a 50-50 shot at one of us being right, correct?
No.
No, I would say that we have a 100% chance. Of
I
being
think
right.
there's no statistical evidence.
Well,
I think there's no statistical
He has a 0%
evidence backing
chance
you
of
up
being
at all.
right.
No, I think statistically there's no evidence that you're right.
Well,
No, I
let's
think
just,
that what
let's-
kind of evidence are you
Where-
looking
where-
for?
what are-
everyone else,
hold
shut
on.
up, shut up. Okay, let's just pretend it's 50-50 split
Sure.
down the middle. Either I'm right or you're right, one way or the other. You and I both die tomorrow, okay? Let's say I'm right. Well, I've already done the work and I know where I'm going, and I know that when I get there, it's going to be good. You die, assuming I'm right. You get there, it's not going to be as good for you because you have failed,
Yeah.
right? Because you're a non-believer. So you have a higher risk of failure if you don't believe in what I believe. However, let's switch it the other way.
Yeah.
You and I both die tomorrow, and there is no God. Well, we both just die tomorrow, and
No,
I
you
don't
waste-
risk anything.
You wasted a ton of time and energy believing in something that wasn't true,
Being
and
a
you
good
dedicated your life to it, and you missed out on, I think, like the real experience. And you probably
That actually makes
had-
sense,
you
and you lived
probably
in
had-
a high level
You
of
could have
fear.
been, you could have been a
throughout your
degenerate your whole
Sir,
life.
can I
You
finish
missed
my
out on
answer?
it.
I was kind enough to let you finish. Can I just finish one fucking answer, like while we're going? I think that you wound up taking probably some bigoted views, and you probably didn't get to meet some people because of your religious ideologies. And I don't think you experienced life in the same way that I did.
Hey, RTP,
Oh, no,
can
meeting
Okay,
people.
can I push back on this?
can
Thank
something
God
come
I
from
did.
nothing?
Thank God I didn't.
But even
experience
at
it.
that, like,
Jesus.
this is where that morality stance would come from, and this is where that stands on. So I know in life I have guidance and tools and a purview that I am working through, and it helps me guide. Like I don't know, like anything that's outside of it. What would be outside of religious factor that I'd be missing out on, that oh my God, I'm missing out on that. I could still go
a gross coomer.
Degeneracy.
That's
You
what
can
you
just
miss
be a
out
complete
on.
degenerate.
Right.
Yeah. No,
Like-
You don't go to sex parties.
That's
Karen?
really what it boils down to.
How about everybody else answers for me? When she asks me questions,
It's
you guys just all
it's
answer
finding
for
a
me.
way to rationalize living in sin for the rest of your life.
No, what it is
So it can be
Oh,
a
okay.
stupid coomer.
Yeah, no, I think.
All right, I'll let
Did he be a cock?
Yeah, I think what you did is you lived a life full of guilt, and you lived a life that is extremely limited because of these beliefs that you have. But believe it or not, that has an effect on you. The guilt that you may feel for breaking one of God's commandments. The guilt that I remember the guilt I felt when I first started saying like God damn it, which was a crazy thing. I didn't even believe in God anymore, but it was so ingrained in me that it took years for me to realize that was just a word and there was no effect on my life if I said God damn it. But you guys live in a world where you are subjected to constant feelings of not being enough or not meeting expectations or not living up to this Jesus who died for your sins. And every time you sin, it's like somebody gets to throw it in your face and be like, hey, Jesus died for that. Are you putting him through more pain because you jacked off? No, you just jacked off and it felt great. But you have to be guilty about that. And I don't have to be guilty about that.
For their actions.
Not only that,
Yeah,
all
terrible.
you're doing is be great against the weird Puritan
Sounds
Protestant
so
doctrines
terrible.
that you grew up with.
Holding people to a standard sounds so bad.
Yeah, I
It's
roll.
stupid. I think it's a dumb way to live
Yeah,
your
I
life.
think it's the accountability concept.
I think you just want a coom.
feeling.
I think you
feeling
just want a
guilt-
daddy. I think you just want somebody to tell you what to do.
I do.
Yeah, no, RTP, why do
it's very
most
service-
things change,
father
but something
guide me.
changing, dude?
But even at that,
I think you still feel guilty.
No, I don't.
Feeling-
I think that you.
Oh my
I think
God,
you can't
never
figure
mind.
out. I think you
Massive
can't figure out. I think you can't figure out how to address this. And so now what you're doing is you're attacking the fact that I figured out how to get out of a fucking cult, and you guys haven't figured it out yet.
Okay, hold on.
RTP,
Hold
RTP,
on,
can
RTP,
something come
what
from
kind of
nothing?
evidence would you like for God?
Not in the same cult.
Empirical.
Never.
It's empirical.
If I am anyone.
What kind of evidence would you like for the existence of
Well,
God?
before we go through that, let me get through a couple super chats, if you don't mind. Daniel says he said that was his first definition, but claimed he didn't change it and asked everyone to name when he changed it. A literal contradiction, clown.
You're using the word literal and contradiction wrong because they made the claim that I changed it, which I didn't do.
Cooking your ass, dude. You got a rebuttal for Daniel yet?
No, it's difficult. It's tough.
Savage says, if it's harmful to deport them, was it harmful to anyone allowing them in? If you say no, then you're being disingenuous.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I can't say no then. Were any
fair
of you
enough.
harmed? Were any of you guys harmed by illegal immigration?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
not sure.
100%.
How are you harmed?
Yeah, raise the housing market.
Raise the housing market.
Paul,
going to
Paul
have to
said
be-
that
there's-
if we're wrong, we're the most wretched among men. Fair enough.
I mean, there's people coming in and just like literally conquering our country. There's definitely terrorists
conquering.
over the border.
They're conquering it. All right.
If you have,
Did you not see that?
Yes, I don't see any conquership.
Are you not
I'd
aware?
like to tell you that congratulations on your 300 plus subs today. I don't see any conquership happening to America right now. Now, earlier, RTMP brought up the question of how do you determine who wins and loses a debate? And I find, and I'm sorry for not talking a bunch, I'm trying to be rude and not interrupt the Spurg, but he asked, how do you determine who's the winner of a debate? How do you determine who wins and who loses? And this actually brings up something that I'd like to ask Sarah. I watched the first debate, and usually I absolutely disagree with everything that Andrew has to say. I think he's a very vile person, and I'm sure there's a lot of people online that agree with me. And I find that in the first debate, I agreed with Andrew Wilson quite a bit. And I was wondering if maybe I could possibly use that to show how you can agree with somebody that you absolutely disagree with. I find a lot of time in these debate atmospheres, people find the guy that they like, and they hang on his or her every word, no matter what. And when it doesn't matter what the other person says, they can never gain ground if you're not looking at the debate honestly.
I agree with you. And to me, I was just actually explaining this to my chat last night when I did my little one-on-one with my viewers. that every debate I come into, it's a clean slate. Like everything prior to that argument, everything that they stand on, like is kind of out the window. But whatever logic they bring to that moment, that's where I will follow, right? And I remember we had there was the is OnlyFans good for society, and I wholeheartedly disagreed with Diddley in terms of her worldview on it. But the other side wasn't actually bringing the argument to the table of why it's bad. Like they sucked at it. It was terrible, and you kind of have to be, you have to be able to be moldable within a debate and look at it in just a smaller scope versus everything else that you know.
Right. Now, the other thing I was wanting to mention, a lot of times I find when it comes down to this immigration issue, nobody ever touches the subject of American-born citizens that are being detained and actually put on deportation list. I know of an American citizen that was, after found out that he had a social security number and a birth certificate, was put on a deportation list for 2 weeks. A 20-year-old guy, a kid who still lives in his mom's house, all for going to a Mexican restaurant. Well, he's an American citizen with a social security card. That means that any American citizen can face the same result.
Right. Okay. Well, right now, if you look like a criminal suspect in a murder case or something like this, you could be arrested and detained. You could even be falsely imprisoned for several years. Are we going to stop policing because of that?
Oh, yes, that I give you, but we have never had where an American citizen with a social security card is put up for deportation and put into a deportation jail where this 20-year-old kid had to explain to other individuals that they were being deported because they couldn't speak English. And he was the only person there that could translate, sir. He was the only person there that could translate. I do not believe anybody with a social security card, which proves they were born in America. The only way you get a social security card is if you were born in America. I do not agree with an American citizen ever being deported, ever.
Did he get deported? Was he deported?
Actually, he was put up for, it took a second judge. He would have been. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He was ordered deported. Yes, sir. Hold on. He was ordered deported. Quit talking over me, please. He was ordered deported. I am answering your question directly. He was put on the deportation list by one judge, even after his mother showed his birth certificate. It took a federal judge to clear it so that he wasn't deported. He would have been deported. Yes.
So he wasn't deported.
I mean, what argument is that? So you're fine with being put on, are you okay with being put on a deportation list today, sir?
Yeah.
Are you okay with being put on a deportation list?
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Well, that's kind of silly. You don't believe in America.
I agree with the law and order. I agree with enforcing the law. Why would I be against that? Same way as it.
What law says that they can remove an American citizen with a social security card or even place them? Wait, what law says that you can be placed on a deportation list without or with your social security card? Tell me one law that tells you can be put onto a deportation.
I mean, I don't know the name of the law, but obviously there's a law that
you don't know the name of the law. You're coming here telling me that there's a way to put an American citizen on a deportation list when they have a social security card.
Well, how did they do it?
The courts ordered deportation of the young man during the first court hearing after his mother had showed that he has a social security card.
After she showed the
I can give you the young man's name if you'd like. The young man's name was Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, 20 years old. And it originally was cited that he looked like somebody. And when he asked who he looked like, it was never given a suspect, nor was it ever addressed in court that he looked like somebody. They cut that out of the court case.
And he doesn't speak a lick of English.
Oh, no, actually, he speaks 7 languages. He's a high school graduate. He's a high school graduate on honors.
He said they had to get someone there to translate for them.
No, he was translating for the people within the detention camp who were being deported because nobody within ICE was translating to them that they were being held for deportation. So an American citizen under deportation was explaining to non-American citizens that they were being deported as he was waiting for his deportation.
What is it? How's that relevant?
How is that relevant? Because it caused harm to the 20-year-old kid. That's clear. An honor student. Hold on. We're not talking about some dirtbag that was a criminal. We're talking about an honor student. He caused harm. They caused harm to
the 19-year-old that was deported because she was illegal here for 19 years.
I'm not worried about that. That's a totally different subject. That's a totally different subject. I'm talking about this young man who was put on a deportation list. I'm talking about a young man who was put on a deportation list. You're detracting at the moment.
I'm fine with detaining citizens, legal or non-legal, just like I'm fine with detaining citizens, innocent or guilty, while we figure out who is the criminal.
And I'm fine with detaining them. I'm not fine with putting them on a deportation list.
Well, they have to go on a deportation. They have to go through the process.
No, they just need to be detained like any other American criminal. And then once it's determined.
Oh shit! I'm out. I don't know if you guys can even still hear this or not. Can you guys hear? Let's see. Can you guys hear me still? I don't even know. In the chat, if you're still here, let me know. Let me go through super chats. Do we still have you? I think we still have you. All right, I'm going to read off the super chats, then we'll get out of here. Chardonnay said RTP, or $5 train, RTP rock this. Apex Eater said the founding ideals are secularism and pluralism. These kids are being conditioned to accept totalitarianism. The ideology of the nation was anti-absolutist. That was such a fucking weird argument that he did, where they tried to say that like the country was actually, and then Sarah like tag teamed that. That was fucking weird. When they wanted to prove that because states chose a religion that like we didn't have a stated religion. Andrew flipped from protester because of immigrants to NGOs, pivoted hard. Yeah, facts. Mary said, Jay, you own this moron. Andrew, you're so out of your league. Move to the topic. Seeking for Hope said, this dude is Bill Clinton depends on. Is this dude Bill Clinton depends on what is? Wussy. FOD said a slave class is a reason to legislate, not deport. I think I got all of them. Guys, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I don't know the next time I'll do one of those. It may be a while. That was worse. Andrew was worse than I thought. I actually thought I was going to get Andrew to engage. I even told Jen I wasn't going to get mad, and I tried my very best not to get mad, but god damn, that's a frustrating way to debate, to just never touch anything. We literally spent 4 hours on what does harm mean? Can we watch the debate again on Twitch? You can watch it on YouTube. I'll make it. I don't even know if Jen's still here, but I'll make it as soon as I end this. I'll go and I'll turn it to public so everybody will be able to see it tomorrow. But guys, I just want to say though, those that are still here, and I should have done this earlier. Thank you so much for supporting. Every one of you guys takes money out of your pocket every month to support us and to subscribe to us. And it means fuck, I'm like emotional tonight, but it means the world to me. I hope you guys know that. It does feel like a little bit like a family. Jen feels like family, and I'm constantly in awe of the fact that you guys show up and you keep supporting such an obvious fraud. But thank you. It means everything to me. You guys are wonderful, and I'll let you know when the next one is. To find support, fuck all of you. Honestly, fuck every last one of you. It's never gonna end. But I love you guys so much. Thank you, Jen. I don't know if Jen's here, but Jen, if you are here, love you, and I'll catch you guys all.